Hello, hello. Here's your panel for the day. It's just going to be an open panel. No topics today. I do have one thing I want to share. It's a little graph somebody on Twitter shared that I think is relevant. Let me pull that up. Here you go. These are the percent of people who say after the election they blocked, unfriended, or stopped following someone on a social networking site, which they have the right to do, of course. Cancel culture. But look at these numbers. Democrat, almost a third. This is why I don't fuck with people on the left. The cancel culture and the no appreciation for free speech. Men, okay, Republican men are the lowest. 8%. Republican women a little bit higher. Democratic men almost twice the Republican men. And then of course you have the Democratic women. I had my own experience with cancel culture back in 2020. That's one of the things that started me on my very rapid journey out of the left. I was part of this little group, mostly women. I'd say almost all women. They might have had a guy or two in it. It was a group of artists, writers, musicians, other creative people. And we met a couple of times a week. Hey, Daniel Barry. On Zoom. This was during COVID. And we got really close. I liked my little group. And George Floyd happened. Robert D'Angelo's book came out about white privilege. The topic of Jordan Peterson came up. And that was kind of my first encounter with wokeness in that overt form in my own social group. And some of them canceled me. Some of them blocked me. One lady took me off her Facebook list. Some of them stopped talking to me. And it was Democrat women. It was Democratic women. I had never had that happen to me. I've never had personal friends that I had grown close to just completely end the relationship because of my political opinions. And so that graph, when I saw it this morning, it wasn't surprising to me. That tracks with my own experience. Anyway, the panel's open. Come on up or suggest a topic or something. Otherwise, I'll monologue for about half an hour and then call it a day. Hey, Joey. Hey, Zintz. Tibor. I guess it's Tibor or Tibor. Joey, I still get you confused with Waffles. Was it Waffle House? Joey Waffles. Too many Joes. Joeys. What's up?
I'm getting a little bit of work done, but more stuff related to the channel than writing an article.
Oh, to your channel?
Yeah, so like just some things I've been putting off that I needed to get done. So I, finally downloaded and installed another video editor so that it's actually there, so that if I have an idea, I can just open up and start doing it rather than just sit there. Oh, I should make this type of video someday.
You talking about like when you pre-create content?
Yeah.
You can put graphics and stuff on it.
Yeah. And also so I can maybe make some little things like have an intro of my own for the channel and just things like that. And I'm trying to think about what kind of sound I would want for the intro of my channel, because I should obviously have a sound for branding purposes, but I'm just trying to think if I mainly want to focus about investing and, to the extent that I have games on my own, ones that at least try to, put into practice concepts in investing, kind of like we did with Monopoly. What would be a sound that captures that vibe? Because I don't think that, like, was it the guitar sound you have for yours, right? That certainly has that Gen X punk feel.
That's the more Gen X.
Yeah, like so that I get. Or Kane,
that raw
right?
Masculinity that people come here for.
Kane does a similar thing, right? He played it himself with his own guitars, but he goes for, I'd say in some ways, similar vibes that you do.
He's the one that made me my background, my flashing background.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, and so, but me, like, I guess I don't want to sound like I'm some sort of punk badass or something like that, right? Um, but I also don't want it to be like this is investing, so it should be boring. I actually really do
Yeah,
like
take a
ABBA.
chance on me. That'd
I
be a
I,
good one.
I had an
Money,
ABBA
money, money.
phase, like maybe 2 years ago, where I was 2 or 3 years ago, where I was just listening to them all the time. I've actually had for the last few years, I've been going through phases where I listen to, uh, we'll say, musicians or bands that were popular with boomers. So I had an ABBA phase. I
Popular
had
who?
with boomers.
Oh,
So I had an ABBA phase. I had an Elton John
wait,
phase.
ABBA's boomers?
It was like the boomers born in the '60s really like them.
Because well, they started in '72. That's more
Yeah,
Gen X. They started but the same time as David Bowie started becoming popular.
that's it.
Pink
That seems
Floyd.
to me like music a lot of boomers would listen to, but not like the late '40s boomers, but like the late '50s, early '60s boomers.
They're,
Um,
I would put them
but
in Gen X, but I would put the Beatles in Gen X too.
yeah, and so I put the Beatles with as boomer music, and actually I've been in a Beatles phase lately, which is why I've made some passing remarks about them here and there. Um, so yeah, something that sounds maybe more upbeat, um, but I'm not
Are you
really
gonna
sure what
make
to
it
pick.
yourself, like a little
I'm not a musical
synth line?
person. Like I know I seem like I'm somebody who does a lot of things, but I'm not a musical person.
Not music.
Yeah. Um, so I need to figure out who would be good to do something like that. Who has the sound that I would want to make, and I don't
Do you
really know
watch
who that is.
other stock channels and see what kind of
The only
theme
one I
music they
really
use?
watch consistently is Sven Carlin, and he doesn't have an intro. He just goes into it. He'll be like, "The Fed is cutting interest rates." It's just boom. It just starts. Some whatever the topic is. He's like, you were all asking me about Google. Well, it's time for me to get. It's just there's no. He's not a streamer either. He did a stream I think one time.
Oh,
Um, he makes videos that are anywhere from like 5 to 20-25 minutes long.
YouTube has all this free copyright free music you can use.
Maybe I could make use of that for a while until I figure out what I
You
want
just
mine to
you
be.
type whatever theme or you just type keywords and it pulls up music that goes with that key. You could type in stocks or something, see what it comes up with. These are all great ideas, Chuck.
But yeah, I did. I also made my Discord server today, um, and just been like setting up things in it.
You have a show coming up Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, I dropped Joe's channel in the chat, so if you haven't subscribed or checked him out yet,
Yeah.
Plasma, hello.
Yeah, go
What
ahead
have you
and
been up to?
subscribe. And what I want to do is I actually want to do a mixture of making streams, but also making specific videos depending on if there's subject matter that the community would like to see covered, but might be more consumable for them in a well organized video than just casually discussed on a stream.
Yeah.
Because occasionally two people do have like a lot of people will like suddenly message me like, "Did you hear about this business?" at the same time, and they're just these acquaintances I have on Discord and stuff from different places, like someone from WhatsApp, someone from Discord. Just I'll get a text about something, um, so it's interesting. No, I said Discord, Chuck. Discord. The
Just I didn't even catch it.
yeah.
That's funny. I was watching Saturday Night Fever last night. It's one of my it's I think it's an excellent Gen X movie. It
Yeah.
captures the ethos well.
The Discord server I've made for my channel. I'm gonna have be less open, so it's actually gonna be treated like a club, and you have to pay membership to get in. But all outliers in exile who are what their subs is like the green names.
Oh, the
Um,
memberships?
yeah, they can get half off. I will since this is
What
the
what's the
Nexus.
benefit of being in the club? What do we get?
That's what folks are gonna have to figure out now. I
That's
think
what you have to communicate if you want us to pay
it's
for it.
gonna it's gonna be. something that I think evolves over time. So initially, I want it to be a place where we organize some of the games that we do, and also something where people can have sort of a direct line to me for things they want to learn about investing, um, and have more focused discussion on that. And in a server where there's not going to be any drama, right? So if you, um, and in fact, like I'll go ahead and um, like one of the
Chuck,
rules.
thank you.
So like here's two of the rules I've made for it. Like one is no discussion of politics or culture war topics unless related to an
So you're gonna
investment
be a
thesis,
Karen. I already knew. I
and
already saw it coming.
no importing drama
I
or
was
conflicts
right.
from other communities. So it's going to be a very narrow focus. You're here for a reason, and that's the thing. So if you wanna, it's definitely going to be more police. It's not a place to, it's not quite a chill lounge where you come and talk about whatever, right? We're there to talk about investing. It's attention spans are a limited resource. There's no reason to get confused on other things. If there's drama somewhere else in the Panelverse or the Nexus, there's another Discord server that they can talk about it.
Yeah, they can come to mine. We have a whole
Yeah,
panel drama channel.
so not
But
mine.
you
So
think you think adults need that babysit for them, like what their attention gets focused on, or can they control their attention themselves?
I mean, I think just looking at how sometimes people behave, let's say in the chat, one person shows up and a whole domino effect happens. So it's setting an expectation, right? The one person who shows up and starts stirring the pot, they're going to get
You
thrown
mean
out.
not loss?
Uh, maybe not was he? I mean, he's a
I
good
wouldn't call that
example.
a domino effect. I would just call that organic conversation. But real quick, I want to welcome the new outliers that Chuck just created for us. We have the Idaho Farmer, Mr. Pie, membership, Cheesehead, Bricky, Ajot, Madman, whoever that is. Welcome, all of you. Those are our new outliers. We're happy to have you. Thank you, Chuck. Alrighty, go ahead.
But yeah, so the base rate for anyone to join is going to be $20. It'll be one time,
Oh
and
Lord,
then
I'm not paying for that.
it's
To get
half off if
policed.
you're in
So
the
ten
next.
bucks for outlier members.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Mister B. The material alone will draw a certain crowd.
There's that as well. So, but I want the people who are there to actually feel like they have skin in the game
Yeah,
and are interested in the content and the questions. And um, I just know from personal experience, if you put a price tag on something,
they take it more seriously.
yes. So
I'm going to do that here eventually when I create that second tier. I'm just waiting
right.
for more numbers. But
So and
I
I'll
have
just say
something
like
similar in
if
mind.
it supports my channel and the stuff I make. It gets me rolling. It compounds from there. So you know, it's small today. It can be bigger in the future. It can be, the Nexus can grow and take on a life of its own. And for that to happen, it has to be other channels
Yeah.
thriving besides just Jeff's, right?
All right. Well,
Uh,
if this is not even thriving,
if
but yes,
by
I
Nexus
agree. That's what
standards,
we're
it's
trying to
thriving,
do.
but yeah. So yeah, so it gets better, and the only time you would have to pay again is if you get yourself banned, and
So
then you have to pay
is it
for that.
one time $10 one time or monthly?
One time, unless you get banned, and then you're allowed to come back in, you'd have to pay your membership again. So just don't, stir the pot, and then you don't have to pay again.
Okay. Well, there you go, guys. It's another community option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Yeah,
people.
is Chuck does make a good point.
So
Does
there's
politics not overlap with business at times?
there is an exception for that. Like, so you can say, oh, this bill is probably going to get passed. Um, this could affect this company in this way. So,
So
if there's
specific legislation.
right, so yeah, you could have something like a new bill about that regulates cigarettes, right? Hey, if you are invested in Altria or thinking about it, or we're assessing it, its potential as an investment with other folks, you can add that to the conversation. What should not be the case is stupid
Nancy
fucking
Pelosi.
Democrats. Why are they passing this bill? They're doing their don't kvetch about tobacco policy. Just
There'll
get
probably be a
serious.
lot of that with the new administration.
Could be. So yeah.
Stocks
So
going up and down.
yeah. That's the thing though. It's like people there to sort of beat their chest about which side they like or don't like is not the idea. But if it's actually like, because the companies operate based on what laws exist, so politicians make the laws. Sometimes it's going to be helpful.
What happened to Chile? Was there Chile drama? Let me look. I don't see anything on the news. There's some hunk. No, that's Australia. Um, no, I didn't hear about Chile.
No,
You talking
there's
about
a.
the country Chile, or is that a YouTuber?
I think he's talking about a YouTuber because he said someone hacked his channel and he got porn bombed like 4 times in a night.
Damn, how does that happen? The hacking, like, because usually the porn bombs is when they let the wrong person up on panel. So you mean somebody was able to get on the panel without even him having to let them on?
Hold on, I need to grab my tea.
Yeah, I'm concerned. I'd be interested to hear how that happens. The hacking part. I'm not sure what it even means to have a channel hacked. Like they got his YouTube password and they went in his account and changed a bunch of stuff. Chili, I don't know this person. Yeah, never heard of him. Chile, the constitutional law scholar arrested. That was from a year ago. Oh, is he
Oh,
one of those auditors?
oh, and Jeff, one more thing because this is actually nothing I just said matters if they don't include this, but people can pay the if they do want to join, they can pay it to my Cash App. So
Oh, you want me to put it?
yeah, there, I just put it in the background for you.
All right.
So
Here's Joe's Cash App. If you, is so, is it open now? People can start signing up now.
people can start signing up now. I just made the server today. The basic pieces are in place, and we can just keep adding it there.
That's Joe's Cash App, and if you're a member here of Outliers, if you're green, or gold in the Discord, then you get it's half off. $10. What, lifetime membership? As long as you behave.
Mm-hmm.
Moose,
Yeah.
you 11-hour workday, or were you in the submarine for 11 hours? I saw you in that channel for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 days straight. I was a little worried about you. I didn't know if you fell asleep or fell out of your chair or what. What is a trifold?
Oh, I don't know what a trifold is either, but I'm also aiming for a Monopoly contest um, for around New Year's Eve. And so I will also use the proceeds from this initial membership drive, whether people get in with the $10 or the $20 rate, to fund the prize in the contest. Moose, it's to join my Discord server, become an official member of that. I just made a server for it to be like related to my channel.
What? I'm I'm thrown off by this trifold wallet thing.
I
Trifold
don't know.
Mafia? What?
It's just throwing trifold in front of everything. There's a trifold wallet, mafia. There's probably trifold condoms. I mean, take your pick.
But it's something that you can have. Like he asked me if do I not have one. I don't have a trifold wallet. No. Do I need? I don't feel like I need one. My wallet. What? What is this, guys? Is this a troll?
It seems like it.
Oh, soft sit. Okay, let me try to find more information. I'm definitely not a soft sit. I'm a real citizen.
Yeah. So Jeff, the Monopoly contest that I'm gonna schedule around New Year's Eve. I might do it a couple days sooner because it's on a weekday, if depending on what works best. But
Is this
uh,
going to be the original Or are you going to do one before that?
um, when you say original Monopoly,
Well, your initial launch of Monopoly.
yeah, this will be my first one.
This will be the first one. Okay.
If members want to throw together a game in advance, they can do that. But we may do that. But this will be the first one I'm announcing and planning.
So it looks like it's a little brochure that you can print off and fold and hand to cops when to explain to them that you're a sovereign citizen. this, I, I'm already laughing. Okay, it's some inside joke in this soft sit community, I guess, with this chili guy. Yeah, I had a good friend that was a conspirator slash soft sit, and he did all that crazy stuff. He would write the thing on his credit card bills that whatever you have to write to mark them as paid so that you don't have to pay them. He would do the is it driving without a license where you just travel, you're not really driving, you're traveling or so. He would try all those tricks. He was also a two-time felon, ex-felon, convict.
Of course.
I met him. He had just gotten out of prison for the first time after several years, and we became really good friends. He was one of the few people in my town that could talk philosophy because he read all these philosophy books while he was in prison. So he came out of prison with all this philosophy fresh in his head. I'm like, cool. If he could talk philosophy, I'll take it. Like, well, it gladdens me that there's a whole section of the dramaverse that I don't even know about that all this is contained in, and it's never trickled over here yet. So
It'll find its way.
the soft sit type people don't like. They don't usually last here. I think the content's just not interesting enough for them.
They
I'm boring
probably
all the right people.
they probably hate authority even more than you do, Jeff.
Well, my hatred, if you want to call that, for authority is against pointless and arbitrary authority, not just
Hmm.
authority itself. So
I can
authority with a
tolerate that.
purpose, or authority that we consent to because it keeps society running, I have no problems with. I respect cops, I respect security guards, I respect teachers, authority figures, etc., that have a purpose. And if they have to be competent at that, they have to be able to fulfill that function competently. But I think there's some people that react to any type of authority whatsoever. Like
Hmm.
a conversation came up on here a while back about when you're in grade school and you have to ask for a hall pass to go to the restroom, that even that is oppressive and authoritarian. And as somebody who taught in the classroom, I understand the purpose for something like that. I would not want a system that didn't have a way to account for kids outside of the classroom. But to them, it was oppressive authority.
Yeah.
They should be able to just get up and go to the bathroom whenever they want, not have to tell anyone, not have to have a teacher know where they are. And no school's going to give grade school kids that kind of trust.
Yeah. Like with a job, for example, right? Like usually you can go to the bathroom whenever you want, in most workplaces.
Yeah.
And the idea is that if you're somebody who just gives yourself too many bathroom breaks, you're going to earn less money probably, or eventually get fired. So that's the accountability there. Whereas with kids, they are not smart enough to you know um, eventually notice when they're falling behind. You have to prevent bad things from happening to them while they're little, too much,
Well,
right?
explain that. I don't know if that's the reason for it, or
Well, you
if I
can't let
agree
their
with that.
education fall behind, right? Like um, they're only going to be kids for so long, so eventually they become
But
an
I don't know
adult.
if going to the bathroom affects that. It's just a way to account because
Yeah.
you have accountability for the kids under your care, and so you can't just let them walk out of the classroom
There's also a safety issue, so like,
without knowing where they are or what they're doing.
right? Because that's how if a kid wants to be one of the school shooter kids, a very open bathroom policy is a great way for them to be able to do it.
It mainly gets them from being harassed by other authority figures when they're outside of my classroom. Because I didn't. My rule for my classroom was if you need the restroom, just grab the hall pass and go. You don't have to ask permission. But you have to have the hall pass because if somebody, another adult, sees you in the hall, they're gonna ask you what you're doing, and when you show them the hall pass, then you're clear to go.
Waffle House makes an interesting point about the rationale for doxing, and I would say anything that's in a similar category as doxing, where you kind of say, well, it's all technically public, but there's a difference between, you know, public information being public and then intentionally creating like an awareness campaign with hostile intentions
What is
to
that difference?
well, like think about with cancel culture, right? It's one thing if somebody is bad at their job and gets fired. It's another thing to create this like public backlash to like completely destroy somebody's livelihood.
Well, yeah, the backlash is one thing, but that's like people should protect their private information if they're that worried about it getting out. And in this internet age, even back in the 2000s, I could find pretty much anybody's information that I wanted on the internet. It was very easy to find addresses, phone numbers, that kind of stuff. So if that's already available and out there, somebody posting something that's already public information, I don't necessarily see as a big deal. If they attach a harassment campaign to it, that's separate from the information itself.
Right, but if the rationale, oh, it's public, so it's okay, is I don't think because clearly the part that isn't okay isn't the whether or not it's public, but it's the hostile intentions. You know,
Well,
the
I don't. How do you know anybody's intention if they just post information? Like if I just post your address in the chat room right now, somebody could easily have looked it up for themselves. They didn't need me to post it.
potentially true. And in your case, it's not clear that
That's why I don't think
you
things
would be
like
trying to
that
do that.
are necessarily doxing.
But I think Waffle House is talking about
I
stuff that
think if
happens
people don't want to
in
get
common
doxxed,
people,
they should protect their information better.
or they should accept that they can just be killed at any time and find peace with that.
Yeah, this is the internet age. None of us really have privacy. Like the expectation of privacy is only as reasonable and realistic as the ability to enforce it, and there's not really an ability to enforce privacy. In there
I
hasn't
definitely
been
think
most of
people
my
should manage
life.
their expectations better. I don't agree with that. You know, I'm never going to say people shouldn't, you know, focus on what they can or can't control. So what I'm not saying is, oh, canceling or doxing or just harassment campaigns are wrong. Therefore, you shouldn't have to do anything to keep it right. So I'm not going to tell young women, hey, rape is wrong, so walk down dark alleys as much as you like by yourself at night. I'm not going to say that either, right? Say, no, don't do that. Probably not smart. Um,
Well, if everyone's information is out there, how what are we supposed to do? Anybody that wants to can look it up and post it somewhere in a chat room, on
mhm.
a message board, in a Discord.
Well, I guess it depends on who are we. Like, what are the tools? Like, we, is it the world? Is it America? Is it the Panelverse? Is it the Nexus? Is it just the
It
outliers?
won't be the Nexus.
That's the thing.
But like if I can look up your address right now on the internet,
Mhm.
what's the difference between me doing that and Joey Waddles posting your address in the chat room?
Um,
All he's doing is taking information that anybody could go find for themselves.
well, I think um, probably the fundamental difference is depending on what chat room that is. Like, what kind of eyeballs does he think is gonna see it, and then like what are they likely to do based on that, right?
But they could see it anyway, even without him posting it. So I don't understand.
Well, maybe they can, but maybe they wouldn't. So the difference between whether or not they actually would, you know, they would
Or
whether or
what
not
if
they
he
would
doesn't
therefore do
post
it.
it and just says, "Hey guys, go look up Joe's address," and then they do it themselves?
Well, that's even different than just posting it because the odds that they'll actually go and do it is
Because people
not
that
very
are
high.
motivated to find your address can do it anyway without any of us needing to dox or post it. So
It is
I
true.
guess posting someone's personal just seems superfluous because people can find that anyway. So I don't know what the big deal about posting information that anybody can find on their own is. They're not violating any kind of confidence. They're not revealing anything that people didn't already know
I don't
before.
think it's the revealing is the problem. That's not the part I think is the problem. I think that in the context that I don't even remember who was saying it. Was it Waffle House was saying it's that um, usually that is done with the belief that bad things will happen to that person, right? You're not just putting it out in a chat, but in front of a specific set of eyeballs that um, will happily seize on such an opportunity. So whether it's public or private or not, if you want to facilitate bad things happening, that I think is what makes it bad.
But how is that facilitating bad things happening? Because if somebody wanted to do you harm, they could on their own find out your information. So somebody saying, "Hey, you can find Joe's information," that's that's not facilitating anything that the person couldn't already do without the
I
person
think it
saying
is
that.
facilitating it because now they don't have to do it. Not everyone's public information is technically in the same place or is it equally easy to find. Um, so, if you remove that step for other people, um, and there's also the fact that if it's dropped in a chat like that, not only is it in front of those eyeballs, but they all know that everybody else knows about it at the same time, and they're much more likely to say, "Hey, let's," you post someone says, "Let's dogpile this
So
person."
you
Let's
think people that have no motivation to harm you would suddenly be motivated because they see someone post your information? That's the weird part to
no,
me, I guess.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the context that Waffle House is mentioning, um, he's talking about doing it in front of people who absolutely would want to do something about it, right? Maybe they don't, have the information.
But they do have the information because he's getting it from the same place they could get it from.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're making the process easier. So if you make the process easier, you know, if you're facilitating something bad happening, that is, I think, why he takes issue with it.
I don't know. I don't see how it. I'm not getting it. If somebody was motivated to harm you, they would do it whether some stranger posted your information or not. They would do it on their own. The fact that a stranger did it didn't suddenly give them the idea to harm
I
you.
guess I don't share that assumption. I think some people who are motivated to harm you will be less likely to do so depending on how many layers there are. If you remove a layer for them, now they're more likely to
So
do it.
if they weren't thinking about harming you and then suddenly somebody posts your information and then they decide, "Oh, I want to harm Joe now." The onus is still on them. It's not on the person didn't suddenly make them want to harm you. That desire to harm you was latent in them already. And so they still bear the responsibility for any harm that comes to you from themselves. Like to me it's shifting the blame to somebody other than the person that intends to do you harm.
Well, I think the person who would be sharing it again in the context that Waffle House was mentioning also intends to do you harm, and they want to recruit, accomplices. That's
But
what is
those
happening.
accomplices would also have to already be motivated to do you harm. I don't know if you could create a motivation in somebody that it isn't already there.
I mean, you could have some people who's like, I'd like to do something about this, but I don't exactly know at this moment where and how to get the information to do it. I could maybe figure it out. It could take, I don't know how long it takes somebody to get stuff like that. It could take someone maybe a day, maybe a week. You remove that layer for everybody else.
Minutes.
The reason I think this is important is because, I think of it as just like a mathematical system. So, like at the law firm where I work, one thing our CEO talked about was they wanted to have the sign up process done in as few pages as possible. And when some people suggested like adding, well, maybe we should put this in the sign up process, and it would probably entail just having to add another page to it. CEO was basically saying like every time you add another page, um, there are some people who just stop once they see another page and you don't get their business. So when you add layers to things, they become less likely to happen. And when you remove layers, they become more likely to happen. And so um, I think most people understand that in a basic sense. And so I think that that's why. what Waffle House was saying was relevant. And I can't think that every time an address gets posted somewhere in every chat that it would necessarily, come with the same level of concern. If it's like not a drama community, if it's not a group of users who are known to do stuff like that, then it's less of an issue. But he was talking about in the context of like people who, do this pretty regularly. So that's
Yeah, but they're gonna do it anyway. Like, I don't know of anybody that would want to harm you, but the fact that they can't find your address is the thing stopping them. If they want to harm you enough, they would find your address. It wouldn't take someone posting it in a chat room.
so. It's interesting to me because I guess I don't see it as simple as that, Jeff. Like I look at it as interrelated actions, as domino effects, and how much like if it reveals something about your character, if you want to remove one less domino to make the final one fall faster, it reveals something about your character and what you want to have happen. So I
Maybe
mean,
I'm missing something.
it's technically
I don't
already out
see
there.
how sharing information that somebody could already go find for themselves
It's similar to
changes anything about the dynamic at all.
like why the voter ID thing is controversial for Democrats because they see it as adding a layer to a process that takes people who are otherwise legitimate voters, and now they're less likely to be able to cast a legitimate vote because there's an extra layer
Yeah,
to it, right?
I don't think that's going to stop anyone that's motivated to harm someone. The fact that they're too lazy to look up information is going to be the layer that stops them. That's the part
Yeah,
that
I,
doesn't make sense.
I
If they hate you enough to harm you,
okay. It doesn't make
they're going to find the information on their own, whether someone
it.
gives it to them or not.
It doesn't make sense in a very formal sense of thinking, but people don't necessarily make sense. So people can want bad things to happen to you, but they can also be lazy. If you make it easier for lazy people to thrive, you know
Well,
then
but
that's a good
I
thing.
don't think that shifts the responsibility on the person shared. I still think the responsibility falls on the person that's suddenly less lazy because they now see your information.
I mean, I don't disagree there either, um, but if I think about like if I were doing that myself, like if I'm somebody posting an address like that, I can only imagine myself doing that if I had specifically malicious intentions, right? Like in the
Yeah,
context that
probably.
Waffle House mentioned, right?
I do agree it says something about their character. Like I get doxxed all the time by this one certain person, and I think he is a shitty person. I think it makes him a bad person to do that.
Okay.
But I don't think he's sharing anything that anybody on their own couldn't find out without him.
King Philip said, "Good luck, Joe." What do I need good luck for?
I don't know. So people freak out about doxing as though if the person didn't dox, then nobody would be able to know that information and that person would be completely safe. And I just don't think that's the
Ah,
case. Well, I do get it. Philip, do you have you watched this Reach and Understanding? He just said he doesn't disagree, and in a formal way of thinking, it makes sense.
maybe this is an interesting way of looking at
Philip
it.
likes to instigate. He has this
Um.
bias against me, so he likes to find little ways to
Oh, okay.
like undermine me or make me be wrong.
But I think some of it is. Some of it I think has to do with how you look at um, scenarios as being like purely deterministically linear, like if this then that every time, versus more odds based. Like if let's say the Patriots play the Panthers um, in in 10 games, the Patriots win 8 times. And so you figure which of these 10 is it going to be this time? Is it going to be one of the 8 where the Patriots win, or one of the 2 where the Panthers win? And so you can look at it in terms of insofar as your actions and move the needle into one of those 2 zones that help pull it from the Um, let's say for the Panthers, from the 80% games, the 8 games where they lose into the 20 where they win, I think that's sort of it. Like
Whose
it's like,
actions though?
um, so in this case, the person doxing.
No, I'm talking about the Patriot in the Patriot game. Like nobody, other than the players themselves, nobody else's actions gonna affect whether it's the 10, the 8 out of
Sure,
10, or the 2 out of 10.
sure. There is. You could sneeze on the quarterback of the Patriots a week
Well,
before
then
the game. You
that's
know.
so open ended. You could say that about anything. Like
Yeah.
anything could potentially influence anything else. But the locus of responsibility, like if you were in a court of law and somebody went to your house and beat you with a baseball bat, the judge wouldn't see them as less responsible because the reason they knew your address was because somebody posted in a chat room. They
Okay,
are
but let
still 100% responsible for the harm that comes to you.
100%. I don't think I would say it's 100% responsible. No, in terms of like
I,
the. I think if
I,
the doctor.
to me, where they got the information from doesn't make them less responsible than if they looked it up themselves. That's the part. It's like taking responsibility away from someone else, or taking the determination or the decision to harm you away from them, or lessening it somehow because of the source of their information.
I kind of feel like it'd be similar to if someone said, "Hey Joe, I want you to be my personal trainer," and I'd be like, "Okay, why?" And they say, "Well, I want to get really strong so I can beat Jeff up," and I would be like, "Well, that's odd, but okay." I kind of feel like, if I knew that that's something they wanted to do, and I helped them by being their personal trainer, I'd have some responsibility if you later got beat up after they bulked up a bit. Now, they'd still control whether or not they do it, and in theory, yeah, if they're motivated enough, maybe they could learn some, facts and details about how to do a regimen without having a personal trainer. But obviously, I'm knowingly making it easier for them.
But sharing
Uh,
information is even less than that, because they're doing is putting information. They're not even necessarily saying go hurt this person, or they may not even be aware that someone's going to use that information negatively. So it's even less that you have knowledge of what the person's going to do with your training. Somebody that just posts information doesn't even necessarily have that level of knowledge. They're
so
just
I would
putting
say,
information that they're pulling from the internet, just like somebody else could go look it up themselves.
yeah, so I would say, in general, yes, right. If we're just talking about the narrower context that Waffle House mentioned, where it's people that you either know or have very high probability to believe that they will do bad things with the information. It's more similar to the example I gave in that context.
As long as they can get the same information on their own, I don't know what this third party is contributing to the act. That's just like somebody googling something on their own versus me googling it for them and dropping the link in. It's just information that anybody could find. That's why I don't see why people get worked up about doxing of basic information that anybody could look up. If it's private information that nobody knew and they shared it, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
But people put information that they find online that anybody else can find, and they call it doxing, and they act like it's this horrible thing that they're doing when anybody could find the same information. So I don't know what they did that's so horrible that would be different if somebody just looked it up themselves.
So to a point, I would agree if it's very transparently public, like like your Facebook pictures that you put up yourself, and you didn't make them private, and then someone else posts them somewhere else, and they said, "Why did you post my pictures? Why are you sharing what like you're putting them on fucking
That
Facebook?" I
happened
know.
the other day, and I asked the person, "Why is your Facebook if you don't want those pictures posted? Why are they public? Like lock those down." That's to me, that's on that person.
Mm-hmm.
If I have pictures out there publicly that I don't want shared, and they get shared, I'm the one that's going to take responsibility for that. I'm going to be like, I should have locked those pictures down. I didn't do
Mm-hmm.
that, and that's the consequences of not doing that. That's on me.
Anyway, I've said I think everything I could say on it at this point. We're catching up on the chat. What did they say? Much of anything else? No.
No, I don't. I'm not sure they would, Philip, just because they shared information.
If I were the judge, Jeff, if I'm ever a judge, you going to jail.
Well, I know who not to vote for. Leggy, welcome. You finally figured out how to do the memberships. I see. Good. I appreciate it. Well, if there's no other topic, then I could keep talking about this one, even though you have nothing else to say.
I don't have anything else to say about it. But if you've got more thoughts,
No, I
I
have the
mean,
same thought I started with. I don't know why. I don't know how
what?
posting public information is a big deal.
Yeah. One thing I think is interesting though is even if we go deeper, is that people will come in here and be like, "Did you hear about what happened in the latest drama somewhere else?" The fact that we were even talking about it at all, at least somewhat.
Well, part of that was me because I didn't know this chili guy, and they were talking about this trifle thing, and so it sparked my curiosity. Normally, I would ignore stuff like that, but for the fact that I was curious.
Hmm.
I'm normally not curious, but the trifle thing had me curious because
That's
they
how he
made
got you.
yeah, they made it seem like a new thing that somebody could have, and I needed to know what it was to know if I would want one or not.
They got you to have a positive spurg out rather than shut the fuck up kind, but like, oh, what is that? I have to know.
You consider that a spurg out?
No, I'm just joking. I'm
Oh, okay.
overusing. It's spurg inflation.
Oh, okay. I have been thinking though lately, some of these conversations I've been having. I I wonder if that's not a form of meltdown because when OTW said it best last night, when the conversations are not coherent, are logically cohesive, there's no underlying organizing principle to them. So they're kind of chaos. They're kind of all over the place. And after a while, I get overwhelmed by that, and I start having what seems like a little meltdown more than any
Oh,
kind of other
did
spurg
it
out.
happen last night? Because it went
It
on a
happened with
while.
Leggy. It happened with Joku.
Oh
Yes,
yeah. Oh yeah, the leggy with the pyramids thing.
and part of it I think is they struggle with articulating it in a logical, clear way. So I think if it were more clear in their own minds, it would come out in a more organized way. And
Hmm.
and so they're not clear on what they're trying to say. I'm not clear on what I'm receiving, and the combination of that and I try to and then the way I try to organize it is through questions. I try to ask questions to help them organize their thoughts, and then they get defensive about the questions, and then it just escalates from there. And then I get overwhelmed by the additional chaos that my questions seem to be. My attempt to organize the chaos seems to increase the chaos. And then at some point, it becomes overwhelming, and I think my brain and nervous system just starts to shut down.
And that's when I come in with a smug face and say, "Sounds like you guys need to take 5."
Oh, I'm not sure that was happening with the Not Lost thing. Not Lost is more of a troll. I don't think it's
Yeah,
so. Although he is kind of chaos at times, because a
he
lot
is.
of things that he says does not relate to any of the
Well,
points I'm trying to make.
um, so I think you're kind of right in the sense that a lot of people aren't necessarily articulate, and um, this is it's a fairly common thing. You sort of have to be really the only people who are articulate are people who take the effort to figure out how do I convey things very well and have like a high success rate basically in taking my thoughts and putting them into words so that other people get what I'm saying. Um, and
I,
if you're like a writer or something like that, you have to think about that a lot. Or if you do a lot of public speaking, you have to think about that a lot. Even though one might say these panels are like public speaking, it does involve just sort of a lot of it's your everyman coming up on a stream often and kind of just talking the way they talk,
yeah,
right?
and I'm not the best at that either. So I have a lot of sympathy for them. I think that's one. I think that's probably one way I can empathize and build a bridge to these kind of people instead of getting irritated like I do. I think it's more that I get overwhelmed than anything else, and it comes out as frustration, which it is a form of frustration. But I don't always articulate clearly either. I have similar communication issues. So if I can understand that they're not that different from the times when I'm having the same struggles, maybe that's the way to overcome that. And Bones, I guess you're asking if it's okay for it, if is it on them to make me understand if they themselves don't know what they're saying? No, but I the only thing I can do at that point is try to help them understand it or try to help them get clarity on it, and that seems to make the problem worse. Every time I try to do that, it seems to make it worse, and I think that's where the frustration comes in, because my attempts to help become a like I hate being the problem child, and every time I'm trying to be an asset, I become a liability. I become more of the problem instead of the solution, and that absolutely triggers a whole bunch of shit in me, going all the way back to childhood. And I think that's some of the frustration that. So I think it's part meltdown from just the chaos, the overwhelming nonsense of it, or my inability to follow the sense that may be latent in it, and then all the stuff is triggered from childhood when I'm trying to be a positive asset to the situation, but I'm being received as a negative or a problem that's adding to the situation. Oh, do I?
You
Well,
do. Like, I think you called Leggy like an idiotic or a moron at one point.
well, he was being that. I'm just being I'm just being transparent. I mean, I'm being. I don't want to. I don't want to mislead people, and so
I think
some
one
of
thing
it's
that
probably just my bluntness.
I think one thing that doesn't help is that, at least in your panel, is that a lot of the people who come up with these things are also, in addition to being inarticulate, are they're these kind of, it seems like there's a lot of personalities who, I guess, try to be tough and masculine, and so then it's a lot of what the fuck are you talking about kind of talk, and not a whole like, okay, that's interesting. I'm not quite sure I understand. Um, could you maybe like say more about it, or could you explain this a bit differently?
I don't
Um,
know if that part bothers me as much. I'm used
yeah,
to that. I come from kind of a culture of that. But also, I'm realizing that a lot of this stuff they're trying to articulate, they're getting from these conspiracy videos and stuff. So their source is probably muddling it up to begin with, because I don't
there's
think
that.
those videos lay this out in a coherent way to begin with. So they're trying to transmit something that they themselves received in an incoherent form. Hey, Zach.
Hey, how are you? What's up, Joe?
What's upset?
Oh, I did. Philip, you mean today, just now?
I think it means Joe Cool yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no, Joe was being a dummy. There's no doubt. When he switched from the elements to the particles and then kept making it seem like he was talking, or that, or he was deliberately gaslighting. The fact that I was assuming that it was stupidity on his part or ignorance was actually the better option to me than assuming that he was being intentionally malicious with his
Well,
conversation.
all I can say about that whole situation is that Bob Lazar, this guy that everyone says is a conspiracy nut and blah blah blah, he predicted element 115 before they ever made it. And when they did make it, it only lasted for fractions of a second. I mean, it's that unstable.
Well, this will be a good test. Thank you for bringing this challenge to me. Because I'm not sold on the Bob LaFleur. Okay, not informed. I can go with that. Not which is goes back to my point of where they're getting the source from this to begin with. They're not informed because they're not using sources that inform it in a useful way.
What?
I'm assuming it's coming from these conspiracy videos or conspiracy sites. So when then they try to describe it to other people, they're not informed themselves because their source was not adequate to have to get them informed at the level they would need to be to articulate it to other people. That's another thing I thought if it was a troll, but if it was a troll, it was a very extended trolling last night. Like for somebody to troll that deliberately for that long, made me think it was legit. And hey, Tommy,
Hey, Tommy.
well, what's you up to, Zach?
Nothing, man. I just had a jam with my friend in the basement, and it went pretty well, you know. And
Was it Shadow Man?
no, it's not Shadow Man. He I got him started playing bass, but he kind of is so busy that he has no time to practice, you know. But but the guy I'm playing with, he's a good player, and we set up. I bought another 100 feet of LED lights, and we set them up in the set up 50 feet of it in the basement, so it looks fucking cool already. It's like
Wow.
it's got an atmosphere now, you know, as
You're
opposed to
gonna
just
stream from
concrete.
it?
Yeah, but I tried the other day, and I think what I need to do is download a driver for the digital interface that I'm using, and I think it'll work then. But it hasn't worked so far, and it's frustrating, you know.
Oh, like to try to get the sound to bypass the limitations of StreamYard.
Yeah, well, it's like the microphone gets freaked out by the loud sounds.
Hmm.
And I've seen other people do it on YouTube, and I'm wondering how the hell they're doing it because it looks like they just have a laptop set up or something. But when I do it, it freaks out the microphone. So I don't know what I have to do to get a decent sound, you know.
What about the like OTW or Kane's Catharsis? Do they know? Because they play
Kane
guitar.
doesn't. Kane's a fucking lame player. He doesn't know shit.
Oh,
He just collects guitars, but OTW knows, and he's helped me a little bit. But
okay.
like he's the one that suggested I get the Osio driver, which is what I think I need to do to make this work. So eventually we'll stream. The long story short, eventually we will stream with the lights and all that shit. But
Well, I'm excited. I'm gonna be there for that one.
thank you.
Even these lights, you have one of my favorite live backgrounds.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Philip,
Yeah.
this is an excellent question. I think it would make you a shitty person. I guess it depends how detailed you posted or why you would do it. I know there's people that put my information in chats all the time, and nobody seems to do anything about that. So, but they do like to complain when somebody mentions somebody's real name online, and they freak out while their own people are posted personal information in chats all across the panelverse. So some of it's like a hypocrisy issue too. It's hard to take the moral high ground on something that your tribe is even worse at.
Well, didn't Waffle House make a comment earlier that um, the folks love to cancel but hate to be canceled?
Yeah.
It's almost like I don't know. It's like you live in the Wild West and you love shooting and robbing other people, but you don't want to be shot and robbed.
Yeah, I think the Wild West is a very good model for the panelverse
Well, if you
at a
ever play
base level.
Red Dead Redemption 2, you'll know exactly what the Wild West was about when you're an outlaw, and you'll realize what a fucking lonely life it was. You know.
Yeah. Well, if we could ever organize a game of Mario Party 2, they have a Western themed map on there, so that'd be fun.
What does it take to organize Mario Party? Is this something I'd be able to play, or you have
Probably
to have
not.
the console?
Well, so you can emulate it pretty easily on a laptop or something. And then the only thing that you really would need is a controller you could plug into your laptop, like a video game controller, so that you could just have something to move it. You only need 4 players because it's a basic multiplayer game. But you would need at least 4 is the issue. It's maybe 3 is okay, but then the 4th player would have to be an AI. And the game is just because it's Mario Party, it's a party game. You know.
Like what's the part? Like what kind of stuff?
So I would say what distinguishes a party game from other types, because some board games are party games.
Hmm.
Then some things, aren't necessarily board games, but they are like they're good at parties. So playing Mafia, for example, um, and so like I think a good example of a board game that is a party game is Cards Against Humanity.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
It's something to make people laugh. Right now, you can play it like you can be a tryhard, and you can have strategy and think I need to save this card for this, or just sort of pay attention to who's more likely to do what, and be careful about those things. And then when it's time your turn to like judge who gets the point, you can sort of also say, well, who would play this, and if someone's in the lead, do you want to give them another point? So you can still approach it like a serious game if you like winning, which I know there's always going to be at least that one guy, but um, I would say that it's games that have a very active social element, where there's a lot of unexpected things, delightfully unexpected, we'll say, and Mario Party is basically an example of that.
what kind of things do they do during the game?
Uh, so the basic structure of the game, and this is true through like every version of Mario Party, is you have a map you go across. It usually has some kind of theme, and it basically is like it's like a board game inside of a video game, except you could not play it for real very well because there are video gamey things that happen inside it too. And you have Mario characters, so you can be Mario or Luigi or Peach, the Mario characters. You move around. The object is to get the most stars. Whoever has the most stars at the end wins the game. The main way to get stars is you pass the person who sells stars. Most games, it's 20 coins. And so if you don't have enough coins when you go by, you can't buy them. There are things you can do to steal people's coins, to win extra coins. There are items you can do. There are random, semi-random events. There are completely skill-based events. There are games that aren't necessarily intense in like skill in terms of dexterity, but skill in the sense of just understanding the layout of the board. Because usually you can go in different directions on the board. You can choose whatever route you want depending on what you think is advantageous. There's a lot of things going on in the game, and then of course, since you're playing together, um, you can. It's a social game, so you work things out with each other. You'd be like, you can say, "Hey, don't do this because I want to do this." So there's a lot to consider. That's why it's fun.
It looks like they have an online version. I That sounds like fun. That sounds like something I might be into.
It sounds
Yeah,
complicated.
it is complicated.
I
There's
like complicated
especially,
games.
um, I would say, the Mario Party 2 and Mario Party 3 are usually considered the best ones in the entire series. They did just have a new one that came out, so we'll see what the public opinion is on that. But Mario Parties 2 and 3 came out on the Nintendo 64, so these are pretty old games. They're both at least 20 years old. And but one thing that they did to, I think, make it sell better is that the older games were more punishing. So there's a lot of bad things that can happen. There's a lot more risk involved with certain things. Whereas the in later games, they are kind of more go with the flow. It's still competing with other folks, but it's just less the case that one wrong move and things can blow up in your face, kind of stuff. So,
What's the skill level involved? Like
so
dexterity wise?
it kind of depends because where most of that comes in is the mini games at the end of each turn, after everyone rolls once and moves. You play mini game. This is also a standard thing in like almost every Mario Party. I don't think there's an exception. I haven't played them all, but and a mini game will usually be like a 30 to 60-second game. It can be, you know, four players all against each other. Sometimes it'll be 1 versus 3. Sometimes it'll be 2 versus 2. And usually the winner or winners get 10 coins. So this helps people get stars or other things that assist in getting stars. Some of those mini games are require a lot of like individual dexterous skill. So they might be something where you have to like it'll give you like it might be a game where like basically the thing is you have to hit the right sequence of buttons and whoever does it fastest wins or something like that. So you have to be able to read what is coming up on the screen and hit it in the right order faster than everyone else and not
With your
panic.
mouse or keyboard?
Well, since you'd be playing with a controller, it would be on your controller. So that
Oh.
yeah, uh, and then because these are Nintendo games and uh, Another thing might be like just who can mash a button the fastest in the span of time. Some of it might be actually moving your character and avoiding things, or maybe trying to hit something, or maybe trying to hit things while you avoid things. There's all kinds of mini games, and they change which ones you play with each game as well. So
Damn, is
this
it dark there? Oh,
Ziggy, what's up? Don't wake up.
Yes, it's dark here. It's fucking
who
yes,
are
dark
you
as
Jeremy.
hiding
that.
from, you
Jeremy
neighbor?
gets
It's
it. Jeremy gets it.
5:04,
You really
buddy, and
have
it's
to,
fucking dark as in space.
especially if it's the older Mario party games, especially 2 and 3. You have to play your heart out in that game. There's a lot going on. You cannot get complacent. It's definitely, I think, a game that rewards you for playing well, but um, you can't just. It's not a game that will let you sit on your laurels even for one turn.
Well, I found this online version of the original one. If it works, maybe that's a possibility.
Okay, we could look at that. I wouldn't mind an
It's taking
experiment.
forever to load up. It's at 63%, and it's been about
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Joe, I
If it,
hope to fucking God that mug isn't full of something.
no,
No, what you need to do, Joe, look, go find an old PlayStation 2, right? Find an
mhm.
old PlayStation 2, and you can break them. Do the old jailhouse break on them, and you
I'll do it
can
on it.
download an NES simulator on it, and you can download all kinds of games onto it. And I know this because I had an old PS2 that I had a buddy. He did that on.
Oh, that is fascinating.
Like
It's
you can do that, and I think you can do it on original Xboxes as well. I do
Mm.
believe, and I think people may have figured out how to do it on 360s, but I know for a fact the original Xbox and the PlayStation 2 you can do the jailbreak on them, and
They have something called Orange Juice that they're saying is a knockoff version, but without the mini games, and that one's available on Steam. But it sounds
yeah.
like the mini games are part of the fun.
The mini games are part of the fun. The mini games are interesting because I would say on their own they're not necessarily. Some of the games are actually pretty fun to play. Like there's this one in Mario Party 2 where you're all like these little tanks with your heads poking out, and you shoot at each
oh
other.
yeah, I
And
know what you're talking about.
last
I
tank
know what you're
standing.
talking
That's
about.
kind of fun anyway. Um, what makes the mini games fun though is their strategic relevance, right? So like if you know that if one person wins this mini game, they're going to have enough coins and they're about to get to the star, they're the closest to it, and then they'll take the lead, right? The importance of that mini game makes it more fun. So that's why Mario Party gets exciting. Is uh, things can have their moments where even if they're a very simple game, almost some of them are almost bland. Like there's this one mini game. It's a 2v2 where you just draw circles around this object on this sheet of paper that moves. You each have a marker, and you like giant marker. And you like push your marker and try to draw a circle together. Um, and on it,
Oh,
that's own. It's not like the most fun thing, but when you're competing against someone else and there's 10 coins on the line, it gets more interesting.
yeah.
And that's part of why, like, I think Monopoly would be more fun if there's a prize to it, because now, so that is definitely Mario Party 1. I don't think that's a version where you could play with other people because it seems to be embedded in the browser.
Oh,
But you could play it on your own. You could. Some people play Mario Party on their own and just play it.
it's
You
so.
could
Is
do.
it supposed to be this slow? What's the fun of playing
I
on your
think.
own?
Well,
I
I
want to
I
be the
think it's
gorilla.
because it's
I want to be the dragon.
I
Who's the
think
dragon?
that's Yoshi.
Yoshi. Oh, Yoshi. I know him somewhere somehow.
Your computer might be slow. It could be an issue with the browser. I don't know.
well, I
Uh,
mean, a lot of times, a lot of these games like this that take a lot of fucking power, they suck anyways.
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that's what it is.
Till
Who's
I
the
try to
gorilla?
play on.
That's Donkey Kong.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't know they were related to Mario.
Yeah. In fact,
Yeah,
in the
Mario
first.
appeared first in Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was the little dude?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
was
know that. I
Mario.
used to play Donkey Kong on the Atari all the time.
Yep.
That was
That's Mario.
Mario, man. I
I
used to
had
play
no
with
idea
and
that
till
actually,
today.
wasn't Joe or somebody? Can we do a check? I feel like Mario was in another game before there was Mario as well. I believe.
I don't know if he was in a game before Donkey Kong. He did do.
No, no, no,
He did
no.
get,
I'm talking about after Donkey Kong, but before Mario. Like I feel like he
Oh,
was another like another one of them supporting character type too. But I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I could
this
yeah,
is
be.
he did do a couple things like that.
too
There's a
resource intensive.
I know of a way to be able to play the Nintendo 64 games on the laptop. I've done it before. I have a new laptop now, so I need to set it up again. I had started to do it like a year and a half ago with my best friend and his wife just for fun.
I I absolutely hated the 64. Like I just didn't like the controller on it. Like you know what I mean? I never liked the controller. At that time PlayStation was out and PlayStation was the way to go with the dual shocks and shit like that there. Like that was the way.
Like you constantly surprise me with your knowledge of odd things. You know, like I never expected you to be an expert on video games, and yet here you are.
Dude, I played fucking dude, I can remember my dad. So in like '92, my dad bought me my first regular Nintendo. He paid $50 for it at a flea market there, and it came with 3 games at the time. It came with Super Mario Brothers 3, which is the fucking ultimate Mario game.
Hmm.
Uh, and then it came with Bayou Billy and
That sounds
uh,
fun.
what the fuck was the
Because of the Bayou
Mighty
part.
Bomb Jack.
Bayou Billy? That was a fun game. And Ninja Turtles. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Man, Bayou
3.
Billy does look fun. He looks hot too.
How
Well, I
old
don't
are
know
you,
about that.
Hot
Peggy? How
swamp
old are
daddy.
you?
Jeff, is that why you like that one Bob Ross
Five,
thing I
6.
did most?
Which one?
When I
Leggy,
was showing the Bob Ross things to Not Laws in your
how old
server.
are
Oh no,
you?
I love the colors in it. I didn't realize it was a swamp, but
Yeah.
Hold on. Zach's trying to ask me a question. What, bub?
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Oh my god, I thought you were older than that, dude.
No, dude. But I grew up like fuck, dude. Like I just swear I grew up. Like I grew up fucking listening to
I
like
want to play Bayou
classic
Billy. I'm looking
rock
at it
and
now.
fucking dude. Like
Reminds me of Pitfall.
I
How
remember
old was
playing
the
fuck. My
guy?
dad had fucking an old Atari. I can remember playing fucking Pong on that when I was a fucking kid.
Yeah, I played Pong on the fucking Radio Shack version of it. Lloyd's, it was like Lloyd's or something, and it had Pong, and it had a little rifle that you could shoot at
So
the.
I can remember one of my first memories was like Christmas of like 91 that I can really remember 91, 92, something like that, 93. But
Hmm.
we were right around that time frame. I was at my uncle's house, right? And me and my cousin, we were raising hell. We got these fucking little monster trucks that they were big monster trucks, but they were cool because you could pull them back and they would go. Like, you know what I mean? Like they weren't the little tiny ones. They were fucking big size scale ones, toys, right? So as kids, we were pumped for them. We were running all around the house and shit. Well, he just bought, right? I tell you how he just bought one of them fucking enclosed TV cabinet deals there that had the speakers on the side of it. My cousin and me put one of us, I can't remember who, on it. God's honest truth. We put up one of us put a foot through that fucking one of them speakers, like the screen on that speaker. Holy fuck! Didn't my uncle have a meltdown?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
I
too.
could understand.
Dude, he grabbed both of us right by the scruff of the fucking neck, yanked us back, put us on the fucking couch, told us we got up, we were gonna eat the fucking fly swatter. Tell you what, we didn't get the fuck up.
The fly swatter.
My grandmother would say wooden spoon. She wouldn't even say spoon. She would go spoon, spoon. I'm like, Graham, it's spoon. No, it's spoon. Don't make. She goes, you getting lippy with me, boy? Dude, dude. She would
I
wash my
like her
mouth out with
already.
soap, horseradish sauce, hot sauce. I loved hot sauce. So little did she know, that was the one that I hammed up the most was the hot sauce, because I
Oh,
liked hot sauce.
you and Brer Rabbit. Oh, I
I'd
don't
be,
like brown
I'd be like,
crackers.
No, Graham, not the fucking. I won't not swear, but I'd be like, no, Graham, not the hot sauce, not the hot sauce. I remember
And
she put
you
me in
loved it.
timeout. She put me in timeout, right? I was like 8 years old. She put me in timeout.
You stayed in timeout? I can't imagine
Well,
anyone
no, I didn't
successfully
stay in
timing you out.
timeout. Listen,
Jeff
listen.
used to
I
break down
thought
the
I'd be.
Adventures of Fire Billy.
Oh, dude, this game brings back memories.
I've never seen. Oh, he's taking Annabelle. Look at that. Here's a knife to her. I hope I don't get my channel struck over this.
This guy's kind of a jerk.
Now,
This
people
is
play
Billy
games
or
all
the
time.
bad guy? I'm going rescue her.
That's
Right?
the bad guy. That's the
Okay.
bad guy.
How do I get past all this?
It seems like it's
I don't
running
know.
slow.
Oh, I think it is.
See, in the game, you could just hit the button and skip by all that shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Jeff, if you want to
Dude, like there
try
was
and make
like
Mario Party happen in your
alligators you had
server,
to
we can
jump
try that.
over, lagoons.
Yeah, like at Pitfall. I was in the Pitfall Club. I know I can at least do Pitfall.
It's
I have the
possible.
Pitfall skill set. What were you saying, Joe? If I want to do what?
I said if you want to make the Mario Party stuff happen in your server, we can try it.
Yeah, I'd be.
I know
I
a
want to get
better
more
way.
games going.
I wonder
But
if
what
the
I-
browser does not run a Nintendo 64 game well, but if a different form of emulation will. The only thing
What I was
would
saying about
recommend-
timeout though, right?
And I could
fucking
try a
got-
different browser.
Right?
Yeah, go
She
ahead.
put me in that timeout when I was like 8, and I thought I was going to be. My grandmother was a big woman, right? I thought I was going to be crafty and run the fuck out the door, right? And get by her. No. That woman, dude, she got the fuck up out of her chair and come fucking bailing out of that door after me. I went to go get 1 foot off the fucking stair, and that's about all that she got. She got a fucking handful of fucking hair, and I come
You
fucking
found
back.
out.
I was like, holy shit, Granny. I go, you're fast. She goes, yeah, I am, ain't I?
Wow.
That was horrible. That was horrible.
Sounds
Then
like you didn't have a good
I was
relationship.
quite mouthy. Look, I miss my grandmother dearly. As an adult and stuff, and as a teenager, I learned to appreciate my grandmother. But as a little snotty nosed brat, I was quite disrespectful. I can remember good times. My grandfather jacked my jaw for being disrespectful to my grandmother. I think the last time I was ever really disrespectful, it was it was just after my grandfather passed away. I said something ignorant. My dad and my uncle had this conversation. Next thing I know, I'm in the fucking vehicle. I wound up at fucking the county sheriff's office, right? I tell you what, that officer come out and spoke to me, scared the shit out of me, and I tell you what, I never did a thing like that again.
They dropped you off at the sheriff.
No. They went out and had the sheriff come out and speak to me.
The sheriffs would do that?
Well, back then they would.
Oh.
Not nowadays. I don't think they would.
They would be like extreme babysitters almost. Like, what's
My
wrong
mom
with
would
you?
use them as discipline. They'd come and kick me out of the house when I was older. But when I was little, the babysitters used to threaten to call the. We had one sheriff in town. It was this old man. You'd call him at his house, and they would threaten to call him if I didn't behave. And they would get on the phone and pretend to call him, and I would run to my bed and crawl under the covers and pretend to be sleeping just in case they showed up. But they never actually called.
Jeff, did you act up a lot as a kid?
No, I wasn't deliberately bad. I think I had a lot of energy, and I think they saw the energy as acting out. Like
Well,
I would run around the house and I would jump around. We'd jump on the furniture and play on the sofa
I did
bed
that
and
as
put
a
each
kid.
other in the dryer and spin
remember
each other
one
around.
time-
That kind of stuff.
Dude,
remember
do you
one
ever
time
do
when I
an
was-
April Fool's prank on your mother?
I was never good at pranks. I usually got the
I
pranks done on
always
me.
My mother. I would always
backfired.
mess with my mother because she annoyed me so much. I would always do these little pranky things to get back at her.
Oh.
I would
No,
play.
I just
mind
left her
games.
alone. The more I left her alone, the better my life was.
No, I remember one April Fool's. I switched her sugar out for salt.
Oh,
She
that
put
would have been
that
a
in
good
her
prank. See,
coffee.
I wouldn't. Don't even have the brain to think of something like that.
Well, guess what? Well, I seen her on. I think I seen her on like Ren and Snippy. To tell you the truth,
See, it saw it on what?
Ren and
Ren and
Stimpy.
Snippy,
Oh.
right? So anyway, I did it, and my fucking word, my mother, the next morning after, so April 2nd, she made me my bowl of oatmeal in the morning, right? Gave it to me. Oh yeah, oh yeah. She put sugar on it, all right.
See,
Yeah,
you
the
had
same
you
sugar
had
I gave
adults
her the
that were
night-
more clever than the kids. Ours were not. It seems like we were always able to be more clever than any of the adults around
Oh,
us.
you're like the kids in the movies where they're smarter than the adults.
Yeah, we're like the kids in 4 rooms.
You want to hear about a prank? We called this woman late at night because we knew her son was out and we hated him, and we told her that we were the police station and she needed to come identify the body. And she was all fucking freaked out about it, and
Oh my God, that's so evil. You are
it
a
is evil.
sociopath.
It is evil. It's evil. But I don't know if she went or not. But we never heard anything else about it. So
Damn.
don't cross me.
Did she cross you? Sound like that
Not
was
not
unprovoked.
not her. The son
Oh.
did, and we just fucking.
Oh.
We were a group of malcontents. You know.
Uh huh.
You know
That
what's
tends
funny
to be what
is
shows up on this channel.
I don't look back at any of like the harsh discipline I got at times from my parents or anyone else who was an authority figure with any kind of with
I
any
can't
bitterness.
imagine you needing a lot of discipline.
I did not act up a lot, but I mean, it's not like I never got spanked or something, right?
Oh, hey, tell us about the spanking.
You got spanked?
I got spanked. I was bad sometimes.
By who?
My dad, my mom, my grandparents.
Damn.
Your girlfriend?
My mom's stepfather, who I called Papa.
Pop-
Yeah, because you know um my mother's father, I call him Grandpa, and so I think it might have been like a Georgia tradition, because he was from Georgia. He said he wanted to be called Papa as I guess an alternative, kind of like my father's mother was called Mima. We didn't call her Grandma, and then so my mom's mother was Grandma, and then my father's mother is Mima. So we just I guess had these. Anyway, Papa had a fly swatter, and he would like come at us with it if we were bad. One time when I was reaching for something across the table too far, instead of asking, he slapped my hand like really hard, and I was like
So you didn't
13.
even know you were doing anything wrong.
Well,
I
he
mean,
did after he got slapped.
Right. That's. See, I don't like
behave,
stuff like that.
quit being bad.
That was way out of proportion to the offense, which was
Um,
barely an
I
offense.
I
Keep
think
your elbows off the table, god damn it.
there were a lot of things. I think in the cases where I got spanked, one, it was something where if I had stopped to think about it, I would have known better than to do it. Maybe it wasn't something I was specifically told, don't do this, but I was certainly smart enough to be able to figure it out, and they wanted to teach me to, think not to do things without having to be told, right? Like use common sense, basically. Don't just go blindly like, okay, these are the rules, anything else is okay. Because a lot of kids will do that unless you teach them to second guess things. Whereas my twin sister was not like that at all. She got spanked way more because she was just impulsive. She would just go and do things. Ooh, what's that? And she's still like that as an adult
Like a
in a
normal
way.
child.
She's still much between the two of us. Out of everyone in the family, she's the most impulsive, the least likely to think about the consequences of her actions. Now,
Do you
eventually, they
feel
realized spanking does not work on her because she does not learn, and so they had to adjust things. And we
have
also
you,
later learned she's on the autism spectrum, but we didn't learn that until she was 25.
What did they come up with?
They didn't know. They took her to a bunch of therapists, and they're like, "We don't know. She was depressed."
have you ever thought that somehow the souls got switched? Because I knew this set of twins, and one of them was like 6 feet tall and like a beast, and the other one was very diminutive and very like womanly, and one of them played guitar, and that was the male, the diminutive one, and the beast was the female, and they were twins. But it was like I swear to God, it seemed like their souls had been switched accidentally at birth, because the big one should have been the guy, and the guy should have been and the girl should have been the little one that was like the little
Maybe
twin.
those are just superficial gender expectations
I don't know. It was just weird. It was like the souls got switched at birth,
in the
and
womb.
they were in the wrong bodies.
Well, I mean, a small fraction of women are going to be like tall and physically imposing, more so even than most men. There's not a lot of them, but they do pop up every now and then.
But they were twins. I mean, why weren't they similar? You know?
It's just they could have gotten, you know, uh, very different genes from their parents. Like I don't look at all like my twin sister. I actually look more like my half sister.
You're fraternal because some twins come from the same egg and some just
Right.
share a womb together.
Oh,
Well,
I didn't
we,
know
we did
that.
not we did not technically share a womb. My mother has an interesting abnormality where she has two uteruses.
So you each got your own room.
Yeah, we each
What?
had our own womb. Yeah, and my mother was going through fertility treatments. The effect of the fertility treatment is that both wombs ovulated at the same time, and we
Wow.
were conceived. It's estimated about a week apart from each other.
Wow.
So she was a wombs haver.
Yeah,
Share.
a wombs haver. That's a way of putting it.
But you're not exactly twins then, because twins would be exactly the same from
So
the same
we're
concept.
fraternal twins. We're not identical twins. So we're twins who were, we were, um, I guess, we were literally born and bred at the same time, right, same day, right? And so that's
Because
the
the
only.
uterus, when you have a female fetus, the uterus starts out as two tubes that eventually could join together and make one. But in rare cases with some women, they don't join up and they remain separate tubes. What is that? Is that something you
Yeah.
made or you ordered? Is that
Well,
sun-dried
he
tomatoes? Looks like
ordered it, but
roaches.
it looks like bacon.
That's
Yeah.
bacon
Olives?
butter. That's bacon. That's a chicken bacon ranch pizza butter.
Chicken
Oh,
bacon?
I've had that before. That's good.
I
Like my
could do
kid's
without the
favorite
chicken.
pizza. I was like, what do you want for dinner? Chicken bacon ranch. Okay, kiddo.
Where the hell do you
Yeah.
get that from? Nobody has that around here where I live.
Fuck. They didn't have it really here until I started ordering it.
Was
When
it
my wife
delivery or
was
you picked it
pregnant,
up?
she started. Oh, I just
You
picked
put
it
the
up.
napkins on your pizzas? You're
Well,
all
no,
greasy.
it's in the box. It's in the box.
Oh.
Supposed to be.
But yeah, more to my other point is, I didn't look back very. I don't look back negatively on the spanking or anything. I think where I do look back on things negatively, it's for different reasons. It's not like ow that hurt, because I think the spanking made sense. I think it's a very easy lesson of if you do stupid things, there will be bad consequences.
But
Literally,
it's arbitrary. It's not like reaching across the table is not a stupid thing. That's just some arbitrary rule that they didn't want you to do.
I agree in that case, especially because I was like 13. That was a bit rough, but in general, like my parents did not do that. We would reach across the table at things at my parents' house. That's why it felt so natural to do it at his house. But um,
Yeah,
usually
but
only
Joe,
if I
you
did
were in the
something.
military, right?
Yeah,
So you during basic training and shit, you must have had to eat square, like sit square in your chair, eat, in the proper way, no elbows off the table,
yeah, like
like,
I
That's
had
so
that.
oppressive.
I had like the most regimented, I guess, eating in the mess hall. Like in the field, they're a lot more.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the
Yeah,
field it is what it
accommodating.
is, but
But
I'm
yeah,
talking about like as far as the military way of eating, you're supposed to sit square at your table. You're supposed to, keep your elbows
No
off.
way.
You're supposed to eat in a square. Technically, the military way.
Probably no rocking.
hmm but yeah, it's and you get a lot of physical punishments in the military too. Mostly they just smoke you, but
Oh
they're
yeah,
not
up
they're not
down. I
they're
too
not allowed to
slow.
beat you up anymore.
Well, look, they weren't quote unquote supposed to touch you either when I went through, but I tell you what, I made the mistake and I pointed at my drill instructor. He twisted my finger right around.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I had one grab me by the shirt collar one time, but
Oh, they'll scare the shit out of you. There's
Oh
no
my
doubt
God,
about it.
that's all it would have taken.
The
That's
Marine guys. Now I hear the Marine guys now. That's a whole different
all it would have
ballgame.
taken for what, Jeff?
for me to react. Like you don't put your hands on me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I would, I'd be good at the obstacle course, but I would not be good at the. We didn't grow up with any rules. We had no rules. We had no discipline. As long as we stayed out of their hair, they didn't care what we did. So if we were in any kind of trouble, it's because we brought it on ourselves somehow. We worked really hard to bring it on ourselves.
I
Yep.
remember one time when I was probably like, I don't know, 8 or 9. Um, I had done something bad. I don't remember what, but I knew I had. Like, and my father came into my room. I happened to be on. I had a bunk bed in my room, and I happened to be on the ladder, like halfway up it when he came in. I look back, and he's like, you know what you did? It was wrong, right? And I'm like, yeah, yeah. So we have a quick conversation about it. He's like, all right, Joe, you need to take your medicine. Come down and take your medicine, right? So I came down, and he beat the shit out of me.
Dude, that kind of happened with my dad and my brother. He's 8 years younger than me, and I used to be kind of mean to him, you know, big brother or whatever.
Look, Jeff's
But
doing
what my
his
dad goes,
dog
one of
face.
these days I'm gonna wake you up.
This is a
I'm gonna
horror
give him a
story.
bat and I'm gonna let him wake you up. Sure enough, my dad one night gave him a fucking wiffle ball bat, told him to whack me with it. He whacked
That's
me with
even
that fucking
worse.
bat. He whacked me with that wiffle ball bat. Holy fuck, I got up, but I went to grab it to hit him back. There was my dad standing there. He goes, I told you what was going to happen. You kept fucking with him.
Actually, I had something like that happen
Wow,
one
y'all grew
time.
up savage.
I think this is the
Not
one
like it
time.
wasn't a real bait. It was a wiffle ball bat. No, so it wasn't like a
Still.
wooden. But still. Oh, that
I,
hurt. That fucking hurt.
so this is. I think this is the one time I don't agree with the spanking I got. So normally, like when I say beat the shit out of me, it was really just hard smacks on the bottom. But
Oh,
in this
okay.
case, yeah, right. I'm hamming it up, right? It's not like he's just punching a child on the ground. My father is not like that. But one time, I was playing this board game with my sister. It was the Addams Family board game, and I've since looked back on it. It seems to me like it's an entirely chance-based board game. You just roll, you go around the board, you draw cards. I don't even remember how you win, but my sister won 3 times in a row. And one time, like when I got like, I had it. I said "dag nabbit," which is like one of those southern things you say so you don't cuss. But my sister thought I said "damn it," and I happened to have this little toy golf club that's like made of hard plastic. It's like it's like kids,
I know
cheater
which
golf
ones you're
set.
talking about.
Yeah,
Like
and
my little one.
the club part is still quite firm, right?
Yeah.
All right. So my sister's like, "Oh, Dad, Joe said a bad word," and my dad happened to be in the room, but he's kind of like some feet away, so he's not really, and he's working on something. He's not listening. He's like, "Oh, what did he say?" And like he said, "Damn it!" He yanks the toy golf club out of my head, and he hits me with it like 5 or 6 times.
Now,
I'm
how hard did he
horrified.
hit me with it though?
It felt pretty hard. I didn't get like bruised or anything, but man, that hurt. Ooh.
Oh fuck.
Oh my
Only if
god.
kids today knew what kids once went through.
Yeah. And then our
Really?
parents tell
You
us,
know what I mean? And
our
we weren't
parents tell us,
classified
they
as
say,
abused by no means of the imagination.
our
You know what
parents
I
tell
mean?
us, they're
To
like,
abuse
you think you
kids.
have it bad, you don't know how bad I got it. They tell us that, right?
Well, it's like these fucking kids that, when I grew up, the abused kids were the kids that, their parents were drunks or fucking alcoholic. I mean, or druggies and left them to fend for themselves. Or the kids that was fucking stabbing to death or had no heat in them home. Like, those are the ones that got in fucking trouble. Now, as the years go on, you got more and more fucking violent crimes against children, which is a despicable fucking thing, but that's neither here or there. Uh, but
I will say that my
yeah.
spankings were few and far between because I tended to learn my lesson after that. And then, but there was a lot of things I would not do as a kid. Like, it was a regular thought process. Like, oh, if I do that, I'm going to get spanked. And it's just like,
Exactly.
I don't need
Exactly.
to be told not to do this. Like there's things like novel situations at school, at daycare, when my parents are not around. But I know if this is probably pushing an envelope, and if I push it, the adult in charge will eventually tell my parents, and then I will get a spanking when I get home. And I didn't want to get
I
spanked.
So when I was in fourth grade, my dad shaved my head, like, well, cut my head. He gave me a crew cut, right? It looked good. It was all level, nice, good. Well, I got fucking around with him before school in the morning. I took him and I fucking did a thing right down the center of my head. I mean, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was in fourth grade. I fucking do big thing. I was like, oh shit, panic. Well, I had a Chicago Bull hat, and I put it on. And the wind caught it. My dad seen that. He goes, "Hey, son, come back here for a minute." He takes that hat off my head. He goes, "What I thought. Get back in the car." Never says a word to me. I get in. He goes, "Sit your ass in the chair." I sit in the chair. He takes them clippers. I mean, and he shaves it as short as possible, right? Then he goes, "Don't move." He goes to the bathroom and gets a razor. Comes back, shaves my head. He goes, "All right, Mister Clean, get up. Let's go to school." I go, "What did you do to me?" Dude, I got bullied for that one hardcore. I
Oh my
hated my
God, that's
dad.
so. You were trying
I
to be
hated my
creative and
dad
express
afterward for a
yourself.
long time, for quite a few months till my hair grew back. Because people were like, "What's up, Baldy? What's up, Professor X?" Like all the fucking whatever you could say, powder. What's up,
Powder,
powder?
yeah.
I'm
Leggy,
just
that
like,
breaks
what
my
the
heart. It
fuck?
really does. I
Jeff's
would have
heart
said
is
something to your dad if
broken.
I was there.
Jeff's heart is broken. I'm cracking up.
Guess what? I learned my lesson though. I learned my
What
lesson.
was the lesson? Not to express yourself? You didn't learn that. I'm glad you
What do
didn't.
you mean? Not to fuck with shit you don't know what you're doing.
I think
Like
it's
I didn't know
fine
what
to
the
experiment and play
I
around
had
and break
no
things. And
business. I had no business fucking around with them cheers. I was fucking around with them just to be fucking around with them because I didn't know what I
yeah,
didn't
well, that's how you
understand.
learn.
I didn't understand what they were really. Like, you know what I mean? Like, cause my dad always put something on them. So like, I thought like the guard he put on it. I didn't think it would cut your hair. I mean, I was in fourth grade, so in my mind, I didn't think it cut your hair, unless it had them guards on it. So I did it fucking joking, like but trying to play pretend, and it was the real thing. So like, I wasn't trying to express myself. I was
Oh.
fucking off with something I shouldn't have had.
Well, it was an honestly. I don't think it deserved the
Jeff
punishment you
thinks
got.
Jeff thinks that
Oh,
experimenting with it is still a form of expression. You're
yeah.
expressing your curiosity.
Yeah.
Well, look. All I
I,
know is I learned my lesson. Oh, I can remember.
Especially,
Oh,
he's
another
he's
time I was
imagining
like
a little leggy. He's
14.
imagining a little leggy being put in that situation, and it breaks his heart.
Look, I was 14, and I that was when I really started getting mechanical, like inquisitive how things work and shit. Well, my dad's friend had this old lawnmower. I went and get some gas, oil, and I started it. Well, then I couldn't get the fuck off. Well, I pulled the fucking spark wire off to get it to shut off. So, what are you doing, you damn moron? Don't fuck with shit. You could have killed. Well, that didn't stop me though. Shit though.
what did you cut out a little
Like
bit?
good time.
This
But
is all very entertaining.
Stop, Philip.
of course it is. Of course it is.
That's why he couldn't explain the pyramids to you. He had a problem in his education system. But yeah, it's interesting, Jeff.
Anyway,
Yeah,
That
we didn't have any of that, and my mom didn't. She didn't allow my stepdad to discipline her kids. They had an agreement where they would discipline their own kids, so we didn't have to worry about him. And she didn't believe in spanking.
so she just argued and fought with you a lot.
She fussed and ranted and raved all the time. Everybody ignored her. We had no idea what she was going on about at any given time. So
Jeff,
we
do you
just learned to
agree?
ignore her very early.
Do you agree with the saying, "If Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy"?
It depends on the mama, cause our mama, it did not work. That did not apply.
Okay.
Mama was not happy all the time, and we just went about our business and didn't let it affect us.
Is she happy now?
Yeah, I think she's pretty happy, more or less. That's probably how I developed a lot of my resiliency. I just learned to ignore things very early. I didn't internalize anything that didn't have anything to do with me, because it was chaos. I would have had so many, way more complexes than I have now if I had done that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Leggy, I still remember your high school story too. So, not everything in childhood took. You still had some learning to do as you got older.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's, I mean, I'm 33 now, so it's just for me. It's interesting to think about how much my 20s were still very much a learning and development experience. But it's like, and I'm guessing this is normal, but it's not how it was portrayed to me. Which is like the way it's portrayed is you're 18, you're an adult, and you have to be ready for everything by then. If nothing else, by the time you finish college. But um, really, like 20s is like where you're still mostly just learning a lot of stuff, but it has to be self-guided learning. It's really like not a learning where you can have a clearly defined teacher for things. You have to set your own goals, sort of gauge your own success, know what success or failure looks like on your own terms, as opposed to what the grade says. A,
Oh
B,
yeah,
C.
I was doing that very early. Like even as a kid, I was doing that. I couldn't rely on the adults to do any of that for me. I learned to do that on my own very early, even with school. And I was a good, believe it or not, I was a quiet kid. I played by myself a lot most of the time. I read. I was in my room reading books. I did my own thing. I wasn't really causing trouble for anybody, so they pretty much left me alone. I didn't really need a lot of discipline.
Yeah, I mean, I mostly behaved well. Like I was usually considered one of the best behaved kids in my classes. All throughout my childhood.
But I was also the scapegoat. So when something did go, I was the first one everybody blamed. Like whatever went wrong in the family, Jeff must have done it. So I got the brunt of almost everything that did go wrong. I got the brunt of it somehow.
Like who left the faucet running? Oh, it was Jeff.
Jeff. Who broke it? Did Jeff. Who did it? Jeff.
And then,
Always, I was the go-to person. And my mom was also the type that if something happened, the first person that walked through the door was the one that was going to get the brunt of her rage. It didn't matter if they did it or not; they were going to get the consequences of whatever she was upset about at that moment.
that's kind of how my mother was. I didn't realize this as a kid, like at the time, but I later realized this is what was happening. Is a lot of my mother's meanness was just her being unhappy at her job with stuff that went on with her coworkers, just all the workplace drama, and the fact that she didn't like the job itself. So it's work she doesn't like with coworkers she doesn't like, and she'd be angry already when she gets home. And so like who does she see? The kids, her husband, right? And it's like, all right, time to be angry at these people.
Yep.
And but the interesting is my father was so different about it. He'd come home, he could have a horrible day at work, and I have since learned he had some truly awful experiences at work. But when he would come home, he'd be like, "That's over. I get to see my family. I'm a happy man." He was such a different person about it.
Because she probably couldn't express at work, so she had to wait till she could have some people she could safely express that on.
Well, I mean, she would express it just by being angry about just. She's extremely sensitive to things. Everything that's slightly off is at meltdown. Like she had no patience anymore for the rest of the day. There was. It's not like, oh, my family who I love. I'm so happy to see them be around them. It's just, it's we're basically punching bags at that point.
Yeah, that seems borderline abusive to me.
No, that's why I don't talk to her anymore because I got tired of that stuff. Whereas, obviously I don't think my father was perfect, but he was not. He did not have a recurring pattern of being an abuser or a tyrant, right? There are far more cases of him trying to be funny and tell a joke and upbeat and just not the stuff that my mother did. He was only disciplinarian when he felt like he had to be, but he was not normally very impulsive. Like with you're gonna get it now, kid. That was not my father. He would usually, and before anything, he would usually stop and explain it to you. That one instance I told was unusual even for him.
Because it was obvious what you did.
Well, I didn't say it, one. And two, he just went straight into the punishment and there was no communication, right? He immediately believed my sister, and I was more mad at her for it.
Are you talking about the golf club one?
Yeah, because he
Or the
only did it
bunk
based
bed
on
one?
what my sister told him, the golf club one. I don't remember what it is I did with the bunk bed thing, but I definitely did it. I definitely did it, and I knew that I did it, and I knew that he was going to come at some point. I knew it was coming. I remember one time when we were in the car, I'd said something bad. I don't remember what. My father was like, "Don't say that," and then a few minutes later, I said it again. And so he reached back and tried to smack me, and I like jumped in my seat and dodged him. Because he can only reach back so far while he's trying to drive the car, and right, and this is like the middle of the day. The whole day goes by. Hours, it's like 8-9 hours later. He's putting me to bed for the evening, right? As he's putting me to bed, he gives me one smack. He's like, "You thought I forgot? This is for when you dodged me in the car." and that's when I realized, okay, because I thought he forgot. I thought it was good. Nope, he waited until I was cozy, so that the message would stick. I will not forget. Do not try to pull a fast one on me.
How old were you?
This is probably when I was like 8 or 9.
Oh.
I think because I don't think I really started getting spanked until maybe I was 4 or 5. Like they were not really spanking me when I was very little, and then they stopped around the time I got to be maybe, I don't know, 11 or 12. So I think the peak of it was probably like between 7 and 9. Whereas like my sister, it took a bit longer for her because then they had to realize, oh, she's not learning. Like she's clearly not afraid of being spanked because she doesn't even think about it. When she does stuff, her mind does not work like Joe's. We need to figure something else out. We need to see what's going. They started taking her to like psychiatrists and stuff, but she was not diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum until
They weren't really looking for it back then.
No, I
as
don't
much
think
as
so.
they were today.
Today it's like autism. So
how is she doing today as an adult?
I mean, she has been way less functional as an adult than I am. So she spent pretty much all her 20s living with my parents, except going to college. But she took like, I think, almost 6 years to graduate. She had a lot of things that just set her back. It was not totally clear if she would get her college degree. And then she just had a bunch of other just psychological meltdowns and stuff over the years. But in the past year, she moved out. One of her boyfriend from college had also moved out, like, of North Carolina to another state, and that seemed to not help her at all. And then he eventually came back to North Carolina a couple of years ago, and then this year they kind of just disappeared together. And when I say no explanation, like, she basically just kind of moved out and just did not really announce it or discuss what was going on. And so she is in a different part of the country, living with the one guy who seems to have a stable relationship with her, and they're doing whatever. I don't think he's not like an alcoholic.
Do you know where y'all know where she is? Like, she keeps in touch?
I know where she is. Only I know where she is. Because I happened to check in with her, and she decided to confide it in me. But she asked me not to say, so I'm not going to slip it on the stream. But I guess she wants to tell everyone, this mainly being the rest of the family, on her own terms. I am assuming that right now, even though what I said sounds very weird, she is the best off she's ever been as an adult. Because she's out doing things somewhat on her own. The exception being it's with who I think is going to be, if they don't get married, he's basically like her husband. I think that's what they're going to be. He's basically like husband and wife. I don't know if they'll ever actually go through the formality of marriage. But
Jeremy, are these on Steam? Are you on Steam? Is this is it stuff we could here? Take my Steam name.
A lot of people like Pow World
because I'm always looking for new games to play. I'm looking at Improv the Ants right now. It does. It looks. Oh wow. What kind of game is it? Conquer enemy nest and lead your colony through the perils of the forest.
You're looking at Power World?
Wow. Oh my God. What's the other one? Power World?
Okay.
I have some co-op games too. If anybody's on Steam, we could play them and maybe even stream them. Power World looks. Oh my God. They're sheep with machine guns. It looks a little cartoony for
Yeah,
me.
it's sort of like a Pokemon
Yeah.
ripoff.
Oh, it is Pokemon. I just
What
saw him.
what
Gentlemen. Not a little change of subject, but I had a pretty good conversation with an individual yesterday that I thought was batshit crazy, but it turns out he could hold a pretty good conversation.
Somebody from the Panelverse.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What was the conversation about?
Oh, it was just a conversation, just a random bullshit conversation, but it was still a conversation. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't. It was with fucking Tommy Illuminati. Fucking dude.
Oh yeah, I've had some. Yeah,
Like
I know what you
I had a
mean.
pretty good
I've had some
conversation
good
with him.
conversations with him before too.
Like I thought I was gonna go up there and fucking him be some type of fucking jackass. No, no, it was a pretty chill conversation.
isn't he's Illumitami, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Illumitami.
Okay.
But I like saying Tommy Illuminati.
And isn't that who Hank said I guess a few streams ago that Illumitami like can't control what he says rather than it's a character? Or was that somebody else?
I don't know. I think it might be a character. I
No, I
don't know.
think there's a debate on like how much is spurgery and how much is intentional. Like how much is a bit, how much is organic versus inorganic with Tommy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know he carries a firearm. I mean, I
But I
know
think a
that.
lot of it is authentic
So
spurgery. I don't think he's faking some of it.
no, but what I'm saying, what I think it comes right down to it. I think pretty. He's pretty. He can decipher a situation pretty quick and act on it, rather
Yeah,
not.
he's sharp. Tommy's very intelligent. Tommy's one of the people that I misjudged in the Panelverse. He's one of the first people I met, and I misjudged him, and I got to correct that as I got to know him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Some people are not always as they seem.
That's true. Joe, you seem all calm, chill, and collected,
I,
but I feel like right down when it comes right down to the head of it, you're just screaming on the inside and just want to fucking
we'll never
ah.
know because he's so good at that poker face. But we don't ever. I'm starting genealogy of morals for our Nietzsche book club, and the very first passage of the preface is how we never really know ourselves, which is one thing I've been saying forever. So if we don't know our own self, there's no way we know other people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
Well,
all of us are working on partial information about both ourselves and other people. It's interpretation, it's narrative, it's inner subjectivity. That's as best we can do. It's a very partial knowledge we're only
all
ever
I can
going to
say is,
have.
if you want to see what people are made of, let shit hit the fan and see how they react.
Yeah, I think that's one
That
of
will tell
the
you a lot.
best ways to achieve some kind of
Mm-hmm.
approach to knowledge is by looking at actions. I think actions reveal character or can reveal character. So if we see what people do in the situations where we can observe their actions, I think that we can come pretty close to forming a picture of the patterns of who that person is. Or like we can start building our model, our predictive model of that person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, are you in the Discord? We have a gaming channel. I'll play some of these games, especially if they're co-op. I like the co-op games, and I like the games that are not complicated to control.
I would say most of the Mario Party games are not complicated to control. There are a few mini games that are maybe a little like that, but a few of them have to be that way so
And
that
what you need the gaming system though? Which one is it?
so
Sega or
you can
Xbox?
you can so I if we all had a Nintendo Switch, we could buy them on the Nintendo Marketplace and then play them through our Switches now. But I don't have a Switch. But there's a thing called Project 64. It's a Nintendo 64 emulator that you can run on a laptop. And then all you need
Oh,
is a control that you can plug into a controller. Like it could be an Xbox controller, a PlayStation controller that you plug into your USB port, and then you would just have to set the controls to essentially work like it would be an N64 controller. So there'd be some setup you'd have to do, but you could otherwise then play it like pretty normally at that point.
So is there can you simulate with a keyboard? Or there keyboard controls?
Um, so you could, but that would ruin a majority of the mini games because a lot of the mini games involve, um, like moving your character and having sort of a multi-directional movement that the arrow keys on the keyboard are insufficient. So there are some mini games that are not affected by that badly, but um, I've watched some like streams or recordings of people who played where like two of them had a controller and two of them were using their keyboard, and the keyboard people had a pretty noticeable disadvantage. It was kind of funny, and they were kind of just going for a comedy edge anyway. But if people do want to have, a more engrossing gaming experience, then, and it's still funny anyway because it's Mario Party. So I'd rather the funny parts be the Mario Party and not because someone's using a keyboard.
We're playing Barotrauma right now in the Discord. Moose has a game going. He streamed some of it the other day. I'm looking at Sons of the Forest.
How do you like Barotrauma? I've barely even fiddled with it.
I keep killing myself. Just like in real life, I keep setting myself on fire. I keep falling off of ladders. I keep drowning myself.
Jeff, are you a klutz?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a kid, I electrocuted myself. I almost drowned. I almost fell off of a cliff. And my brother was even worse. Like I can't tell you how many times we were at the hospital with him. I have dyspraxia. I'm diagnosed as a klutz. It's a processing disorder. It's part of the neurodivergence.
Interesting. Okay.
That's why I don't fool with guns. I don't fool with knives. I don't try to cook. I don't try to do things in the kitchen.
Oh, so when people started teasing you about getting McDonald's because Trump did, you have to go and get prepared foods. Like they're just bullying you for your neurodivergence. I think they should all be
They were
banned.
teasing me about McDonald's. Wait, I'm looking at Sons of the Forest and I see a bunch of dead killer whales with blood all over them washed up on a beach.
RFK Jr. has to eat too.
Ooh, there's a giant skull in the forest. They were teasing me about the fries.
There's been a little bit of that here and there about teasing you about the McDonald's fries, especially because you made like a content out of it.
Oh,
And
I love the fry. I want some more. They can tease me all they want. I love me some McDonald's fries.
yeah, I mean, I thought it was funny in the same way that I thought Trump going to McDonald's was funny.
Me
And
too. That was my inspiration. If that's how they get their kicks, there's more where that came from because I
if
plan
you've
to do it
noticed,
again.
the one thing where I don't worry about the poker face is when I think something's funny.
Is when what?
When I think something's funny.
You're able to express humor.
Well, I mean, I think you've probably noticed that whenever somebody says something that I think is funny, I will laugh about it. Sometimes. Quite loudly.
Sometimes you will just dryly comment.
Well, I probably don't think it's that funny then, right?
Oh.
But it's something it's a
So
niche laugh.
if somebody makes you laugh out loud, it's genuine laughter. That's a
Yeah.
genuine response. And you know what? I was thinking the other day too about the masking thing. We talk about it in the context of anger and our like raw, spontaneous reactions. But things like negative emotions like depression, anxiety, when that shit starts, I mask that right away. Like that's not something I'm just like, oh, I'm depressed. I'm gonna walk around melancholic all day. I definitely get a handle on that shit very early. I redirect it. So the same thing you do when you feel the anger, I do it when I feel melancholy or sadness or depression or the sorrowful emotions, because that stuff will drag me down if I don't do something about it the minute it starts. So I do a form of masking. I think we just I see it more as emotional inhibition. I think we choose, again, the self-determination. We decide which emotions we want to allow and express or allow others to see, and which ones we want to do something about the minute they happen. And for you, it's anger. You have reasons for that. You have a history with it. So when you feel the beginnings of anger, you have this method that you start applying to it right away. And I do the same, but for different emotions than you do. But I was realizing the other day that I do something similar, just not with the same emotions.
Hmm. Yeah, and there are other things too. Like someone might tell me something that is basically good news, and I might not have a much of a reaction. And then sometimes people will be like, "Aren't you excited?" And part of me wants to be excited, but then there's a part of me that's like, I'm like, let's wait and see until it happens, and then I'll be excited, right? Or like that's when I'll start showing excitement.
Well,
Um,
then that's not genuine excitement. Like to me, excitement is happens. It's
well,
unwilled. It's spontaneous. It's a genuine reaction to a stimulus. It's not something you have to think about and then display
well,
consciously.
some of it is also like the act of wearing the mask sort of changes you, right? So like it's aspiring to be the mask can make you into the mask
Why would you want to be the mask?
because sometimes the mask is useful.
But is it you?
It is if I become it.
But why would you want to become something that you're not?
Well, I feel like that's just part of life. We become lots of things that we're not, at least not at first.
Right, we do, but I question. I think every time we do, it takes us away from who we genuinely are. Like we're adopting a false. Like Ren was talking about those cardboard constructs. We're adopting something artificial
Or
in the
essentially
process.
doing the stuff that made Peter Pan afraid of growing up because he was afraid of losing himself. Not just getting old and dying, but losing who he is. That's why he
I don't
studied
know
it.
if I associate it with growing up. I think it can be a sign of maturity that we stay true to who we authentic, like that we know who we authentically are and stay true to that. I think could be a form of maturity. And
What's interesting.
I guess I would only adopt a persona, like an artificially constructed persona, if there were a reason for doing it that somehow still stayed true to my authentic self. And that's probably the confusion for me is try to envision a way that adopting an artificial self is somehow also being your true self at the same time.
Hmm.
Noita, let me look that up. I'm gonna need a gaming budget soon.
You are. But it won't cost anything for the Mario Party emulation, so that's the good thing.
How easy? How hard is it to get a control? Ooh, this one looks fun. This Noita thing.
You could just
How
walk
hard is
into
it to get just a controller and hook it up? Is it USB? You hook it up to a laptop?
yeah. So let me grab something real quick. I'll show you.
All right. Is Noita co-op? It looks very skill based. Like a lot of running and jumping and maybe shooting things. I'm better at the point and click where you just explore and point at things and try to figure out puzzles.
Okay, so
Wired Xbox controller. Okay.
yeah, so here's a wired Xbox controller.
That's what
Mine
they're
has.
called. How much does something like that run?
I think they're like $25.
Oh, I could do that.
The wireless ones. The wireless ones. You can't always just plug in the wireless ones. The cords they have are to recharge, but they don't come with. They
So
only
that's
transfer.
just USB. It comes with a USB and you just
Right,
plug it into your
right.
laptop.
Whereas this not only powers the controller, but the informational inputs and outputs go through it as well. So you plug it in your laptop, assuming it's like a PC, it should just read it and be like, "Oh, you got an Xbox controller in here." And then with the emulator, it'll even have a thing of, are you using? Because you're not just emulating the N64, but then you're emulating the controller as well. And then there's actually a thing in there that will say, are you going to emulate it with a Xbox controller? And then you pick that, and and then you just have to say which buttons you want to represent what in the Xbox.
Okay, here's my question with the Xbox. Is it the kind that vibrates in your hand?
Uh, so these vibrate, but it would have to be a game where vibrations are part of the game, and I don't think the old Mario parties are those.
All right, because my ex had an Xbox, and he tried to get me to play it, and he put this big fancy controller in my hand that I couldn't operate, and it started vibrating, and it freaked me out, and I threw it up in the air, and he freaked out. Like I'm not good with mechanical
Oh
things
yeah.
like that. I'm used to different kind of
So
things
this
that
should not
vibrate.
vibrate if you play it for Mario Party. Now, if you play a more modern Xbox game, you would probably have to disable the vibration. Like you
Okay,
just go to the
I just
settings.
remember it was not a good experience all the way around.
I can imagine if you don't know that controllers
No, he
vibrate.
didn't tell me anything about it. It just
Yeah,
suddenly started moving around in my hand, and
shaking, and you don't know what's happening. It's I can
no.
imagine, especially if you're again if you're someone who can be set off.
Oh, hey, rude girl. Good to see you. Black Desert Explorer. God, all these
Her name is
games.
Rude
Let's
Girl.
see. I
Interesting name. Why she gotta be so rude?
if you Okay, well these are it's good to know that ooh, this one looks cool too. It's good to know these options are out there.
And the good thing is, you can use it for a lot of other things. And oh, you're cranky. I
Black
wonder if
Desert's only
you're
$10 too.
But yeah, once you have it, you can use it for a lot of things. And since Xbox controllers are made by Microsoft, PCs, know what they are right away, and they'll automatically put in the drivers for
Oh,
them.
right, yeah. Well,
So
because if we get a little core, stable group of gamers that can sustain some games long term, we can start having a regular a game stream.
yeah, we can definitely do that.
That was one of my goals. And Tabletop Simulator. All right, I'm looking up all these games. Is it Heart of Chernobyl? Is that the stalker? Ooh, Lord, that was $60.
Rude Girl, do you like the Mario Party games? Because Jeff and I were talking about playing the old school ones before you showed
Rude
up.
Girl, are you in the Discord? Well, we have a gaming channel in our Discord that we play games in. And in fact, Joe, if you can find a way to set up a Mario Party through Discord.
Okay. I've definitely done this before because when I played with my best friend and his wife, we actually did it through Discord from our own houses. They did not come over here to play with me.
Oh. Well, our plan is eventually to start streaming some of these games, so you can maybe at least watch the streams.
One reason like a lot of people like young men don't like Democrats is because Hillary Clinton was always big on regulating video games and trying to ban
She
certain
was a
types.
Karen, yeah.
And they're like, "Don't take our games from us."
Yeah.
So if we play
I
Mario
know.
Party, Rude
And
Girl
and
would
the
have to play.
PMRC, they did the same thing with our music, the PMRC. And they were wanting to do that with internet platforms like YouTube, censored Twitter and YouTube and all that, free speech. It's the Karens. Karens cannot just let people be. They have to interfere.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord, I can already tell there's way too many games to get into.
Yeah, there's so
I'm
many games.
already prone to internet addiction.
There's so many games. I remember I thought there was a lot of games when I was a kid. There's so many now. You'll never run out of games to play if you could. I don't think you could play all the games now. They make too many.
Right, you have to find the top of the genres that you like.
Yeah, it's crazy. I actually I want to start playing some more Call of Duty. Somehow I got Black Ops 6, like just completely free on my Xbox, like the whole game, and I didn't know that I was just gonna have that. But apparently, you can get Call of Duty completely for free now. And
I, someone was playing it. I'm trying to think who. There's somebody in our group that plays it. They were playing it on stream the other day.
yeah,
I forgot who.
if you
I
want,
was on a stream and they had pulled it up and they were playing it. And
I could probably stream it, and then you can see how good I am at Call of Duty.
because there's like other. That's a way to meet people too. You meet other people through video gaming, just like the Panelverse.
Yeah, some people make like, oh, you're a good teammate. Like, let's become friends.
Yeah,
I
you have
never had much
conversation. They
success.
talk about politics. They fight. They have drama. They have trolls, just like on here.
Yeah, I never really kept up with anyone like more than a day or two that I met through playing. Usually, if there was anyone I knew for a long time from playing, I knew them from something else, and then we agreed to play. Like I met them in a discussion forum or something.
YouTube is almost its own video game to be.
It's like an interesting hybrid between TV, a video game, and an internet discussion.
Yeah, it's like a real life. I mean, like a reality
Yeah.
combination reality TV show video game. It's kind of like The Circle. They had a reality show a while back where they put the contestants. They all had their own little apartment with the screen, and they would interact with each other through the screen. And they play the whole game through the screen. And some of them would have fake profiles with, like, they would pretend to be different characters than they actually were in real life, and the players only knew them as their fake persona. And they had to make alliances and do challenges, and they had all this drama that would grow up between them.
All right. So when we eventually get around to Mario Party, I'll make sure you have dibs on Yoshi since you just lit up when you saw him.
I like the gorilla too. I think I could do Yoshi or the. Do they have different powers and advantages, or is just visual?
Not in Mario Party 2. I think there's only one Mario Party where the specific characters have powers.
I kind of like Kong. Now that I got to see him in action.
And it's possible that in some of the mini games, the size of the characters maybe. I don't think that's ever been confirmed. In some cases, a character size could may be good or bad. But what really matters is the hitboxes. I don't know if you're familiar with how games are designed, but hey, DK is a gorilla. I mean,
Is it like hit points?
A hitbox is so there's when you're playing a video game, especially one. Well, this is true of 2D. 2D games or 3D games. There's the visual character that you see, whether it's your character, an ally, an enemy. There's the one you see, and then there's the one that actually interacts with things. And there's usually this zone that's superimposed with the visual image called a hitbox. Basically, it's a box on the screen that can be hit. In older days, it literally was just like basically a box. And so it does not perfectly match the physical shape of the character. And so, and then in some mini games, since you basically have a modified version of each character in each mini game because the physics are not the same in every mini game. Like some mini games you can jump, some of them you can't, for example, because jumping is not part of that mini game. But basically, they might all have identical hitboxes, so that you're equally likely to hit all of them. If it's a thing where hitting them is important, we'll say. Depending on if that's a thing. I don't know if that's ever been tested. I can say that's the pretty high level stuff. Like I'm giving you a very over detailed answer, right? Like that's the only thing I could imagine coming into play. Otherwise, every time I've seen people play, and I do watch people play for fun. It's one of my favorite types of YouTube videos to watch.
Do they attack each other's characters in Mario Party?
In mini games, like so I mentioned there's one where you're all tanks and you drive around this little map and you shoot at each other and the winner is the last person standing. So some of the mini games are combat oriented, some of them are not combat oriented. Depends. But in that case, you are all identical because they just take your head, they put it on top of a tank that's your color, and then the tank is actually the body and it's not your normal character. So your body can change depending on the mini game. So there's that.
And you know what else I just realized I have is the Jackbox series of games. Those are very fun party games, and they would be easy to play online.
Yeah,
They might
from
even
what I
have a
can tell,
Discord plugin for it.
the two most important things in winning Mario Party are skill in a minigame, and if not that, this is actually probably more important, is good strategic decisions. Which you can win without being the best at minigames if you just know the strategy well enough and know what strengths you can play to, and do so with some accuracy. So, I think it's a game where being smart is more important than being talented. Like, so some mini games will test your ability to like mash a certain button really, really fast, and that's a more common thing with older games in particular. And so if you're really good at that, that's great. But if you're making bad decisions on the board, even if you win the coins from the minigame, you just blew your advantage, right? If you spend the coins on something dumb, it doesn't matter that you won the minigame.
Okay.
Which, happens. I've seen people throw away Mario Party games who were in a winning position because they could not see the bigger picture. I've seen it happen plenty of times. It's
Well,
definitely
I
a game
play
that
I play a lot of board games, and that's kind of how board games work. So I might be able to.
it's like a
I
board
might
game.
have that part of the skill set.
Like, let me see if I can just find like an easy screenshot.
Yeah, I'm a lot better at strategy actually than
Okay. This is
the
actually, this is
manual
great. This
part.
is the Western themed map. So I'm going to just send this to you on Discord. That is Western land in Mario Party 2. And if you look at it, it looks like a board game because it basically functions like one.
Yeah.
And so I like board games that more or less work like that, where it's not super complicated. There's actually a lot of simple factors. I would say Mario Party is basically a simple game, but you have to pay attention to things, and it rewards people for paying attention.
What's Fortnite? Yeah.
Fortnite is one of those battle royale shooter games.
Hey, Jess.
Uh,
Oh God, I feel this is good. This is intellectually humbling for me.
what, the video game stuff?
Yeah,
That's right. Gaming is intellectual.
not
Gamers.
knowing things, not knowing everything, and having to learn, being at a very rudimentary level of knowledge about a topic. Same with stocks.
Yeah, I finally got met with that girl Julia, who I met in the coffee shop.
Is that the
Um,
planetarium girl?
no, that's a different girl. This
Oh, I
planetarium
didn't know
girl was
about Julia.
I met at Julia was that girl who approached me right after we had finished a stream like a month and a half ago, and was
Oh,
like,
I
"What?"
thought that was the planetarium girl.
Nope, different girl.
Okay.
'Cause I met planetarium girl at board game event, and I met Julia.
Oh, okay.
The planetarium girl is also the one who got mad at me for not voting when she asked if people were voting like a week before the election. Whereas Julia was like on vacation for like 3
Right,
weeks.
she was the one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember her now. So y'all finally got together?
yeah, because then I got my cold, so we didn't do anything for a week, and so we finally met up and did stuff. She came to trivia night with me and my friend Marcus. Then we got coffee, and then on this Wednesday, I went over to her place. We watched a movie and played a couple games ourselves and had pizza.
You know I'm gonna ask what movie.
It was, I think it was called Hot Frosty. It was one of like those new like Hallmark holiday films that was
Oh God.
watched. Here's the thing.
Hot
I wanted to
Frosty,
watch
the
it.
Hallmark edition. Let me look it up.
Yeah, it was like it's like one of those things that was made on Netflix, but it's like a Hallmark style movie, like a Hallmark Channel style movie.
Widow Kathleen magically brings a snowman up to life, and his
Yep.
innocence helps her to heal and find love again. She falls in love with the snowman.
Yep, that's basically it.
Hot Frosty. Was he hot? Let me see.
And he's hotter than most guys, I guess.
He looks very he looks very like man of today. Not the type I
Yeah.
would go for.
No, he's not. He definitely was. He was in like in good shape, like he's ripped, but he definitely also had this look of it's Hallmark, so they're trying to make him look gentle, like not.
Yeah,
He's
he's definitely not the daddy type at all.
right. No, he's
This guy here,
yeah.
yeah,
So
she can have him.
he's more of like a high
Enjoy your
school crush
snowman.
type of hot than um whatever. But um uh I wanted to watch it because I'm like, well, this is going to be bad. And sometimes I like, when you want to watch a bad movie because it'll be funny of how bad it is. So it's like I can watch a Hallmark movie for that reason. But she kind of thought it would be like, oh, that'll be cute, and
That's
so
kind of a date movie. Does that signify anything that she was
well,
willing to watch a Hallmark movie with you?
no, and she's not somebody that I'm courting, so
Oh,
that's not a road I'm thinking of exploring.
does she
Uh,
know that?
I haven't told her that. Like I don't usually just go out
Well,
and
she
tell
does if
people.
she watches the stream.
If she does, yeah. Um, but um, then maybe she does because she did over here, so maybe she looked into it. But um, uh, we were originally gonna watch this movie about like Taylor Swift, like her concert documentary or whatever. But it was not like actually in the library because she thought it would be. And it's like, well, what do you want to watch? So we looked through some things, and I said, oh, that'll probably be funny. Um, so let's do that because I had seen those Lindsay Lohan holiday films after she started making her comeback, her like return to acting, which she started doing like 2 years ago. She did a Christmas one, and she did a St. Patrick's Day one. And they're basically the same thing, single woman, you know, um, finds herself somewhere else, has this cute run in with a guy that becomes a passionate relationship in like a week.
So they sound like Hallmark. I mean, Harlequin for modern age, the Hallmark Channel. It's all the stuff women want in their fantasies.
Okay, but Jeremy, she's a former like elementary school teacher. Like she is very vanilla. So it's not like I can think of I'm gonna think of like a lot of heavy stuff to watch with her. So I'm like, what's something that I think could be kind of funny? Is it gonna be the funniest thing I ever watch? No. I like to watch. If I really want to laugh, I'll watch something like South Park or Rick and Morty. Um, something that's edgier, certainly. But in this case, I just thought, well, I can laugh at how bad it is, or I can like try to predict like, oh, are they gonna do this? Are they gonna end it like this?
I
Uh,
think this is going to help you with the ladies. Just the fact that you have this knowledge base about these movies.
I mean, I think going out and being around people more is probably not gonna hurt me.
Is there any news with the eHarmony girl or girls?
Nope. The one I was gonna date until I got my cold and I had to reschedule. We were gonna do it yesterday, but she never got back to me about to confirm it, so it didn't happen. So I just
You got ghosted?
kind of. She did not like unlist me. Like normally when you get ghosted, they don't just stop replying, but they also like remove you from the match. But I just went ahead and did it myself because I thought if she wants to do this, she'll be messaging me again. I consider it's possible she matched with somebody else in the time that passed and then had other things planned. Um,
Oh.
which I knew there was a risk of that when I got the cold.
Yeah, I guess with online dating,
Jeremy, it's not a
they're
coach.
always you're not the only person they're ever talking
Like I
to.
had to think of something that she had Netflix up. There were all kinds of things on there. I found something like what seems like it could be good enough that it's like is mildly funny because of how bad it is. I have watched movies because they're bad to laugh at them.
Why don't you just pick a good movie that you both could enjoy?
So try because it's coming up on the holiday season, so it just seemed like an easy suggestion.
Oh. So you
And
picked this one.
something that would be it was something that would be more her energy. Um, and so something that would be more her energy that I could see myself also enjoying. Right, but not because I thought it was good, but because it's funny to laugh at how bad they are. I mean, you guys have seen the memes about the Hallmark.
It's yeah. It didn't seem like you were trying to pick a movie that was going to align the two of you. She had one motivation for enjoying it. You had a completely different motivation for enjoying it. So you were always going to be in a different space with that movie.
But at least we would have both be enjoying the movie, right?
Yeah, but you want something. You want to like with movies. You want to enjoy it at the same. You want to have the same experience, like ride the same ride together, laugh at the same parts for the same reasons.
I think I need to get to know her better before I know what kind of movie that's going to be. Like that was it's one of the first few times we really hung out, and then the very first time we hung out, she was with, Marcus was with us, and he just kind of talked her to death a lot, because that's kind of how he is. He's very chatty.
Is he the old guy?
Yeah. So like first time he meets you, he's just going to talk to you a lot. He will become more normally conversational after he's gotten to know you. So he does not talk me to death quite nearly as much anymore, because he's known me a while now, and he's anything he's basically said everything that there's to say. So everything that's left is much shorter. But he's like, oh, have you heard about this? And he'll just always want to share all this stuff he knows about the world with people, and he knows a lot of stuff. Like he has learned things throughout his life. He's very smart, so he has something to say on most things. So that does not help the situation.
Well, you're gonna let her pick the movie next time, and that way you'll learn something about her.
I did not factor that in. I mean, initially she was picking the movie because she wanted to watch the Taylor Swift thing, because she wants to convert me into being a Swiftie like she
You're
is.
not a Swiftie already? How could? Oh, I don't understand that.
I don't know her music. Like,
Oh, she good. Well, some of like start with 1989. What's the other one? Revolution, Retribution, something, and then those are the two best ones.
oh boy, what a can of worms.
Like start with the Shake It Up video. That's what
Because
sucked me in.
when she was on her vacation, she went to a Taylor Swift concert. So she loves Taylor Swift. She's like a big fan. And
Reputation, that's the one.
he's
Or
like-
even start with Red. And get the original albums. Don't get the ones that she re-recorded.
And yeah, but so she's like, do you like Taylor Swift? And I'm like, hey, I'll be clear. I don't think I could even tell you a single song of hers. If you played a song of hers, even if I'd heard it before, I couldn't tell you that was her.
Oh, I'm sure you've heard Shake It Up. Shake It Off. Shake it off. Gonna shake, 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 shake it off. Shake it off. Woo, woo.
No, I don't think I know that.
Well, you should watch here. I'll drop the video. I'm gonna put it in Discord.
Oh boy. You and Julia are collaborating.
It's some of the best like 80s pop music ever.
Jeremy's like, Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala. Jeff, you disappoint me. She did. Taylor Swift
Well,
endorsed
that has
Kamala.
nothing to do with her music, though.
And obviously, Taylor Swift, a lot of her fans, I think, were already voting for Kamala. Whereas I think there were a lot of voters on the fence that when Joe Rogan or Elon got behind Trump, it helped.
Yeah, who she voted for is not gonna make me
Taylor Swift
like her
does not
music
have-
any less.
She's not a kingmaker in the election. Endorsements.
In fact, I remember the right for a while were using her as an example of like traditional culture in opposition to all the weirdness coming out on the left. Like she was a normal.
She did do that, Jeremy, but who cares? I mean, Jeff still likes her songs.
Yeah, it doesn't like I judge art on its own merits, just like I judge ideas on their own merit. It doesn't matter who the idea came from. I
I'm not
can
gonna
evaluate the
associate
idea
YMCA
itself.
song with Trump now. I might for a while, but not like, I'm not. It's not gonna be like every time I hear it, I'm be like, oh, this is Trump music.
Like I wouldn't listen to half the music I listen to if I judged it on politics, because it's all the woke. Like most of the punk stuff and the hardcore stuff is very far left, anarchist woke shit.
Well, Ellen lost her show, so we don't care if she goes to the UK. She doesn't do anything anymore.
Oh, she is. She's going to be the one celebrity that actually leaves the country.
I mean, didn't a bunch of them say they would move if Trump
They
became
always, yeah,
president?
every election they say they will.
And then they didn't move.
No, because it's the best country to be. Like, who would want to not live here if they could? Even
Exactly.
people from the UK are trying to come over here.
Yeah. Like it's just you look stupid when you say that and then you don't do it, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Is America number one?
Well, I mean, by what metric? But by the
You're right.
metrics that are important to me, yes.
Yeah, I can see that for you especially. I think if you need a country, like if you need a developed country where you can
What?
um yeah, there's a lot of celebrities who are really control freaks over things their staff and assistants do. Like Mike Myers, like would have people fired off of movie sets if they looked at him. Like if like if you just kind of like do this, you could get fired from a movie Mike Myers is working on if you did that.
Wait, say
Eh,
what?
So I was saying celebrities have weird control freak issues, a lot of them. So like Ellen didn't like that someone pushed the elevator button for her, and then so got her
Oh,
fired.
Ellen. I thought you meant Taylor Swift. Okay.
No, he's talking about Ellen. And then Mike Myers is known for um, like not wanting people to look at him, and so if you just like glance at him for a few seconds, like as he's walking by, he would get people fired over that.
Those
Like
are,
people
yeah, he'd get me
from
fired
set.
because that's control free. I don't play all that. That's the power going to their head. I don't enable that.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, I'm somebody, so I get to like control the shape of reality around me. I decide who looks at me and who doesn't, which is like crazy shit to me.
Yeah, Jeremy, every time I talk to my anti-American communist friends and they try to tell me how evil America is and the CIA this and the worst, they start, and I ask them, well, where do you want to live then? Immediately, like without even thinking, they say nowhere. So they're going to bitch and bitch and bitch about America, but even they know there's not a single other country that they would rather be in but here.
Chuck, I don't. You're saying if you don't love my country, get out. Well, I mean, you talk about not loving or hating the country, because I think there's a difference. Some people are, just apathetic about things or indifferent, and then there are people who are actual like America haters. Right? A lot of them are the same people that want Gaza to win so they can massacre the Israelis or something. But
Well, they're up in Canada now.
even her DJ said it was a cutthroat environment. Yeah, some people are crazy, and celebrities like a celebrity.
It's people with power and
It's
money,
one of the
which I
few
guess is
things.
it's status. People at the high end of the status ladder.
Like I
It
don't think
becomes very cutthroat.
most work environments you could have things like that, but with celebrities, because your individual personality is the product,
Yeah.
you have so much ability to control not just price, but also these weird terms like you become a
You're a
kingdom within a
monopoly,
kingdom.
basically.
Yeah, um, and then people, and the producers will go along with it. Okay, if Ellen says he's gone, kind of thing, because we need Ellen. She brings in the money,
Yeah. That
and
the
but here's the thing too.
divahood.
So knowing what I do about Mike Myers being an asshole, I still like Shrek. I'm not going to be like, oh, Shrek isn't funny because Mike Myers isn't nice. I still like Austin Powers.
Still like Wayne's World.
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen Wayne's World?
No, that I was
Oh,
like
treat.
born
Okay,
when that
that
came
watch
out.
next time you with your girl and she wants to watch Wayne's World.
If it's
That's
on
one of the best
whatever
Gen
the
X
fuck.
comedies. It's one of the best SNL movies out there.
I don't
Right
think
up
that's
there with
strictly true,
Superstar.
Jeremy. There are some celebrities that just don't say things about politics and they get plenty of jobs. Like Chris Pratt does not offer opinions on politics and he gets all kinds of great gigs. So
They have a whole YouTube culture now in Hollywood, like of YouTube celebrities and TikTok stars that all hang out together at Hollywood, like this, like the movie stars used to do.
Mm.
It's TikTok Hollywood. I wouldn't recognize a single one of them, but they all know each other, and they're all
Oh, I just
celebrities to
realized
each
there's
other.
2 Jeremys.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, Chuck, that's because you old. It's out of your generation.
Yeah, Chuck is real
It
old.
was
He might be the oldest person in the
he's
outliers.
in the Panelverse. I don't know. Yeah, Chuck is. Are you the? Is there anybody older than you? He's our elder, our revered elder.
Yeah. No, I think it's true that celebrities who promote the right encourage a lot of risks. But you can be Tim Allen, I think, is
Roseanne, but she crazy.
I think Tim Allen is pretty openly conservative, though. Maybe not like a card carrying, like MAGA hat wearing guy, but
Oh, Vince Vaughn, good for him. I think people also like with the recent election. Think people
Mel
are.
Gibson is fucking crazy. Like that guy lost his mind. I don't. He lost
Well,
his mind.
Tom Cruise and John Travolta are Scientologists, and that doesn't make me like their work any less.
That doesn't make me like they were gonna. Tom Cruise is a grade A asshole though, but his movies are
I mean,
great.
I don't think he's the greatest actor, but John Travolta certainly is. He does good work.
Yep.
Yeah, I do. I judge art on the terms of the art.
Look, Mel Gibson is a very talented actor and director, but he's not based. He's fucking loony. Like that episode of South Park they did about him around when The Passion of the Christ came out, where he's acting like Daffy Duck the whole time. I think that's pretty fair. That guy lost his mind. He's got like he has some sort of brain disorder or something. Maybe it was the years of drinking alcohol. I don't know, but Rob Schneider's probably right wing because all the stuff he would want to do in his like really in his style of comedy would be too offensive now. And so to him it's like we're just making people laugh. What's the big deal here? In fact, like when you think about a lot of comedy movies, like think of comedy movies from the 90s. A lot of those are like a lot of the jokes in those would cause like 20-year-olds today to have mental breakdowns if they watch them.
Yeah, like It's Pat.
I don't know if it's Pat, but
Yeah, that's a testament to their fragility.
it's true. Dave Chappelle's an interesting case, but he's not like he's not an obedient leftist, right? So he's a leftist who does his own thing. He'll support the candidates he wants to support. That's why, like in 2020, he started doing phone calls for Andrew Yang, rather than Biden or
What does
Harris.
he say? Like, this is Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, basically.
Vote for Andrew Yang. I'm here to
Basically,
talk.
like, hey, I'm Dave Chappelle. I want to let you know I'm, calling on behalf of the Andrew Yang campaign. He was doing that.
Maybe that's what I need. I could go phone bank for a politician.
Although Dave
Hi,
Chappelle
I'm
did
Jeff.
get-
I have a YouTube show. I'm here to talk to you about who's a politician I could phone bank for. They don't have any right-wing politicians up here.
Well, do you necessarily want to support right-wing politicians?
I don't want to support any of the left ones up here. Plus, I don't. That's not the audience I want. I would want an audience that comes from the same people that I want to support. So probably that would be somebody from the right, especially in
tricky
Washington
thing.
State.
Because I could see you still might run into trouble with some folks on the right sometimes, depending on how deep you get.
What kind of trouble?
Well, like because you're gay or you're a Satanist, most
They
of the
don't
more
care.
evangelical types. I don't know how much you have to worry about evangelical Christians up in Washington, but Now, it could definitely be a
I
problem.
haven't an issue. They have log cabin Republican chapter up here. I don't think that's an issue. I've just never had an issue with that. I was part of the Crucible community for forever. That's how I met most
I'm
of the
gonna pour some more
panelverse,
tea. I'll be right back.
and they're about as right as you can get. They didn't have a problem with me, at least not to my face. He's non-political. He does not vote. No. I have way more trouble on the left being a male, a toxic male, cis gay patriarch, um, and I have a big mouth. And I'm from the South, which they
Okay.
think they consider part of the Confederacy or Dixie. So I have
Um.
way more strikes against me on the left than anything on the right.
So
I've met very few people that have an issue with my Satanism, my sexuality, any of that.
see, Chuck asked.
And I
My
showed that
next question.
graph at the beginning of the show about Republican men are the least likely to cancel you because of your opinions, and Democratic women were the most likely at 30%.
You
And
are right about
Republican
that.
men were at 8%. Republican women were at 10%. Democratic men were at 14%. So to me, the issues are the risk is way greater on the left than the right.
Chuck. Yeah, I'm not left or right. I don't vote.
Well, he can talk, but that doesn't mean anybody has to take him seriously. I don't. Not
Yeah.
about politics.
And that's why I don't vote, because I
But
should.
he was right about North Carolina.
Yeah. But Jeremy Ryan, I think you have it backwards though. You got to vote to have any merit to voice an opinion. I think your opinion has to have merit for the vote to make sense.
Not really. Vote. Everybody has a vote. That's their voice. They can grunt. They could yell with it. They could do anything. There is no requirement. It doesn't have to mean anything. But this is their expression at that moment in time.
Well, I don't think Jeremy's saying that I'm not allowed to talk. I just think he's saying that what my opinion is doesn't matter because I don't vote. But I think the vote, the opinion mattering that doesn't come from the voting. I think the voting is downstream of the opinion mattering, like whatever the opinion may be. So if the opinion is a
Oh,
crime,
hey, not love. What's going on in Canada?
Coke or Pepsi isn't really much of a choice. So
He's doing his troll thing.
I think Coke is the Republican Party and Pepsi is the Democratic Party.
Well, I like I said, just like with music, I judge opinions based on their own merits. But the fact that he didn't vote would give me a context for some of his opinions. I'd still evaluate them based on their own merit.
Well, so I would say that my opinion doesn't necessarily have any merit, but that's not connected to whether or not I voted. And I would say that agreeing that my opinion doesn't necessarily have any merit, it doesn't make sense for me to vote. No. Exactly. So Coke is for Republicans and
I don't like
Pepsi
either
is for
one.
Democrats.
Nut laws.
Why would
Are
I
you done in
protest?
the submarine? What are you? What brings you here trolling? There's a lot of people from this community that did not vote or do not vote. Some of them have never voted, so they're just being consistent, and some stopped voting at some point.
Yeah, like I don't know why I would cast a protest vote. I don't see other than to say that I voted. Like, I don't see how casting a protest vote means that my opinion gets value from it if we're connecting it to what
Yeah,
you
he has a
said.
good point here. There's other things on the ballot to vote for.
It's true. hmm He's right. I don't dispute any of that. There are a lot of other things besides the presidential candidate.
I don't know. I don't drink Joe. I don't drink any kind of cola anyway. But I do need some more coffee. So Joe's gonna keep talking to y'all while I go do that. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think not using your voice is a legitimate use of your voice. Who am I rooting for? I like Genevieve a lot. I like Andy. I don't know if either one of those are going to win. Genevieve looks like she's in some hot water. I like Kyle a lot, but I don't think they're going to let him get very far. Yeah, I think she's my favorite this season. And Andy's a Spurg. So he's playing in a very neurodivergent way that I. Oh, is she from Winnipeg? No way. It's very rare. I like the middle class white girl, but
Oh, not was. I made a piece on Microsoft Paint from Winnipeg, or based on Winnipeg. I should show you it sometime in Jeff's server. Ah,
I don't think she's gonna win. But she's my favorite character this season. I'll be right back.
but yeah. So Jeremy Ryan, you mentioned House seats, Senate seats, local, state, county positions, and amendments. um, yeah, those are all on the ballot. But again, it doesn't make sense for me to vote if I don't think, because Chuck did not ask if I'm left or right in the context of presidential politics. Uh, I drank this tea too fast. That's why I'm joking. I was really thirsty. Um, so for me, to what I was saying about like all the other things is I just don't see how my input was warranted on that, right? So you think that me magically voting makes my opinion valuable, and I would say no. My opinion would need to be valuable from something else, and then I would show the value of that opinion by voting based on it. Right? So you said you chose to not exercise your civic duty, but why would anyone listen to your words to determine where they direct their support? Well, I don't think people should direct their support based on what I say. Like I was more bringing it up to Jeff as a curiosity. Like I wonder like how he feels about that. I didn't really pose it as a question, but I really don't care how other people vote. In my view, if I don't really have anything to add, my civic duty is not to vote. My civic duty is to leave the elections for people who have something to contribute to, whatever the decision is. If I don't see myself as having something to contribute to the decision, then it doesn't make sense for me to vote. Right, but if you say I don't like how the government does X or Y, yet you did nothing as a people to influence your own feeling on it. Did nothing as a people? Are you talking about just people in general, or? I mean, I can not like things, right? Like I don't like what China is doing to the Uyghurs. It's a separate country, right? There are points in which you have to think, not everything, not whether or not you express a like or dislike or something isn't necessarily tied to an election. Not laws. I'll find the thing and post it in Jeff's server right now while Jeremy clarifies. Let's see, where is it?
The Uyghurs, is that the people in China?
Yeah.
The Uyghurs? All right, let me catch up.
Okay, no,
I don't know that it's a duty. I think it's an opportunity. At least here in America, it's an opportunity. If you don't want to take it, the rest of us will make the decisions for you if that's what you want.
Oh, Notlaws is getting the chance to throw in cultural genocide.
Oh wow, I'm looking at these geese.
Oh, you're looking at what I posted?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, but for some reason there are people that do not want to use the power that they have.
I mean, yeah, so the one difference here is that, yeah, one, I don't live in China. Two, even if I did, it's not a democracy. So that doesn't matter. So I live in America, and America is a democracy. I could vote, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it makes sense to do so. And that doesn't. I don't have to reach that conclusion by like thinking, oh, I want to protest the system or whatever, or I don't like Kamala or Hillary or Trump uh, or Bush or whoever the people are.
Well, you know what? You could tell him to his face.
Oh, he's here.
What's going on?
Hello.
So
Hello.
you kind of conceded your own point. I know you're not really trying to do a debate here, but you kind of just conceded your own point in your previous statement.
Mhm.
So the point is where you made the statement about having an opinion on things that are going on in China. That's right. You can have that opinion, but you have no influence in that. So literally you have an opinion, right? But if you have an opinion here in the government that represent or is there to represent you, you have a direct influence in that. So there's no merit behind your opinion if you aren't doing anything to enact what your opinion. Well, you don't do the action that you have to influence the power that your opinion could do. So since you have that here in the U.S. under your government, your voting is your voice. You have that ability to do that action. You have the ability to do influence.
Well, I
Which would
still form
make people take your opinion more seriously if you
Exactly. That's the
translate
point.
into some kind of action to back it up.
Well, I mean, I form opinions the same way about stuff that happens in China or here, like mentally. So
Right.
like,
I mean, you can have an opinion. I'm just saying, if all you're doing is spouting opinions, there's no reason to have any value in opinion. Because in one case, there's something you can actually do to reflect your opinion, right? And you're not doing that. You're literally just sitting on a hill saying, "This is bad. I hate this. This is bad." But you have something you can actually do to try to put that influence into action, and you're just not doing it. You're just the guy on the hill screaming, "I don't like this thing."
so am I that person?
That's the way somebody like me would vision you as a non-voter on any American issue that you would have influence in voting on. So any kind of elected leader, if you have any issue with any elected leader, the fact that you didn't vote, I don't care what your opinion is at all.
Mhm.
Whether you like
Do
them,
you
whether
have
you
an
hate
issue
them,
with
I don't
anybody?
care.
I mean, there are good and bad things about our leaders. You know, so I can
They're
see
not
that.
leaders, they're representatives.
Oh, whatever.
That's a big difference here in America.
But I mean, in my view, it's just again, like I've said, I don't see my opinion as having much purchase in the first place. So it doesn't make sense for me to vote based on it.
In fairness, Jeff, some of them are leaders. For example, the president is the leader. He
He's a
declares for
representative. We
he.
don't have leaders in America. We have
No, no,
representatives.
no. He's a leader. He runs the military. He can declare war on
He
another
well,
nation.
he's an executive and an administrator, but he doesn't lead us. We're
He
self-governing. We're self-governing
he himself can declare war
citizens.
on another nation. That makes him a leader. He
Well,
has executive order and can pass law
then
outside of the House and Senate. He is a leader. He is the elected leader of
You
the.
obviously need to see him that way, and I think you're stretching the word leader. But I'm making the point that in America, we are self-governed. We are self-governing. We don't have leaders. We have representatives. We don't elect people to tell us what to do. We elect people to represent our voice, our self-governing voice in the government. So to me, it's a very important distinction whether we see someone as a leader that we follow or whether we see somebody that represents our voice as self-governing citizens. Hey, Chuck.
To a degree, yes, but to a degree also not. I mean, well, like governors, we elect our governors, our mayors, and things like that, and they are leading the state, right? They can enact, or they run laws and policy and things like that. For example, the whole pandemic, right? If they went by the people, I think in majority, we weren't in favor of a lot of the shutdowns and things like that happened, but they did regardless. We had no say in that.
Just a little.
Well, it was different from state to state, and a lot of people didn't.
Right.
Like a lot of it wasn't mandatory.
Because the governor, as the elected leader of that state, chose whether or not to do it.
So Jeremy, I will say that like I can from time to time, again, it's kind of hard not to, right? Like when things happen in real time, you have an initial judgment of something, and that's an opinion. And you might think out loud about it, right? Like if I'm chatting with Jeff, Jeff's like, "Hey Joe, what do you think of this?" Like some news thing that came out, and I'm on panel, so I'm someone to ask, right? Like I'm gonna have an initial impression. It may be good, it may be bad. I also accept that government isn't necessarily going to do things that I like. So I could say I don't like this, but I can also say I accept it. I accept that government is inevitably going to do things that I don't like. Whether it's the American government, Chinese government, a government where I have a vote, a government where I don't have a vote, I accept it.
And as far as the lockdowns, I got locked down in Seattle, which is one of the most strictest states and cities about the lockdowns. And none of it was mandatory. They didn't have like men with guns on the street if you left your house or anything like that. So I don't know. I didn't have the same strict lockdown that everybody else seemed to have experienced. The reason I locked down was because I was cooperating as a self-determining autonomous citizen to help curb spread, like stop the stop the spread of the virus. So
Yeah.
they were like, this is what you should do. You should wear a mask. You should limit your contact, all of that. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I'll go ahead and do that. Nobody was forcing me to do any of it. I could easily have made other decisions or tested the boundaries. There weren't really a lot of consequences.
Well, the lockdowns were not really keeping you in your house per se, but it did shut down businesses. There were several businesses that were not allowed to operate during that time frame, right? And that was something that was set forth by the governing body.
But businesses are regulated in ways that individual citizens are not.
Okay. How does that change the point that the elected leader of the state government?
The governors were not dictators. They did this in coordination with several individuals that we all elected to represent us. So it was still emergent from a representative system of democracy.
Sure, they were elected to the position, but they're essentially at that point they're elected into a position of leadership.
Why are we talking about the COVID example exactly?
Well, it was just an example that
he's trying to make the case that they're leaders, that they decide and we follow, and that's just not how it works. That's not how it works in a representative democracy.
They were elected into a position that.
I mean, if you want to see them that way, nothing's going to stop you. But that's not how I see them, and that's not how I run my life. I don't see them as people that make decisions for me that I then have to follow.
Well, I mean, technically, you don't have to follow any decision, but there's consequences to that.
There wasn't.
You could be fined. You could be, depending on what the policy.
Because you're talking at the business level, which is regulated differently than individuals.
Are they not? I mean,
And even here in Washington, like I said, which is one of the stricter lockdown states, they had all kind of support for the businesses that had to not operate during that time.
Regardless, I don't see how that changes, Jeff. I don't see how that changes anything, Jeff. Like, sure,
It doesn't change anything for me at all because I've never taken the position that they're leaders. So I haven't. That didn't change. None of that changed
I
my
mean,
position. And
I'm not.
you want to see them as leaders, and I don't think anything I say is going to change how you see them. And
Well, but
you
they,
have the right and the freedom to see them however you want.
but I mean, they are. They
To
have.
me, they're not leaders. They're
They have
representatives.
authority to do things. For
So,
example,
They're
if they
they're in
They
declare.
have the
leadership
authority that
position.
we give them as citizens. The authority comes from us. It rests with us.
Sure, we gave them their authority,
So
but
I don't call
while,
that leadership. I call
while
that
they're
representation.
while they're in position, they have authority. For example, they could declare a national, or well, they could declare a state emergency, right? In which case, they can have military come in and put in curfews and things like that you would have to abide by, right?
But that's all part of the agreement that we
Right.
agree to vest a certain amount of authority in the state, but we can all take that back as citizens as well.
Sure, you could.
I mean, you
You'd
keep
attempt
saying
to.
sure, and
You'd
then
attempt to.
Sure,
I
Joe.
think this is
Jeremy,
this is a semantic argument and maybe a conceptual one. I just don't see that as leader. Like I think you have a different idea of what leader is than I
I
do.
mean,
I see them as representatives, and we as citizens can put other people in charge just as easily as we put those people in charge.
well,
Yeah,
it's not just as easy to take them out. You have to.
Yes, it is.
There's a
That's
whole
why
just
we have
on the next
elections.
vote. Yeah,
your way you say that, but they tried to take Trump out of office multiple times when he was in office. He was impeached twice, right?
yeah, yep.
Yeah, but then he was voted out
how
at the end
easy
of his
to
4
take him out?
years,
Why
and
did they
Biden
why
was
did they
put
not
in. It
get
was
him out?
that easy.
Why did they not get him out if it was that easy to just take somebody
Because
else?
elections. You're talking about means other than elections. I'm talking about the elections. So after 4 years of Trump,
They
the United States citizens decided to put
Right.
in somebody
they
else to
kicked him out.
represent them.
Yeah.
That's a term. He is the leader for the duration
You
of.
can call him that all you want. I'm never gonna see him that way, and I'm never gonna use the term leader for him. So this
Jeremy,
is a pointless argument.
Jeremy, I just wanted to
if they
say
have
I accept your
authority,
premise. The premise you raised, because you were mainly raising it to address, what I had said. I accept your premise there. I don't dispute it.
So, Mr. Cord, you believe that the president is your leader as well, and I assume that goes for your governors. They're all your leaders. Is that what you guys think? I know Jeff don't think that.
Yeah, to a large point, like they especially because they have executive authority. There are
That
some
we
things where
give
they can
them.
issue orders, and like has the force of law, or it's like a lawful order.
I got some opinions, but Track, you probably it's probably strong in your area. What you think, man?
I'm new to the conversation, so I'm gonna
Is your
abstain.
government officials your leaders? It's my contention that they are public servants. The Constitution would tell you they work for you. Their title is public servant, meaning they serve you. They are elected to serve you. Because they tell you they're your leader and they tell you what to do. Now it's perverted. They are your servants run wild, in my opinion.
As somebody who works, I can say that those leaders don't reach their objectives without communication with the workers. And when we have those talks, it creates an efficiency. You know what I mean? It's a logistical efficiency. And when that benefits everybody, it's undeniable.
It seems like our leaders have insulated themselves, not on local levels, on a higher level where you cannot touch them. You need thousands of people before they'll even listen to what you say. That's the system run amok. I like it the way you're talking about where my input is heard.
Even a leader is only as good as they can get the followers to follow them and accept their leadership.
It does depend a bit on the office. Like some offices are more powerful than others. So sometimes people say like our leaders in Congress, for example, referring to all 535
I
members
don't.
of Congress.
That's such a weird
And in a sense,
phrase to me.
they are leading some things, but an individual member of Congress is just one vote in a very large body, right? Well, one vote in a large body that then also needs the agreement of the other body.
They're there
Yeah.
to they legislate, so they make laws. That's a weird use of the term leadership. I guess
To the
it's a
extent
form
that,
of leadership, but it's
to the
not
extent that
what
any
I
member of
think of when I
Congress,
think of a leader.
I mean, House and Senate are absolutely are representatives. They do not themselves hold the power to make any single decision without going through a collective, right? But
That's true for all three branches because of the checks and balances.
there are people who once they take their office, they are granted certain authorities to do things that don't have to pass through other people. Like I said, the president can declare war on another nation.
Negative.
Congress
You're
declares
wrong.
war.
You're wrong.
Now they have this loophole that they came up with
It's
where
not the president's job to. It's not his call on declaring war.
no, Congress declares war. The power to declare war rests with
Is the
Congress.
only one. And the last country we declared on was Romania in 1945.
I don't even remember, so I'm glad you told me. It's been so
I didn't even know we
long.
went to war with Romania. Was that part of World War II?
Yes, sir. That was the
Oh.
last country that Congress ever declared war on.
That's hilarious.
So when we went to a war in Iraq, that was not a declared war, but we
Exactly.
That was like an action or something.
Yeah.
That was
When we went
called
to Afghanistan, we still had troops deployed there, and that was under the authority of
authorized.
the president.
It was called a UMA, authorized use of military force.
But who made that call?
Congress.
Every time?
They just passed the buck, is what they did.
Every time we've sent deployed military out, it was done by Congress.
I don't know if it's every
They
time, but
deferred their
certainly.
authority to the president.
No. Okay, maybe technically, but Congress had to vote on them. If you don't remember, what is his name? The black general that had to sell it to Congress that the UN Colin Powell, thank you, that they were moving shit out before the UN inspectors can get there. They had to all vote on it, and a lot of Democrats called shit because they voted on the war.
Right.
So
there's something called the War Powers Resolution too that was passed in 1973, which lets the president move a certain number of troops without it actually being considered a war.
Oh, well, isn't that something?
That's what I'm saying. They have all these loopholes
without declaring
where we can have military actions without it being actually a declared war.
Yep.
Well, isn't that something that it's a piece of authority that would allow him to do something without going through anything?
Hey,
but even that, I would not say that's the definition of leadership that I'm using. Because even our elected officials, we give them authority to do things without going through us every time. But I don't necessarily. Right. That doesn't necessarily make them leaders. They're still representatives. So it depends on like what your definition of a leader is. It seems like a leader to you is anybody that can act without having to clear it with somebody else, and that's just not my definition of a leader.
That was not the intent. The way we were using it, and authority. You said have authority, which also rings as leader in my head, and I'm trying to figure out who all you following, who all are leaders. Do police have authority over you? Whoever, Jeremy and Accord, Joe.
No.
Very good, Joe. Do the police have authority over you?
I mean,
police have certain authorities. Police have certain authorities, but they are not leaders. They do not.
No. I didn't ask you where they're leaders. I'm sorry.
They do not create policy.
Well, how is that different than?
Are they? If you've broken no law, do they have authority over you?
If I've broken a law, do they have authority over me?
If you broke it, no law, do they have authority over you?
No.
Yes.
No, they have no power at that point. They are literally a legal enforcement arm. So I have to be violating some sort of law to give them authority.
You are right. I was just trying to see where your mentality.
They have the power to investigate to find out if you're breaking a law.
A DUI checkpoint. You have not broken any law, but they have the authority to pull you over.
Yeah, I guess so.
But
And
I
that
still wouldn't call that leader. Like they're not the DI checkpoint is
Not
not
leader,
that's not
not
them
a
being a
leader.
leader.
and
I'm just
and
talking
and
about
that authority
authority.
is still in question the same way they make all these municipal laws that don't hold up in court and get overturned and shit. That DUI shit is super questionable, and they have the authority to stop you.
That's
Right.
why you need your
DUI's been
trifold.
upheld.
See, Joe knows what
Go
that is.
ahead. Go ahead. Let's try to see because it's going to be harder to explain someone who thinks the police are an authority. Then I know that they think that the president is a leader, or it's logical that they think the president is a
Yeah, I
leader.
mean, I could be misusing the term when I'm saying authority. I do think the police have authority, but I think they have authorities based on actions that we would end up granting them
Well,
their
Isn't that what
the
the
pre-
president has?
the
We
president
no,
is
granted
a
him those
leader, though.
powers.
because the president can go and do he can enact things that we have to now abide
You got to
by.
remember,
I
the
don't have to.
president is a leader. He is commander in chief of the armed forces, so he is a leader.
Right, of the
Well,
armed forces, but not
yeah,
of
Right.
ordinary citizens.
yeah.
Correct.
Which comes down to us. If he deploys the National Guard to a to you know an area in with domestically, they're now on us. That's something that the leaders put on us, right? If he goes and makes an executive order that puts in tax policy, right? As a leader, he can do that, and it comes down to us. He does
Th-
these things. That is
Then,
something that puts him as a leadership role.
well,
A
my plumber
president
is a
cannot
leader in
infer
that.
taxes.
My plumber's a
Sorry.
leader in that capacity. Because my architect, the guy I put in charge to do a thing, but I can fire him. I wouldn't really call him the leadership.
Yeah.
Well,
It's kind of
he would be a leader, but he would be a leader over the people that are beneath him. You would be his leader, right?
no, I might be beneath him for that. I appointed him leader. I can walk away. I can fire him. He is not my leader in the sense as I think the conversation began. The president gets to dictate shit. That's just not true. That's why checks and balances were put in place because the people, according to the Constitution, are the ultimate authority.
And
And
we
that's why
gave
they
that.
call public servants, so people don't forget. We were trying to make sure the monarchy leadership never
Yeah.
happened. They're
Exactly
just
that.
there to do shit for you. The chick at the county clerk office is just there to hold my shit till I get there, go get it. All of that, the rules that they come up with, you can't have it because of this and that and blah blah. That's them perverting the
The
system.
power rests with us.
Yes.
And if
You
Joe
think
and I
about-
Us.
agree on something, you know it's real.
He's probably
I mean,
right.
as a people, there's not really anything that we as a people can go and do against if we disagree with the policy of the president.
Jeff told you that
We
it's
can't
something that
impeach
we
him.
do every 4 years when we.
Well, no, but the 4-year term that he's in office, he's the leader. End of story.
Okay,
He
we'll
has
give you that.
authority.
Let me ask you something
I
else.
would-
I'm
think
not
you
giving
and-
him that.
What
Just
I
like in
think-
Joe's architect example.
This is word semantics here.
It is
Yeah, I said
semantics,
that
yes.
very early. It's semantics.
Jeff says, I'm not giving him that. Jeff will
Yes.
never back down.
I
Joe,
don't back
you
down.
said it. One of y'all said that if you don't vote, you don't get to complain. Jeremy, I think that was you as well.
Yeah, like your
I think there's
opinion
no
counts
merit
for
to it.
less if it's just talk without action backing it up.
Yeah, but on that same token, I would say that if you live your own life and you don't vote, you know what? Do you the best that you can do because you are the only one that's going to do you right.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. If
There's no election, there is no weather, there is no nothing that's
What?
going to suit you to your demands.
Oh, sure.
You have to show up every single fucking day and be your way.
all right, Track,
Frank
you do
Frank
have an
Sinatra-
obligation to other people. You'd agree with that, right?
What is that obligation?
Well, and it depends. I had to know more about him, and his obligation may be different from yours and mine. But most people have an obligation where they feel like they have to help and at least share some wisdom if they've learned a thing, share it with somebody, and other people's go a lot further than that. There, do you think, Track? Do you have a obligation to help? Maybe you're under God. Maybe you're a Christian. I don't know. Maybe morality. Do you feel like you have an obligation to help others? You don't have to answer the question.
No,
The reason. Go ahead.
I will answer the question, and I
Yes.
would say, um, if
Yeah.
this is an if I witness something that's happening right in front of me where I
Yes.
can make a difference,
Yes.
yes, I'm going to make a difference.
That'll
Uh,
suffice. That'll suffice. That'll suffice. But the reason we're having this conversation and we all got arguments personally, I don't think that you should vote, but I think that you should do something. I think you're right in that. But I don't think ignoring a thing and just doing you is it. I still got to help these people. I think they're given a choice between two crooked people and they believe that they must choose that shit. I think it's an illusion. And I think I need to change that system. So I wouldn't vote for a master because I think they believe that they run shit now. So I'm not going to vote for a master, but I do actively try and change and make the system better all the time. And I think I'm obligated to do it if
But
I can.
that's an obligation you're choosing for yourself, not some
Agreed.
that somebody else has put. So any
Agreed.
obligation that you have would be one that you determine for yourself.
Well, and
That's
Perhaps all of them. Yes, all
that I see
obligations.
that more
Yes,
as a duty, but than an obligation.
I'm
That it
okay
comes
with
from
duty.
inside, not from somebody else.
well,
Yes,
and
I'm
I
okay
mean,
with duty.
Joe, at least in that, I agree. I mean, whether you want to call it your leader, your representative, whatever. Ideally, you're going to go for who you think is going to share what you feel would be the best result, right? You
Uh,
want you assume you hope that the person you show your support for is
Represent
going to drive
me.
policy in the way you would like to see policy go.
That's why they call him a representative. He's going to represent me. We picked someone to represent us,
You
and
hope. You hope.
yes, in a small community, we have and made checks and balances. I'm going to see that guy who I voted for in the grocery store. You know, he's got to see me every fucking day, so he'll be more accountable. He can be snatched out immediately. All I got to do is talk to a bunch of other people. He's not doing his job. We snatch him out immediately. If y'all could do that, it works. If it takes me 8 years and $2.4 million to get a law changed, no, the system's corrupt.
I could give you a situation where I would not vote. If Trump out there and he's got these wonderful ideas, but if he was to stand up there and be pro-abortion and how he would go about bringing abortion about and all that, I wouldn't vote. I couldn't vote for him.
What if he said he was going to do something different, like change the Constitution or something? Because
He can't do. He doesn't have that
He
power.
doesn't have the authority to change the Constitution.
what if he was standing up there saying, "I'll change the Constitution"? Would you still vote for him?
Well, I know that's silly because he can't.
It's a hypothetical, theoretical. You've answered them
Yeah.
before. Would you vote for him if he were actively saying, "I'll change the Constitution"?
If he was talking about doing it illegally, no, I could not. I could
Yeah,
not
yeah. There's an
vote
important
for it
distinction there. Are you saying that he's going to get
arbitrarily.
rid of the
Yeah.
Constitution, or is he going to work towards having an amendment of the Constitution changed?
More like amendments. Let's say he lost the election and he was still president. And he decided he was going to change the Constitution where the president gets an extra year while elections are figured out. This is some new shit he's going to do. Anybody going to support that? Damn, motherfuckers thinking about it.
Well, I don't know
Ooh.
that we could support that. Like at that point, you would say he would be in office, right? So he would be literally trying to do stuff that he.
I just know he can't. I wouldn't even worry about it because I know he can't do it.
Yeah,
That's
I
for
mean that
Congress to
would
do. I'd be okay. Let him think he's going to do that, but
that
when
would
he
be
actually
thrown out
tries to
at
do it, he's going to find out he can't. So
that
I'm
would be
not
thrown
worried.
out as quickly as it got tried to get put in place by the Supreme Court. They're not
Right.
going to let him change that.
The reason I brought that up, two reasons. One is because Chuck is saying something that he knows is not likely. If there's an abortion and he did a 180, then I would never vote for him. Easy to make a stand on something like that. That's why I asked something Constitution to see if you stood on that. And also the second reason I brought it up is because he's already said that he was willing to make some changes to the Constitution, and he used that as an example of how he would change it, which I thought was
Well,
really petty.
he's been pretty consistent about leaving it to the states.
He said he made that statement out of
Oh,
his mouth.
it wouldn't surprise me if this term, if they did not try to rescind the amendment on the term limit of the president.
Undoubtedly, they will be working on that day one. Yes.
I almost guarantee it.
I always said 3 terms. I love 3 terms.
What is it?
Personally, out of Kamala and
FDR had
Trump,
what, 4?
Kamala.
out of Kamala and Trump, I'd rather I wouldn't vote for neither one. I wouldn't pick either one. But if I got to watch the show, I want to watch Trump. I want to see someone who's trying to do big things. Kamala is 4 more years of Joe, which is just the same shit. I want to live an interesting life. I'd rather Trump do crazy shit like put Elon Musk in. If he's successful, some of the shit he proposes is good. That getting rid of taxes shit. The balancing the tariffs and shit out more equally. He got some good ideas. And he got some horrible ones too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not the biggest Trump fan in the world myself. I mean, yes, I vote for him. I supported him, but I would have just as happily supported Tulsi if she was on the ticket.
I would have preferred someone else. Who was active, who would try to make big changes. I know the Democrats don't have that in their ability. I haven't seen anyone who's willing. Obama talked that shit. I'm going to close Gitmo and get rid of the act that they put up, and I forget what it's called.
Patriot Act.
Patriot Act, thank you. And didn't do none of that shit once he got in office, right? But they don't have anyone.
Well, he did try a few backhanded things.
He tried a bunch of them up until the 7th year. He totally was the most patient fuck in the world that you've ever seen. And they stated, we will never vote yes on anything you put forward. And they didn't do that job for 6 years. That 7th year, he started dropping those presidential or executive orders out like they was fucking toilet paper. Anything he wanted to do, he just did. And then Trump followed, and Biden. Now everybody's throw executive orders like his Uno cards.
Oh, Obama started that?
Well, I mean, I'm sure other presidents did. He's the first one who abused it, and it hasn't stopped since.
He definitely abused it.
Yeah.
That's how all that DEI got in under Biden with doing executive. He did a couple of executive.
I'm sure
orders.
that's all. That's just.
And Trump's just gonna go back and rescind his and put his own in place.
I mean, that's a lot of what's happening. Obama had a bunch of executive orders he put in place. Trump went in and rescinded a bunch of them and put in a few of his own.
Then Biden immediately rescinded Trump's
some of his own. That's ultimately what it comes down to being now. When the new guy comes in, he's undoing all the shit that he thinks the previous guy.
Which makes all this nonsense part of a monkey circus game. And
but it's kind of always been that way to me.
Agreed. It's got to change. And if it's going to change, it has to be something drastic. I don't want to participate and play by the rules of the game to change the game. That's not really a thing. You'd have to change something that is basic and foundation. We need a government. We need police. We need public employees and all of that. But like whoever just said that comment, it's become a monarchy. I think he called it an oligarchy. The same thing we were trying to avoid is what it's become.
I don't think it's an oligarchy as long as we have our elections.
I think so, because people believe that a senator is equivalent to a duke. We have people on
that
panel
doesn't make just because people
believe
it doesn't make them equivalent to a duke.
Perception becomes reality at some point.
Who said that?
Well, I don't think it's become reality yet. As long as we have sane people like me that still don't know what reality
Senator,
is.
Your Grace, you will go to jail. So they just imagine.
What do we call judges? Your Honor. We're programmed. We don't mind. We'll slip right into it. If they give you a title, you'll call them by it, whatever it is.
I don't see like Your Honor as a title of.
You can actually call him judge. But
Yeah.
and for I'll even give an example. And if you followed the YSL trial at
All
all,
right.
Oh my
Yeah, go
God.
ahead.
and I'm not going into the detail on any of that. I'm just simply saying is if you were following if you were following that at all, you would see Brian Steele was a great example of such. He would refer to honorable court, honorable your honor, honorable judge, and all those things.
Yeah.
And later on, he started before Glanville got thrown off the case. He started just calling him the judge, this court, and all of those things. And when the new judge came in, it was back to this honorable court, this
Interesting.
honorable judge,
Decorum.
your honor.
Decorum. Yeah.
So
Interesting.
you don't have to call a judge your honor. They generally do that because the
Out of
judge is
respect.
supposed to be
Or to
honorable
help your case.
and all that stuff.
Would you call him by his name, Mr.
could.
So and so?
No. You would
Mr.
call,
Wilson?
Is he the one making the decision on my outcome?
Yes, he is.
I'm going to
And
call
he's
him
on
whatever gives me
he's
the
not.
best
No, he's
chance
not.
exactly.
He's
to
not.
get a favorable decision.
He's not.
The
But
judge. Go ahead.
the judge in that trial itself is a jury trial. The judge his only job is to protect the record. And in protecting the record, it's determining what evidence is permitted. And when you argue, he's permitting, or he's basically the authority on that your argument is allowed.
On
So
that particular trial, but we know that the judge
in any trial,
decides it.
that's a jury. That's the
Wait.
role of the judge.
All right. For my question, let's assume the judge is over. He makes a decision like every courtroom that how the judge has power and he'll decide whether to give you 120 days for your DUI or whatever
A non-jury
the
trial.
fuck it is. Yes. And his name is Honorable Judge Wilson on there. Can you call him Mr. Wilson?
No, but you could call him judge.
All right. So why would you not call him Mr. Wilson when he calls you Mr. Wilson? Why would you not call him that?
Because he's the judge.
Because he's above you.
He's a judge.
In your head, he is
title.
above you. You would not deign to call him by his name. Because in your head, he's above you.
He is.
See?
So let's go this way. If you're in school, right?
Yeah.
Do you call your teacher?
Can you do me a favor? Take it out of kid
kid
shit. Take it out of kid shit. Can you do an example with adults? I don't want to do kid shit.
You call him doctor. You call him professor. You don't call them just by their
There
name.
you go.
We did. We had nicknames for all our teachers.
Yes.
Jeremy, the judge is a leader, not a representative.
Well, actually, in some cases, the judges appointed their position.
And
In some cases, they are elected.
yes, in Illinois, the Supreme Court are elected.
Your joke falls flat. But anyway.
It's funny, just the words. It didn't have to make sense, right? It's funny.
Joe laughed, so it didn't fall flat. It was
I guess those are the best jokes. They don't even depend on the words.
Right. It's funny. We do believe, and I'll go further, since there was a little lull. It's my opinion that we've replaced God. God is now the government. And he is your God. He's the guy you plead to. He's going to protect you. You give your tidings to this guy willingly. I think most people have replaced the government with God and will not admit it, and most probably unaware of it and would disagree with me.
Well, the only disagreement
isn't religion getting less?
There's
I
one
think it's
disagreement
falling out of favor.
I don't give to the government my tithings willingly. They take it.
Very good. Very good.
Sure you do. You went and got a job, therefore you're willingly giving it up.
Yeah.
No, I got a license. It's under duress. I got to get licensed. That shit's under duress.
I gotta live, man. I gotta eat.
That type of shit. If they get that chip,
I'm fat. I like to eat. Okay.
what if you got to get that computer? What if they come up with the electronic currency and you have to get the computer chip in the palm of your hand? Are you going to get that chip, guys?
Nope.
Hell no.
Hell no. All I heard was a no, but
Not
hell
no, but hell no.
And I mean, I work in IT. No, no.
no. You said you certainly would not.
No, they can implement a cashless system without chipping everybody's hand, I'm
We
sure.
have a cashless system.
Oh,
I
shit.
love it. I hate paper money anyway, so.
Yeah, I'd
It
become a
depends if it's
caveman.
clean money or dirty money.
Not laws. What ruling is this? Please cite it
What's
for me.
that?
Let's
Put
see.
it back up there
Supreme
and try to
Court can't
read it.
restrict what legislation Congress could pass. They can evaluate legislation as to whether it's constitutional or not, but they can't tell Congress what future legislation they can or cannot pass.
Correct. And they can tell them if their law they wrote and got passed, if
This
it's
is Nut
parts
Laws
of it
blowing his
are
dust like he always
Well,
does.
he's Canadian.
He's trying to deflect from what's happening up in Montreal right now. Cope.
What's happening in Montreal?
All those riots. The Hamas people are chanting death to Canada, death to the U.S., death to Israel. They're
What
tearing
they
up
won't
buildings. It's like
they won't give them
George Floyd days,
they won't let them have surf or what?
and it's up in Canada.
I didn't know none of that shit, bro.
Oh yeah,
Me either. I
it's all
haven't seen
over
a thing about it.
Twitter anyway. They have videos, everything.
What's
I'll
Twitter?
be
I don't
looking it up.
follow Twitter.
I'll be looking that shit up for sure. What's you guys' stance on that? I think I saw a really good clip on a guy who was saying that he's a Jew and he believed that all the Palestinians were evil animals and stuff like that. And he went over there for a couple of years. He did work over there and he found out that people are people. And he's also very open-minded. So he went visit the places where all of the stuff, the occupations were, and the encampments that they encroaching on, and, settlements, and all the atrocities, hundreds of Palestinians being slaughtered. He went there and heard from the people. He did it for a while, and now he's like, "People are people. I was wrong." And that will be my position. He's like, yeah, when they came in on October 7th, I think it was, and kidnapped all the people, murdered all the people, that was wrong. And it's also wrong to indiscriminately just, hit apartment buildings and civilians.
Well, they should not have done October 7th.
Exactly.
Well, I think we all agree on that shit.
Wait, I missed what was the question?
What do you guys feel about the work over there right now? I got some buddies who think, I'll
Well,
tell
I
you in a
didn't
second.
vote in the Gaza election, so my opinion has some merit.
Very good again, right?
It started out as an anti-NATO protest.
Anti-NATO.
Yeah, that's what it started as. Then it turned
When
into
did this happen?
death to Canada, death to America, death to Israel.
Yeah, I worry. I go to a lot of protests, and the ones you need to watch are the ones who wrap their face like that. They are fixing to do some bullshit.
Yeah, BLM.
That's how they do here at the
Yep.
Antifa up here in Seattle, like
Yep.
during the George Floyd. And every May Day they smash out the windows.
There's a reason they make guns. This would be one of them.
I can't understand what they're saying.
Just
But they're
imagine
tearing
it.
up Canada.
Something about NATO. Block
Oh, I thought they
NATO.
wanted more maple
And this is
syrup.
the one.
If the governor said that, so like,
Do not
we'll
wonder
pardon anyone
how
that
revolution could possibly be
shoots
done.
Antifa rioters.
Men who have never known a free day. We must do it.
This is like a regular ass
Death
protest.
to Canada. Death
Damn.
to the United States.
I was
And death
wrong.
to Israel.
She's mad.
Boy, was I wrong. Shit.
She's Antifa. What do you expect?
I
I don't know
went
how to
to.
play that too much, Jeff.
Well, it was off of Twitter. Of course, Nalaz is going to tell us none of this is real, so we're just hallucinating it,
No,
like
I
all the
mean,
DEI stuff.
I kind of have an interesting take on that, which is I kind of refrain from having an opinion there.
That's an
I
interesting
don't
take.
agree. I don't agree with anything that leads to physical violence.
Very
You know,
good.
I wish
Just
all
Yeah,
the
me
conflict,
too.
yeah.
I
wish
draw
all
the
the
line at
conflict
political violence on
I wish
either
all the
side.
conflict could be addressed through, you know, through discussion, voice, and things like that. I never condone anything that leads to physical violence.
Yeah.
You know,
Destruction,
and that
violence.
said, like I'm very like hate speech, things like that. I have no problem if you exercise hate speech. Like I have no problem with the fact you do it. Should you do it? No, I think that's stupid. But
But you wouldn't give a
I
guy extra time in
You
jail
have the
for
right
it,
to do
right?
it.
I'm sorry, Joe. What was
You
that?
wouldn't give a guy extra time in jail for it or something like that, right?
No, for
What do you mean?
using hate
You
speech.
know,
No,
calling me a hard R or something. He shouldn't get extra time in jail. I'm with you.
no, I don't think being hateful or having hate or anything like that is something that in itself should condemn you to punishment.
I dig
I
it.
think if I you know enacted harm on you, the
Yeah,
hate the driving factor could weigh in a little bit to that,
Yes.
sure. But just
it
simply
could
say
and it should
I did
not, and it
these
could.
other actions and this person is also hateful towards
Oh,
this. No, I would
it-
never throw that in.
I got a question. I got to go back to the racial areas. I'm not trying to trigger anybody,
You the only one
but
gets triggered over that.
good, good. Let's say
Jeff, I feel
uh,
unsafe.
I'm already unsafe. Finger on the button. Finger on the button. Finger on the button. Let's say the court systems. Think Deep South when black never won any trial or anything with all white juries. Think about that. Is there such a thing as legislation that could change that? Is there? Because they tried with that civil rights shit, and I don't think they got it right. Is there something you can do?
Wait, what?
What
I
was
don't
the
understand the
question
question.
again?
The
Yeah, me
question
either.
is, you got to go back to the ancient days in the South, where a black person, anytime they went to court with a complaint against a white person, they never won. 0 times, because the jury would never vote against another white
Why
person
are we
over it.
going back there?
Because I'm trying to see if because it's kind of like DEI. This is where I'm taking it. If that's why I took back to a really tough situation. If the situation was tough, they won't hire a black person. No one to hire a black person, and they can't win in a trial. Is there? Do you have legislative alternatives that you can put into place?
Well, they did.
What would
That's
that
how
be?
they.
I don't know. It's rough. I've thought about it.
Like forcing people to hire black people just because they're black?
Damn
That seems
near, right?
racist.
It
Well,
does.
I wouldn't hire you, and it's not because you're black. I would be
Right.
worried about how you represent my company.
so
I get that.
It
Yeah,
I
depends
couldn't
on the
hire
job.
you.
There are some jobs I might hire you
I,
for,
I
honestly.
couldn't hire you for some jobs either,
Pro-
right?
I,
Because
I
I'm worried
accept
about
that.
how you
There's,
would represent me.
I absolutely accept that.
so
Right.
I don't know, Jeff. I think I'm sorry, Joe. I don't
Yeah.
know. I think you know in the time when it is so severe of a problem, I think at that point in time, you know it's kind of necessary to put
I
legislation.
dig it. I dig it.
But I
Man.
don't think it's something that should be in perpetuity. Like I think there's an
I
expiration
like that argument. I
on
like
that.
it. I like it a lot.
You know that kind of goes, and I know I'm probably gonna get flamed here, or whatever. But that kind of goes into another topic that even comes up now. It's like reparations, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, no.
I think at the time when slavery ended and things like that, reparations probably could have been something that would have been good. I don't know that we would have ever come up with the right number or anything, but
Right.
like saying in perpetuity, I think it doesn't work.
I like
Because
the argument.
Correct.
Still.
what
If
it
it's in
creates.
perpetuity, then nothing is getting repaired.
Well, no, but there's two things it does. It actually creates a reverse problem, right? Like now that comes down to being, I'm paying reparations. Well, here's the thing. I come from immigrants from Ireland who never had slavery or had slaves.
They were slaves.
But because I look to be like somebody who had, slaves in history, I'm now responsible for reparations. For
Well,
something.
actually, it's not you. It's the U.S. It's us. I have to pay myself reparations as well. It's us, the U.S., who did this
Right, but
wrong.
you would also be the
And-
beneficiary of that.
I know, sounds
right?
like a cop,
Right?
right? Yes.
Which does that not seem just doesn't seem it seems like I'm being punished. But that's the separation that gets created. You're punishing a bunch of people who had no responsibility for it, for the benefit for a bunch of other people who also had no penalty from it.
They suffer no ills from it.
There has to be like I'm not against the fact that those things. I'm not against the fact that those things don't have value at the time when they should have been implemented. I just think that any of those things need an expiration. Otherwise, later down the road, they're going to create other divides.
I think your argument is sound, solid, and I support it too. Maybe I would not want to touch it. I would not want to put my hands into that soup, but perhaps it gets so messy. I should do some legislative for a short time and then revisit it and hopefully lessen it and change it as the times change and stuff. And that was somewhere I was going to go with that shit. Now I forgot.
Back to the plantation, Joe.
I don't fucking remember. He was making good points, though. Now I don't remember. Just 2 seconds. I just started smoking again, and already my shit started.
Oh, look at that. That's a sign, Joe. That's a sign from God.
God don't even want you to have them.
That's right.
It's cool, Joe. We get it. You agree?
Oh, yes.
But you're doing pretty good for yourself. You don't need reparations, huh?
Yes, right.
You've been traveling all over you do more stuff than the rest of us.
I don't like that idea, the reparations idea. It separates. It's kind of like I don't like BET, NAACP, because it seems like a knee-jerk reaction. White people are excluding us, so we're going to make something that excludes white people. It's illogical.
Well, wait, when did you change your song? Because you were not singing this a few months ago.
You haven't listened.
Exactly.
I've been saying this for years.
But I mean,
You were also saying how oppressed black people were
Joe,
and how the white society is stacked against them.
Those things aren't in opposition.
I mean, I argue certain things like for example, when it came to the school system, things like that, right? And having separate schools, I do think integrating schools was ultimately a should have been a thing that was done, and I do look at forcing that and all that as a form of reparations, and I think that was a good thing. But now today is that really we don't really have that. I don't think.
Wait.
Yes, we do.
So
it's reversed though.
Oh, that's a
no.
Point,
you're thinking you're talking affirmative action. I'm not talking affirmative. I'm just simply
saying. No. My daughter was in
law requiring
my youngest daughter was in high school. She wanted to take a black history class. Because she was not black, she was not allowed to take it.
Interesting. I'm not sure that's legal, but it's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is probably not legal.
Right.
That's not even part of the point I was making.
Does that? I got your point. Does that mean that if we were to take a step, a measure, it would have to be extremely drastic? Otherwise, you'd have shit like slavery ending in 1865, somewhere around there, and the chick who integrated schools in, I don't know, Missouri or Kansas or something like that, the 10-year-old who went in there and integrated those racist schools. Not Arkansas. No, another one.
Missouri. I thought that was in New Orleans.
Could have been New Orleans, but the chick's like a little older than me. So my point is that we are not progressing. It's at a snail's fucking
You are
race.
now. How far are you going to find that example? Pick something from today.
Well, I use that for a reason, because it's not logical. I know, and this was going to address exactly what you guys was just talking about, you and Jeremy, that you think these things aren't happening today. I don't think it's logical to think that since all
not
of
on
this
that scale,
time, since all of the since all of this time, it hasn't corrected itself, and in your lifetime, you were lucky enough to see where the scales have balanced.
It has corrected a lot.
Well, I mean but that's to my point. Is the drastic measure has to be taken at the time.
That's where I was going
we made
with
the
that.
change in policy.
And I'm scared of the drastic measures. I'm scared of them.
That a drastic measure has to be taken if we change policy, we're going to have to do something immediate that forces that policy to be reflective, right?
Yes.
So
what black person would want to live at that time period versus today and think that they have it better?
I'm not
It's
sure.
obviously better today. They're all going to pick right now versus
Yeah.
the
But I
1960s or
mean,
whatever.
there
I'm
there
not
are
sure that's a good argument, though. The guy in the 60s during Jim Crow laws had a shitty life, and someone
If
can't
you
come in
had a
and,
time machine and
and
could go to any time period in history, which one would you choose to live in where it would be best for you? You'd probably choose the today.
I'd like to finish my point first that just because you have a shitty life in the Jim Crow eras and someone comes in and tells you you're lucky you're not a slave, it doesn't make your shit any better. I don't think that's a good counter argument.
It makes it better relative to Jim Crow. It absolutely does. Look at the progress today versus Jim Crow era. That is undeniable progress. You have to get your magnifying glass out to find reasons to say that things are as bad now as they were
No
in the
one's
Jim
saying
Crow
that.
era.
Please argue what someone says on panel. No one's making those arguments.
Well, I
You're
don't know
bringing
why
those
you're
up.
bringing up Jim Crow examples to begin with unless you're trying to base some kind of argument relevant to today on them.
I am. I
So
am trying to
talk
say,
about today. Talk about the progress today and the scale that it's happening today. Because your point is it's still happening today, but not
yes.
at the level it was happening in the 60s.
Yes, we're just talking. Why you sound like you're upset with me?
I'm not upset. I'm
All
trying to
right.
understand the point of your conversation, just like yesterday. And you're not going to run me all over the world with the crazy, chaotic
Just
conversation
ask
today
a
like you did
question.
last
I'll
night.
answer.
If you have a point, my point is you're taking an example from the civil rights area to make a point about today, and the
Yes.
scales are not the same. You said it's still happening. You said it's ridiculous to think that that stuff's not still happening, but it's not happening on the scale that it was happening from the time period you're choosing your example from, and that is relevant. That is
Yes.
significant. So don't
Agreed.
dismiss my point with your mumbo jumbo chaotic shit.
I am not dismissing your point. I never
Well, it
said
sure
any.
seems like that's what you were trying to do. So if you have a point about today's racism, make a point about the scale that it's happening today. I guarantee it's not the same scale that it was happening from the historical period that you're choosing your examples from.
I was not trying to make a point, an argument that it is as bad now as it was is in Jim Crow.
Okay, good.
Trust me, that was not the point, not where I was going. And
Okay.
I think what's happening here with us and what happened yesterday is if I come into a room, not this one, and I say, I love Trump, someone thinks what they hear is you hate Biden. And I am simply saying statements like "I love Trump," and I think you're reading a lot of stuff into
No,
it that
that's
I'm not
not what's
saying.
happening here. I'm having trouble with the chaos of your conversation, like for getting
yeah.
some kind of. I'm having trouble understanding because every time I think I have your point, you gaslight and you pretend like that's not your point, and I'm just really off with
I'll say I'll
my
get
assumptions.
directly to the point.
Because
And
you
I was
specifically said, and you can rewind the stream, that it's still happening. Like it's ridiculous to think that that kind of stuff is not still happening.
He
Jeff.
did. And can I?
And
Can I?
I made
Well,
the
let me say
point that
one thing.
even if it's still happening, it's not nearly on the scale from where you're drawing your examples from.
I just
Can I
want to
ask
say
one?
I just want to say one thing, and you can get in. I was going to go to the point of it being today, but you interrupted me for clarity.
Okay,
You would
well,
have
you can
gotten
go there
that.
now.
Somebody
I'll
wanted
let
to
you
say,
finish.
I can
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just wanted to. What I think, and the reason I wanted to get in before you spoke, Jeff, or Joe's, because I want
Take your
to
time.
clarify that I understand where you were headed as well. I think
Appreciate it.
where Joe's point was is he's contending with the part where I was saying that these things should not be in perpetuity, and there should be an expiration on it. That's where I think his direction
That's
was
where I was going
going.
to go, and
But I'll let Jay
yes,
expand
thank
on.
you. No, that's where I was going to go directly to police. I was going to say now because of the scales had changed, which would have given you a lot of credence, Jeff. They've changed a ton because now my complaint is I get pulled over by the police more, and what type of shit in today would you? How'd you correct the scales and shit? That's directly where I was going. I was going to use the police shit.
I'm not surprised you get pulled over by the police. Don't Aren't you out there like
I was going
putting
to say the
yourself in
same
front of
thing.
them, filming them and shit?
I get mostly pulled over for on the road for those Illinois plates, I think. Or they run me and say I've been caught with weed so many times that they're definitely gonna pull me
So
over,
there you
right?
go.
I think there's I think there's a few things to that Joe. And I know I'm probably going to get flamed for unpopularity here and whatnot, but stereotypes are a real thing. Regardless of what anybody wants to think and say, there is some validity to stereotypes, and if we really want to be treated in a certain type of way, we have to break the stereotype. So, as
a good start, a good place to start is, Jeff says this without saying this all the time, is that we must preach more that people are people. And he is absolutely right. That
I do
has been
say
a
it all the time,
conversation.
explicitly.
Yeah,
Like
right.
focusing on the individual over
Yes.
the group is the solution.
That's where it's gonna be. It sucks that people are cavemen, and I have to be particular, and I have to recognize if I say, let's say a white guy says, yeah, a tall black dude came to the door. Immediately, people have all their baggage that came with your statement right there. And I have to be a responsible adult. And I can't say black or white as a descriptor sometime. It'll pass for us. We're adults, but most people think you're going to read into it. You're racist. You hate white people or something crazy. And usually, whatever it is good for the goose, good for the gander. It applies to both races anyway.
I don't mind if people use black or white as a descriptor to
I
say
know
who
you
they're
don't.
talking
You're a
about.
smart
That
guy,
black
though.
guy over there, that white guy, that tall white guy. That doesn't bother me
Exactly.
at all.
It's even logical, but if it's a panel of 10 people, excuse me for this, I'm going to get roasted. It's going to be a woman that says, why'd you say so and so? It's going to be a chick, bro.
Well, no, I mean, I
I'll be right back.
I can go to an example on that though, Joe. I don't know if you remember several months ago, you were actually on K, and I actually booted you off.
I was where? Because I get kicked
Beat
off.
Verbal Combat.
Okay, yes, I remember. That was you. That was you.
Yeah. I booted you off because I didn't like your laugh.
You fucking prick.
But immediately it goes to the chat. I'm a racist.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad you got that. I'm kidding.
But I mean, it's just how it goes. Like
that's how it is, man. And in reality, I wish you wouldn't get no shit for that. I hate that people go to that.
It's fine. It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
Rhetoric does not harm people. Words do not harm people, not love. Words have the power you give them. So if a word is harming you, it's because you're letting it harm you.
I like that.
Take some responsibility.
I was about to give the counter argument, but that would have been the counter argument to my counter argument, so I can remain quiet, right?
Well, you can if you want, but
Said Chuck leave us. I didn't heard him interrupt nobody in a while. Yeah, he's gone.
And I'm going to eat my soup, so this is a chance for other
dog
people
out
to
for a
talk
walk.
without me interrupting.
Yeah.
Did you notice the shirt?
Hold on, I got it on. Tom McDonald. Tom Mac 24.
Tom McDonald 2024. No more snowflakes.
I know, right? That's another handicap the Democrats have. They're trying to cater to everyone. It ain't like they have a heart. No one adult would really believe they have a heart and care for all of these different people and blah, blah. They're trying to cater to as many different groups to get as many different votes. And that's a handicap. It becomes obvious to the voter at some point that, that you're spineless, worthless, and just dumb as fuck. We live in interesting times, man. What about, I don't know, you cats, two things popped in my head. Someone, it was an author, I think probably Shakespeare or someone said, I have to be born in interesting times. Could have been the Bible or something. I don't remember. But the Bible also talks about, me and my girlfriend was talking about last night, the signs. It was my argument that these signs have always been present, but her side of the arguments where all of these things they apply now with the wars and rumors of wars. That Russia shit got us started. The U.S. gave bombs to Ukraine. They used them on Russia. Russia took some nuclear bombs. They took the nuclear heads off and dropped them on the Ukraine and said that they're changing their rule. Anybody, country who uses a missile, even if they put it in someone else's country on us, we can now use nuclear weapons. So wars and rumors of wars and all of that biblical, the Euphrates is drying up and all of a lot of signs seem to be happening right now. I was just wondering if anybody followed that shit and had a
No,
thought on it.
I try not to engage in all of that.
It's entertaining. You know, I don't know how serious you got to take
Yeah,
it, but
no,
it's certainly.
there's from an entertainment aspect, sure, you can be entertained by it, but I try not to engage when in what gives the appearance of conspiracy theory.
You
I
and
think
Jeff have that in common. I think that's Jeff who don't like conspiracy theory.
I think if you look too close into anything, you will make connections that aren't necessarily there, but you'll argue that they're there just to prove.
You think that's a thing, man? I feel like
Oh
I
yeah,
knock them out.
I think if you look close enough into
Too
literally
close.
anything, you can
You
connect
spoke
to
correctly.
anything.
You spoke correctly. You said too close, and you are right. That guy could be a dangerous, and he will find connections everywhere. I absolutely agree. But I do believe that I used this argument with Jeff yesterday. You can Google top 10 conspiracies theories that turned out to be true. You know, I do believe that everything's worth, and not everything, but a ton of shit's worth. And even conspiracy theory, aliens, I'll take a few moments and only take a few seconds, and most throughout my day are dismissed quickly. You know, I find enough. You know, I'll find their source that they showed me. I'll just read where the photo came from. It'll be created in a CG lab somewhere. You know, and I can dismiss that. You know, I don't mind doing that shit, and then I can speak more confident about it when I'm in front of other people.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I could go very basic. You know, I've been pretty respectful to you, right, Joe? You would not label me as a racist or anything based on the.
I think you're absolutely charming and smart.
But if you go back and look into my history, I guarantee you, I've probably told a joke that would be seen.
I don't know. I like racist.
So I'm a racist all of a sudden.
I got roasted a couple years ago on my channel, probably. I don't know, on somebody's channel. The racist jokes were the funniest thing, and all of my friends know I have a sense of humor. So the racist jokes were the best thing we had going the whole night.
I think you can easily look into something and say, "Oh, this person has done or said a thing. They're connected to this thing. They are that thing."
Yes,
or
that's usually.
I'm not racist. I love
that
black
thing
people.
is this thing, and these things are all connected, and
that's usually a person who has an agenda, though, to begin with, Jeremy. The person who's looking for something and just looking for confirmation of what they believe to be true. They're probably at fault to start. If you go in with an open mind and not so trusting, I hate to say it, but that's a benefit. Don't trust me. I don't give a fuck if it's whatever newscaster you grew up with. Don't trust the shit that come out of his mouth. Go verify that shit. See for yourself. He's a different person. You may disagree. You will disagree on a bunch of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean that's I mean that all comes down to the same thing. When I can't remember the terms of these things, but like, you know, the whole numbers thing where they'll go back and they'll go through
gematria.
Gematria. Where they'll go through these
that shit.
Oh, it's all Satan, and they'll go through some weird mathematical equation where it all comes.
Well, yes, it'll mean anything they want it to mean at that moment. Like, yeah.
What?
It depends who you're in front of. Number 9, that's the number for intricacy. Number 9, that's the number for eternity. Number 9, that's the number for love. It just depends on who
if you flip it upside down and
it's infinity times 7. Yeah, God.
I don't dig into any of that. That all to me is just crazy conspiracy.
Astrology and tarot cards. Those two things I don't entertain well. That motherfucker want to tell me I was born in the house of Mercury and shit. That's why I'm like this. I'll be ready to cut their throat. No, take responsibility for yourself. Right? You know how many niggas was born that night? They ain't crazy as you are. Take responsibility.
You might be right, after you. They may actually be literal magic, and we're just all ignorant to it.
That's something I bet you I believe. A conspiracy, maybe even. But Tesla, maybe not. Vibration. I believe that words carry vibration, so there's logic there. They've been known to influence water and trees. There's an argument, conspiratorial argument, that words are spells, which is why they say you spell words, and the vibration of the word causes a mood change or whatever in the person or in the system as a whole through its vibration. I like that argument, though. I like to go down that rabbit hole.
I would hate to be that vulnerable to words.
Well, but I mean, I guess there's a little bit of truth to that though, because we say the word, we're emitting sound, right? And
Yes,
that's
that's
literally
so
not
it's
Why
logical.
does everyone have a different reaction to the same word if it has this one power?
Somebody explained that well.
I think
Well,
that's
here,
I think
go
that's the
ahead.
meaning the person puts behind the word, right?
Somebody explained that as you're young, let's say I grew up listening to boom, boom, boom rap music, and someone else was gluing, and my rap music would be a certain vibration, would put me in the mood for a certain thing, and to get that mood, I might have to use a different vibration to elicit it from you. But there are also like love is supposed to have a frequency, and things like that. Tesla, if you want to know God, know energy, vibration, and frequency. Tesla thought that all the keys were in vibration as well, and frequency, which is vibration. That's my words are hitting you now. Frequency and vibration through the air molecules, right? I am freaking working miracles over here through air molecules, vibrations and frequency.
We're so high. You'd still have to be able to test all that.
Yes, they got some interesting tests of plants. I'm sure you've seen the plant, classical musical plants, or water. I forget the water one. I wish someone here knew the water one, where water holds emotions and information. Now a bunch of scientists articles been written about that. They wrote some on someone's DNA. Some guy wrote some entire shit on someone's DNA. Took the DNA, took it somewhere else, hooked it up, and then coded it. You can put, yeah, I gotta study more on that shit. That water shit. Yeah, I'm high.
Let us know.
I love it. This is a great
There's
hobby to me.
I don't. I mean, I'd have to see study on that too, because that sounds crazy to me.
Oh man, yes. Take 2 seconds and look it up. They'll give you a start because there are legit papers written on it now. Water holding information,
Well,
and
there may be papers held on that. I mean, I don't know that water itself would hold
They
information.
can they have the audio microphone, I mean the visual microphone where like things like plants and they use the potato chip bag and they
oh
beam
yeah, the
sound at
vibe,
it and based on like these little tiny subtle movements they could play back the
the
from
conversation
the
in the
way the
room.
plant moves and it can play
Oh,
back the conversation. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
uh,
I mean, that's just
But it's just sound waves.
sound wave, bouncing
yes,
around.
yes.
So it could be something as simple as that with the water. It doesn't have to be anything
Right, but that wouldn't
mysterious.
be the water holding data. That would just be the water essentially.
Impossible.
Oh,
No.
somebody Google it. I'll Google it if nobody go Google
Yeah,
it.
I don't even know what to Google. It's what,
Right.
tell me what terms to use. I'll Google it.
Try storing information in water. That'll get us somewhere.
And it ends you up with a piece of wet paper.
I don't know. It'll just give us a starting point. Yeah,
I'll Google it.
appreciate it. Mr. Cord, you're a good looking guy.
Water
I
might
hadn't
store
noticed.
and
I just
transfer
zoomed in
information,
on you,
say
man. Nice
scientists.
looking gentleman.
No,
No
thank you.
homo.
So wait, okay, no,
I didn't hear what you said, Joe.
water's not storing the data. Basically, particles that have
Oh,
dissolved
okay.
would be in the water. So it's not the water that stores. Water's not storing data. There's just particles in the water
Right.
that can be
It's
examined for data.
Oh, well, no, that
Uh,
can't be what I'm talking about. No, that's a whole different
that
thing. I
makes
am
no
talking
sense.
about, her water holding emotion. You can store emotion and all of that shit in water.
what is what is emotion anyway? I thought it was just chemical
My
in
God, I
like a
don't know it.
chemical process in the body. How can that be stored? It's not
Um,
even anything tangible.
Right.
So let me
all
go.
right.
Can
Yeah,
water
you gonna
store
make me
emotion?
Google some
I
shit too.
see.
Yeah, well, this is Jeff Googling. I don't have to
I'm such
Google
a
it.
deep thinker. I think thoughts come from the
You
brain and
silly.
emotions come from the heart.
What come from the brain? Thoughts?
Okay, they have some Japanese
Thoughts come from the
scientist with
brain,
a website, Born
emotions
as
from
the
the thought.
Earth,
I mean, from the heart.
that
What
talks
as the
about it.
earth? That sounds
Yeah, this
already
seems
sounds.
new agey,
Yeah.
conspiratorial.
Yes, nothing like that. No. All right, let's go back to information. What the information storing? What'd you find, bro, Jeremy?
I just found they were talking about like different things can dissolve in water, and the
Yeah, that
particles
sounds
in that
lame though.
water
Like
can
my
then be.
aspirin can
That
dissolve in
makes total
water.
sense to me.
Yeah, but that doesn't fit the definition of why they be running around saying you can store information in water and gather it like you can use it fucking like the cloud or something. Hold on, I'm gonna Google some shit.
It's a bunch of woo woo stuff.
Yeah, that's what the results I came up with were woo woo. Hey, Zephyr. Zephyr might
Sorry,
know.
but it's woo woo. But believe it or not, Jeff,
Yeah, I mean,
when you know how they say information is stored in the clouds, there are people that actually think it's the physical clouds they're talking about.
Oh my God.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
the only thing I know of currently about any form of liquid actually storing data really comes down to as basic as I can get is like USB storage, right? USB storage, the mechanism on how that's retaining data for is like those USB thumb drives and things like that. They're actually storing data by use of liquid. But the way it works
Silicone,
is
right?
essentially they can put a charge to it, and that will cause it to either like store air or a liquid, whatnot, and that's how they come up to being a 1 or a 0.
Interesting. All the shit I found was lame as fuck. That's more interesting than anything I just found in my search.
It's
Yeah.
woo woo. That's why, because it's woo woo science.
No. What he's talking about is not woo woo. His is logical, and that sounds like
Oh,
where someone would have been talking about. You can use water to store information. That
Well,
sounds
it wouldn't be
better
water.
than.
I don't know that it's water, but it is a liquid that is inside of your USB thumb drives that you get. It's
Interesting.
essentially a liquid that they can put a charge to that will essentially result in either the creation of a bubble or removal of that bubble, and that's how they equate to
That'll do for me,
binary
Joe.
1 or 0
Yeah, it's brilliant.
to come up to data.
mm,
Tibor, I don't think there's a way to buy specific memberships,
no, it's all
but I'll
random.
be in a like when is December 1st? In a week or so, I'll be able to release some more free memberships. So if you're around then, maybe you'll end up with one.
You get like what,
You're
5 a
not a
month?
Scorpio. You don't deserve a
10. I can
membership.
release batches of 5. Yeah, Chuck was gifted some earlier. I don't know how it determines who gets them though. That's
It,
It's
that's the thing I haven't
random.
figured out.
so they say it's completely random. I don't think that's
I don't
true
think it is either. I think
I
it
because
notice
goes
more
by
white people get them than black
engagement
people. I
level
know.
or something.
yeah, I'm definitely more likely to
All the
get
white
two
people
over
get them.
here.
Joe, hang on. Chuck bought a batch today, and you were the first one at the top of the list. So you cannot
I
argue
picked a
privilege or
bad time
racism or
for
none of
that
that crap
one.
anymore.
No, that was a great time for that joke. I love it. But no,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
at
I
least
want a refund. If I
from what
bought
I
Joe Cool a membership,
It was.
from what I've
You
read
bought
though,
10 memberships, and Joe was the very first one.
from what
damn.
I've read, they
He's
say
not lying
that
because I
it's
was gonna
completely
come here and
random.
lie and say,
And y'all
"Yeah,
can
Jeff, I
rewind the
bought a
stream. I read them
membership."
off.
But I
Look,
don't.
Jeff, I was gonna lie and say, "Yeah, I bought a membership." Jeff, I didn't know I'd have been busted immediately because I read the
Okay.
list.
But I think YouTube does put some weighting to it for in a few ways. One, I think if you have YouTube Premium, I think
Yeah,
you're more likely to because I get memberships all the time and I have YouTube
so
Premium.
do I, and I got
Because
Before
you
I
membership.
didn't
you
have
like hang
Premium,
out in chat rooms or panel. Oh, sorry. You hang out in chat rooms or panels a lot.
certain ones, but I do speak in the
Well,
chat quite a bit. And
original
Damn,
theory was the more active you are in chat, they're the first
well, and
one. Was
that's the other one is
that
being
can't
active
be.
in certain chats make you more likely to get it too.
I'm
I
not
I
do
even
got one
speak
from
in
the
the
active in
chat
Crucible
chat.
the
still,
other day, and I haven't been to that channel in like a year.
but they seem to hold validity based on just what I've observed.
My lighter
I
died.
got one from there and I turned it off.
Oh. I went to check it out, and it was he has like 500 people that watch it once now. The chat was going so fast you couldn't even see anything.
Was that Andrew Wilson, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't stand that guy.
he
You
all
see,
right.
I'm wearing his
He
merch.
has his good points.
It's like that Banker Joe fella. He gets on my nerves.
Which one?
I was messing with Joe. Our
Uh,
Joe. He's over
most
there being
people.
quiet as a dormouse.
I was go stealing my girlfriend's lighter. Oh, you talking about the other Joe? Okay.
Yeah, the white Joe.
Yeah. See, there you go with that shit
That's
again.
racist, man.
Yeah.
Good thing I'm not Jewish, where the banker part would have been double racist.
Financial, sorry, financial.
Oh, fuck.
I just heard you was the crooked banker in the Monopoly game. That's all.
Oh, effigy, you talking about on verbal combat? Because they don't go, because it's not a logical dialectical debate. They go
It's
what's
not
called
factual.
it's sophistic, heuristic, and
Yeah.
parastic.
It's
That's
not
what
Yeah.
that
fact based
Schopenhauer essay
either.
breaks all of those debate styles down, and that's why I posted that essay to
Whoever's
show
got
the
the best
difference between
ad
that style of
hominems
debate and the
wins.
logical dialectical style.
I missed it, Jeff. I'd like to read it at some point because
Here,
I
I will
like the
post it now.
logical
I'll
shit,
post it again.
and I'm very aware that the way the debates that I go to, it's all about it's too much swaying the crowd, boys.
Yeah,
It's oration and
yeah.
shit comes in. It's not like true
They
debate where
don't
it's a
vote
question
on
of
who
truth.
has the best logical argument.
Wait,
Exactly.
Jeff.
That's why I call it blood sports and verbal combat.
But yeah, except for the fact that the debate that Effigy had was not actually part of the show. There was no vote. There really was no vote on in that. It was just Andrew. Effigy got into a debate. I put Effigy into a
Was
debate.
it a one-on-one?
Hang on. I put Effigy into a 1v1 against Speakeasy, actually. And that topic interested Andrew, in which case Andrew wanted to come up and contend with Effigy on that. So it wasn't a real 1v1 because it lasted for a very long time.
Can I answer dude's
It
shit?
was like
Because
a
I could,
45-minute debate.
and we get
Wow.
back to it.
How did Easy let that go?
Oh, sorry.
They called it all part of the after party. It wasn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. You talking about this question?
Yeah, the question, Joe, if you can summon YouTube panel of former and present people who I'd love the question, and I could tell you Socrates, Confucius,
What?
Sun Tzu,
Oh,
go with Malcolm X.
Jesus?
we
I'm scared
did
of
we
him.
did one
I'm
with
not gonna
them.
bullshit you. I do my little transcendental shit, and and I asked to see Jesus, and the energy came, and it was so heavy, I was afraid. I was scared to do it.
He didn't come to me.
Jeremy, I had
See, you got
almost
privilege.
forgotten that it was you who started all that.
I'm sorry. It's not personal, man. I just love watching your avatar do animations.
It started off so innocent. And so look, I was when you put me in the debate with Speakeasy, I was like, okay, cool, I get to debate Speak, but I'm not stupid. I know I'm not going to win it. So I took the moment to be like, hey, let's keep going on this gender topic because and the craziest thing is that's what I debated Andrew like 2 weeks ago on.
Well,
and so I was like, and it's one of my weakest debate topics. So I was like, this will give me good practice, even though I know I'm going to lose. And so I was like, okay, cool, we do this. But as soon as we drop out of the debate, he's right there. And he's like, look, I want to get back in on this. I'm like, you've already killed me once on this topic.
That's probably what he wanted.
There's actually a few things here that you didn't know about this week's VK specifically. That you should actually feel kind of honored in the fact that I put you in there. Is I stated and I advocated and other panels and all that this week that nobody from outside the US would win VK 47. And so I chose you specifically, one, for selfish reasons because I wanted to see your avatar. If you lost, but two, based on the panel on there, I didn't really know anybody else that would actually give a good contending to Easy, who is not American, to get him off of the final poll. And
Easy is that good?
In the end, he would have won the vote, but he took himself off anyways. So my end objective actually came through anyways, and there were nobody other than the one Australian guy.
You know what? The reason I was so shitty at the end of it is because I really feel like I would have won the vote, it would have been the first time I ever won. But Andrew at the end of it was like, "Go vote for Wally," and of course everyone,
Yes, absolutely.
fucking lemmings they are.
Absolutely.
Right.
I do not disagree with your
So I
statement
was
in
being
any
really
way.
shitty and just being like,
Did anybody
"Fuck you,
see
you
the
fucking
debate
DEI champion."
last night between Speakeasy and Melanie?
Oh, well, I'm odd for easy, so I had to
Speakeasy and who?
Melanie.
Melanie, the
The
It was a
furry.
fun.
know
Yeah,
who
that
that
was a fun
is.
time. Oh,
You've
that
probably
debate
been on your
yesterday.
channel a couple times, Jen.
He
What was the
lost
gender
big
debate?
time.
What was the topic?
It was I forget the exact prompt, but it was basically about
Wait, which one? The VK one or the one for Melon Speakeasy?
The one you just the one that just passed. The one you debated
The
Friday.
VK.
Oh, it was just is there a difference between sex and gender?
Yes.
And what
There is now.
conclusion did you guys come up to? Is there? Was there? What you guys suss out?
I sussed out that when you debate the host, you always lose.
Especially Andrew Wilson.
I enjoy debating Speakeasy. I actually do enjoy it.
Is he talented, or are you just saying?
He's good.
No, he's good. He's good debater.
There are different kind of debaters, and some debaters are just more about the rhetoric, the rhetoricians, I kind of call them, and the
I
right
find
is
him one of those.
the right wing kind of red pillish adjacent spaces are very obsessed with those kind of debaters, and they practice like it's a skill and they hone it and they're really good at it. And if you go into there not having your own shit together, you can get wrecked by someone who is debating something you think is completely wrong.
They're good at the rhetoric part, but it's the logic part that they can't seem
Too much ad hominem,
to follow.
Personal attack.
So I don't know how that makes them good debaters.
I mean, I completely agree. I spent the better part of that 45 minutes being told that citing a statistic is a threat, an implicit threat against someone. So I was
my God.
I was like, okay, well
that's crazy. That's Alice in Wonderland debate.
It's like a huge straw man, but okay, cool.
Yeah, lots of straw man. Yes, that's my experience with them.
No, but it was a fun night on VK. It was wild.
It just frustrates me because the conversation doesn't flow. The logic doesn't connect and flow, and all I do is end up frustrated, like I do on here.
It was fun the one time I was on there.
Andrew had a lot of contending.
They set you off even more on that, Jeff.
I usually don't last long enough to get set off. Like I did a 1v1 with Andrew, and it was him yelling at me to stop spurging the whole time. Like he didn't even bother to even make. He's just like, "Stop spurging, Jeff. Stop spurging. You're spurging. Stop spurging. Stop spurging." Until the clock ran out, and then the audience voted him the winner. Is that kind of stupid stuff? It's not even worth somebody that respects actual Socratic dialogue and debate. It's not even worth my time.
Was that the one I saw, Jeff?
Maybe it was like
have you
probably 6 months ago, or maybe a year.
Times.
Well, that's the thing. You got to realize that these guys who debate, some of them, it's literally a sport to them. Like they only care about the W, right?
Yeah, and I'm not good at that.
We're not trying to go anywhere together. We're not trying to have the conversation. It's I've got to win.
That's why I picked Socrates first, man. Back then, it was a quest for the truth. That I'm a big fan of that, man.
That's what I thought T-Bar was asking. Like panel people of today, who would you have on?
That's why I started with Socrates. Confucius, I'm a huge fan of. He's the one. It's not a day when I walk with man, woman, a child at that. Not my teacher, and a million other things. Like stories I can give you about that clown. He had political aspirations. All the politicians played him and told him, they, give him position, but really they just wanted to keep getting his message so they can give it out to the people and like it was theirs. And he never achieved any real power. I don't know. It was great. I could tell you about his students. I'm a big fan. Sun Tzu, Art of War, right? Million reasons I like to talk about that good. None of them will be war. It will be philosophical shit, right? I'd have to Gandhi, somebody from the Middle East, man.
No, I mean like actual people from the Panelverse. If you had to put together a panel of 10 Panelverse people, who would they be?
It would depend, man.
Shiva's always great to talk to.
She was my man, yeah. It would depend on the subject though, because I do a lot of this shit, and certain people I would pick if I knew the subject matter before. Like for instance, Nude Guru. I think he's absolutely fabulous, man. He's so solid. He's got some great arguments, but
Yeah, right.
most arenas he I think he falls short. And most people are like that. They have their strong and weak points. So if I was for a debate, who I was going to pick, I'd need to know what it was about, I guess. And I'd pick someone hostile because I know what this world is like. I'd pick people like me who don't mind yelling at people and shit, but that's not my ideal anything.
Bricky was trying to put together a little team to go after Andrew and Mr. E, and he came here recruiting, and I haven't heard from him since.
Rick's coming to recruit you for a suicide mission.
Yeah, it was me. I think Hank was going to be involved. We were trying to put together, like, find different skill sets and tactically put together the right team.
Yeah.
And the idea was to take on Andrew, but Mr. E was the actual target.
Do you know why? Do you know why that is?
Mm-mm.
Because they were in there was a debate or something that they were doing, and on Andrew's Discord, they do like call.
Oh yeah, I used to hang out there.
Ricky joined in on the call screening one to get in there, and Mr. E's like, I can't understand you. We're not having this shit, and he booted him off.
Oh, because he's a drunk Brit. That's why.
Ever since then, Bricky's had it out for Mr. E, and because Mr. E works for.
Oh yeah, he did say he got like banned from the server or something by Mr. E.
Yeah, he got kicked off of the call screening chat
funny.
once, and so ever since then he's been banned from the Discord, and he's had it out for him.
So he wants vengeance.
Oh yeah, dude! Andrew and Mr. E had a 1v1 on VK once, literally making fun of Bricky over it. It was great.
Wow, just making fun of Bricky?
Yeah.
They love to punch down on the Spurgs over there.
Well, Bricky brought it up because he actually went after Mr. E about being banned on the Discord, and then Andrew came up and challenged Mr. E into a 1v1, and literally that's all Andrew did was acted like Bricky being all butthurt about being kicked from the Discord, and then I guess Mr. E kicked Andrew's cat or something. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and Andrew was just like fake Christberging for the entire debate.
I saw Andrew's opening to something, and it was kind of a joke opening, and I thought it was fucking brilliant.
That was the I know exactly what you're talking about. About the Christian anarchy debate or Christian anarchist debate or whatever with Mosman.
Whoever it was courteous and all of that shit.
Jesse Ventura impersonation for that entire opening.
Yes, he did something like that. Yes, it was great. I thought it was great, and you could tell he's a smart dude from that. I haven't seen the debates, and obviously I saw him debate Base Oracle. He just ripped Base Oracle and drug him around like it was bad. And I think I saw him debating Jeff recently, within the last couple of months or something.
Andrew?
That wasn't Andrew you were debating. I thought I saw him debate.
Last time Andrew, it might easy replayed an old debate between me and Andrew recently.
That's probably what I saw, and I had stepped in here to say, "Hey, man, I saw a debate with you, man. I thought you were
that
doing
was from a year and a half ago."
All right. Yes, I thought Jeff was winning that. I only watched the first, 15 minutes.
I was, because Andrew was the one spurting out the whole time. I was sitting there very calmly, and he wasn't addressing any of my points. He was doing the straw man thing the whole time.
I just saw Bob, somebody, over there at Sarah's, and he did the same thing with Flow State now. When they had an argument, rather than go down that line, he'd intentionally mislead and take a guy. Don't you have to believe in this? Is this true? Is this true? Take him down some line of reasoning that takes a long time and proves nothing. But he'll be like, aha, as if that proved his point. A long diversionary tactic to get you away from a genuine topic that he feared. I saw that as a sign of weakness. And he was like, you got to consider your audience, man.
Yeah, but the audience sees it as entertainment. Like, they see it as good blood sports. That's why they vote. It's exactly what Effigy said.
Yeah, a lot of the... I have, like, honestly won some 1v1s on there, but the ones where I went in there knowing that just out of pure ideology, this decks were so stacked against me that I almost had no chance. Those were the ones that I just decided to go straight.
I could tell you,
They
you
deny
had
that,
no
FG. They
chance.
claim that is not
Well, no, I mean,
true. That anybody can
I
win.
kind
And
of
the
use the
audience is
system
not
though. So
biased.
like, whenever I just go straight ad hom and start yelling and talking shit, like I've won a few of them. So it is kind of like
you can't win.
an
I
arena.
thought you'd never win, and
I
you
don't think
never
I
could
think a lot of
win.
people admit that.
Effigy, since you got on here, you everything you talked about was the ones where you had no chance. I thought you had a defeatist attitude, but you say you have one some over there.
Hey, I'm stepping into an arena where everyone is on the opposite ideological side than me.
You sound defeated
I know what
going
I'm
in.
against.
You
No,
sound see
Because
exactly.
the
you
audience
sound
is
defeated
stacked
going in.
against you.
Yeah, but
I'm just perceptive. I'm not defeatist, my man.
yes. Would you agree with the philosophical thing that you cannot win if you believe you cannot win? Would you agree with that?
I've willed my way to winning.
Yeah, I don't think Effigy, Joe, I don't think Effigy thinks he can't win. He's saying it's harder for him to win. And
I got
And
it.
it's
I would
gaslighting to
agree with
pretend
that.
like it's not.
it is harder for him
I'm not
to win when he's
pretending. I
coming
grant
in.
him that.
They came on.
That's
They
a
came on my
given.
show and tried
I
to convince
understand.
me of that the other day.
I
I've
understand.
seen
and I
enough
agree.
of them to know the pattern of what the audience
I'm
reacts
not
to and
complaining
what they
about it
vote
though.
for.
Like I know what I'm walking into, so that's why I don't really bitch about it. I know exactly what I'm walking into, and that's the challenge.
Jeff, well, he just went mute. Never mind.
I'm ignorant. The first time I went in there, and I don't even know how the show went. But I won a couple Jeremy before Jeremy kicked me off of that motherfucker. I didn't have the smarts to be intimidated or anything, man. I didn't know it was supposed to be a scary place, man. I was in there thinking I'm gonna tear these motherfuckers apart.
I mean, it's not supposed to be a scary place, but it is a place where insults and things like that can happen. But to get into the point, Jeff, where you can actually not align with the majority and still win. Shiva is who comes on there quite frequently. He's actually won twice. I think he's the only one he was the first one to win 2 consecutive DQs.
Damn.
He does not align with the ideologies of a lot of the people.
He's pretty much a contrary.
Bricky said he won 4 times.
Bricky's won 5
times, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
He and Wally
How
are
does Bricky
currently
win?
tied for the most wins.
Mm.
Bricky wins because he's popular. He's really good at throwing out random ad homs and just other stupid random chaotic.
So he's entertaining. You have to be entertaining.
He's got a few. Yeah, there's a very strong entertainment aspect.
Yeah,
to it.
I don't have that. I'm
yeah, I was
bland and
gonna
boring
say.
and logical.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you start to have a debate style where you're trying to have a conversation, you will get punished for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why like sometimes I'll just drop in already yelling, and everybody gets excited and they like it.
I
on
noticed
purpose,
that-
like you go in there.
I did on Friday.
That's all everybody do is talk over
I
each
don't
other.
know. I can't
until
fake
the-
a spurg out. It has to
Yeah, I mean,
happen naturally.
let's put it this way: I am not a great debater by any means. And with that said, hang on, I've won.
Yeah, there you go.
I can see it though, depending on the competition. Just from watching you today. Wait, that's your victory.
There
victory
you go.
shot. I like the dogs.
Those are my actual dogs, man.
Oh wow. Well, congratulations.
But I mean, that's the point. Is you can even as not a good debater, if you get put into the right topics with the right people or against the right people, things like that.
Are you saying that you didn't stoop to those tactics? You didn't try to sway the crowd and do that shit. You was able to keep to the.
No,
subject?
It's also a matter of numbers, right? So like at any given time on a full panel, I am usually either the only one or one of 2 left-leaning ideological people. So just by the numbers, I'm getting stuffed into 1v1s usually more often than other people. So just like statistically, I'll get knocked out of the show more often.
I got booted from someone's panel the other day for saying left wing. He was something about left wing shit, or he said right wing shit, and he went on to say more of a statement. And I told him I thought the answer to that statement was brilliant. The first thing I thought sounded, like it came from an idiot. I might have got booted. I don't know.
Whose panel?
GS. It was probably demolished doctrine. I don't think I got booted. If it was him, I was going against GS. I don't think I got booted. I was going against GS, and he lost his mind, and that was the first thing I thought when you said left leaning. My thought was, how bright can a motherfucker be if he, is into that? Some people need to talk me out of that ideal. And last time I said that out loud, I got in trouble. I got yelled at. But
well, it's also like my angle for not getting targeted on VK, because I sit there and tell the chat like it's going to turn into a boring circle jerk if you guys get rid of me.
I dig it.
It's
workable
because if you leave them alone for long enough, basically like they just end up trying to discuss which one of their versions of Christianity is better or some shit like that. Whereas they're not getting like the red meat that they want if there's a liberal to all pile up on.
It wasn't this panel, not Loss. I didn't kick Joe off over anything left wing, right wing.
Definitely kick me off more panels than not.
I kick him off for being a Karen. That's it. There was one time on Verbal Combat that I actually did have the topic was something about mental health, and I was able to get taken seriously on that one topic, and people started to ask me questions. And, what do you think about this? How would you handle this situation, etc. So when I was in my area of strength, I felt like I got more of a fair hearing than when it's just some random political topic.
And I mean, that's kind of where it comes down to me. It's like, I don't like to argue or debate on topics that I don't have really any passion and backing,
Yeah.
So I will generally do everything I can to avoid contending with topics that I don't really have a strong stance for.
Yeah.
So you only jump in when it's something that you have some passion behind.
I will generally, you'll know.
That's a good strategy.
You'll know when I'm in there. I'm speaking on it. I have passion behind it. Otherwise, I'll just.
I prefer the guy who could take any side of any argument and is willing to and thinks he can. I prefer that guy.
We have a few guys that'll play devil's advocate on there. Chris Lestrange is one of those guys.
I've done that many times and gotten burned by it.
Yeah, in debate class, that's what we had to do. They would give you a topic and tell you what position you had to argue for, and you had to be able to do either one.
It's not easy to debate for a side that a position that you do not believe in.
I do it all the time.
I can debate random positions on logic, but I'm better at the ones that I have some passion behind.
I did the one, does God come from nature, or does morals come from nature or God? I argued nature. I bet you most of those people on the panel thought that I don't believe in God, because I argued nature, and I felt it and all of that bullshit. But really, I'm a fan of God, man. Jesus.
Jeremy, though, what your true MVP move on Friday was, your true MVP move was that Brick versus Jess. When I saw you do that, I was like, yes, clutch.
Well, in all honesty, I knew, and
that turned into a Spanish soap opera real quick.
But no, I knew Jess was going to take that away as a win. But in reality, I knew Jess was going to get the win on simping.
Not our Jess, not little Jess that hangs out here.
I don't know.
Jess White.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
Australian.
You guys are going to have to tell more of the story. You're telling stories and cracking jokes amongst each other. I wasn't there, tell the whole story if you're going to tell that shit. My opinion. I want to be in on it.
There's not a whole lot of story to tell on that.
That was a master move. Yes, it was.
Somebody came in. Somebody came in to VK, jumped up on panel, and started attacking Bricky on the panel. And I was like, all right, well, let's just put them into a 1v1. They can go at each other. And so that's essentially what ended up happening is I made it a roast battle. So no topic, just, going at each other.
But it turned into like this really awkward confrontation. Like it was like an intervention. Everyone just got like, whoa.
That's fucked up.
I swear, I thought she was gonna be like, "Stop fucking stalking me."
Just stop.
But at the end of the day, I was totally side gaming. My entire motive the entire time, and this is one of the reasons I didn't go up there, is because I didn't want to lose focus on my objective is to not have anybody who is not American in the final vote to ensure that DK-47 went to an American.
Were you able to arrange that?
That was an easy way to get Bricky out.
Oh.
Oh, I just realized why. That's how slow I am on this.
Yeah, 45 went to a Canadian, so 47 had to go to an American.
Who won it?
Who won, VK? Wally.
Oh, fucking Wally.
Oh.
Because Andrew told everyone to vote for him.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I didn't care. I actually didn't do anything. Like, I only
It was the most votes I had ever gotten, even though I lost, even though I got second. It was the most votes I had ever gotten.
Yeah, I think if it weren't for, I think you would have actually won, even if the second vote, if it didn't come to the second vote, if Andrew wasn't on the panel, I think you would have won that first vote. Because you were second place on that first vote.
Yeah, I was tied with Wally for second place. Yeah, on that one.
I will tell you now, I was going to vote for you on that first one, but I wait until about a minute before the timer's up, and Andrew already had that with like 17 or 18 votes, and you were at like 6. So I was like, okay, it's decided. So I just went ahead and threw it.
So you throw in with the crowd.
I just gave, well, at that point, it didn't make any difference. I just went ahead and gave it to Andrew. But I was gonna give it to Effigy in that last.
Who did you think actually did the better debate? Effigy.
From what was on?
Well, this was the end of the show.
There were a few
Vote.
things. Effigy had been on the panel most of the night. I don't think he ever got kicked off the panel.
No, I had to leave for a little bit because I had to run an errand, and that came back.
Yeah,
but I did take out Wally before I left.
You were on the panel for a majority of the thing. Wally had actually got removed, and he got brought back. Somebody revived him. So
It was a fun night. I enjoyed the show.
And you contended quite a bit throughout that. I thought it was your time to win.
I was feeling feisty.
But that said, I'm never disappointed to see an effigy animated avatar. I don't know if anybody else has not seen it, but dude, he's got some sick animations on his avatar.
Yeah, let me show you one of my new ones.
Oh wow! Wow.
Tried to describe it saying that he screams and yells until his head explodes or until he blows up, and that's when it came.
Yeah, I mean, he's got him where like dude like bursts into flames and melts and all kinds of. Yeah, the super Saiyan or whatever, that one's fucking awesome.
I honestly think that this is the one why I beat Wally is because while I was fucking yelling at him, I played it while I was yelling.
The funny thing is like I'm convinced. Oh, I've never seen that one. That one's awesome.
Wow.
Right. This is why I pick on you, Effigy, in that is literally to see the animations. There's nothing personal.
I'm down for it.
I don't align with a lot of your opinions or views, but I don't care. I can respect that, and I appreciate you bringing them. But I'm going to pick on you solely because I want to see the Avatar animation.
I love it. I absolutely love it. To me, what I want to get out of being on shows like that is more the reputation. As long as people are like, oh fuck, I have to debate effigy, as long as I'm getting to like that level of I don't know, I guess you call it skill or comfortability with my positions.
Yeah, I ain't
Was
I sure
this on a
I-
debate like
I sure as fuck
Rachel
let people know
Wilson,
it though.
or was this just on Talcott's show, or did Talcott go on an actual debate?
I don't know. What
Talcott, I
Talcott is.
refuse to believe he did.
Who's Talcott?
Jack
Was it
Talcott.
Jack Talcott?
Oh, I remember that. When she jumped up on the panel and he kicked her off. No, that was on his. He was.
Oh, she jumped up on his.
She jumped up on his panel, and yeah. She
Yeah,
asked,
people get kicked off of his more than they do this one.
she asked
Exactly. Yes.
her, yeah.
The only difference is he brings it back
He didn't bring
over
her
and over
back.
and over.
He does. Yes. It's weird. It is so weird. I remember trying to understand that shit. I was going crazy. Like, what kind of crazy fuck would do this? All you got to do is stop repeating that behavior. I remember having those conversations.
I think it's a Christian thing where, like, he believes in redemption,
Interesting.
so he doesn't ever want to give up on a person. Me, what if I have to kick you off more than twice? You're staying off.
That would make him stupid, though. I don't know if he's dumb. I mean, repeating the same behavior.
Well, I think
expecting
it gets
a different
taken advantage of. If that's your belief about people, there
I
are
don't
people
know.
that are going to exploit that.
As someone from the outside looking at how the Christians interact with each other, it seems like the kind of left-wing hippie-ish Christians have been kind of under attack from the right wings lately. Like they're like right-wing Christians seem to be actively seeking them out to try and punch them in the face, figuratively, because of the things they believe and the things they allow. I've seen that happening more and more.
It seems like Christians are always fighting with each other.
I mean, that's all belief systems that splinter and fracture into different subsets.
Because it's about how, like, what kind of Christian they are, and they're not the type of Christian that other Christians think they should be. So they have a common basis to attack each other over.
Yes,
More than they would somebody from outside.
It makes it confusing too, because I'm not a Christian. I categorize all Christians as the same. But when you start talking to a Christian and say, y'all do this, oh, they not real Christians. They all have a group that they feel are not real Christians.
You're not a Christian, Joe?
No, I've never even been to church.
Why are you wearing a cross?
Because I'm a fan of God, fan of Jesus.
Wait, Joe Cool already stated that he's got faith. He's just not Christian.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
You can have faith without going to church or being Christian.
But isn't the cross like a uniquely Christian symbol?
You might.
It's not just like a belief in God. That's a Christian symbol, right?
I don't believe that Christianity is a religion. I'm not sure where you're going with that. I think God is.
Well, you talked about believing in God earlier, and I'm confused too because I consider that a Christian concept.
I think God is the same cat that Muslims call Allah. It's just a bunch of weird people giving a different name to my old man.
It's all the Abrahamic religions, unless it's a God outside.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Joe.
I love it, though. I love it. I'm down with it all the time. I love going into that weird shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Jeff allows it.
I would look at it more as in that, and I'm kind of in the same boat, Joe. Is that Joe is of a Christian faith, but that doesn't mean that he has any particular religion.
But I would call that Christian,
right?
If it's of a Christian faith.
Well, but it's a Christian faith, but he's not a Christian in the sense that he goes to any particular church of sort, whether it be non-denominational or any other denomination. He just.
I thought he said he wasn't a Christian.
I doubt that a Christian would call me a Christian, right? I'd probably tear apart the Bible and religion more than
right. But you have Christian faith, right?
But I read them all, and I also believe the Eastern shit. I believe that's God. I've read like half the Quran. I believe that's God.
Well, hang on. Like the heart of being a Christian, though, is believing the claims about Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah, I don't know where I fall on that shit. Most of that shit.
Well, then you're not a Christian. If you're like, I don't know on Jesus Christ,
I'm not claiming that I'm a Christian.
No, that's what I'm trying to say to Jeremy. It's like I don't think he is a Christian.
Yeah, then Neferji's point about the cross is or
So
Jefferson.
what is that? Just deism?
Accurate.
You just believe in some abstract God? It doesn't have to be the
Well, it's
Christian
just,
God.
Well,
well,
I
he's a
don't know.
he could still be a
He
theist and not
he
believe in
may,
Jesus Christ, the
Right.
specific
yeah,
kind of version of it.
yeah.
Deism
I
is believing in a God, but not thinking that it interferes with the universe in any way.
Yeah, FG's point
Absolutely.
was solely on the fact that Joe is wearing the cross. The cross
Yeah,
is symbolic for Christianity.
And he's been
yeah,
talking about God all day. So I associate
yeah,
that with Christianity unless they specify some other non-Christian God. Usually when people
yeah.
say God in Western culture, they mean the Abrahamic God.
Yeah, I guess people do, but I don't know. Maybe I assume people know.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh, I don't believe. I believe that the Bible, as it stands, was taken from the original writings, the Sumerians, and all of that stuff. The same flood stories and virgin births and all of that stuff. The Ten Commandments. More Noah was already reading those. I
Okay,
forgot what they
okay,
were
Joe. Now
called.
he's speaking truth. All right.
Yeah, I believe. So I've got to keep my eyes open. So I couldn't believe whatever a Christian believes. I don't even know what they believe. I don't go to church. I don't hang out. I don't know. But I have my own beliefs. I've read the Bible. I got my own beliefs.
yeah, but that goes to two. Like I would tell you, or I would argue, I have Christian faith. I would not go and say I am a Christian because I
Yeah,
feel like if I was to say I was a Christian, that means that I'm in some sort of I've adopted some sort of religion and
yeah,
active in such, right? I'm
yeah.
not.
I think. Uh,
I don't hear it that I just think it's your religious orientation, it's your belief structure. I don't think it implies any kind of action or belonging to any specific community. Just like if someone tells me they're a Buddha, it just means you're not an atheist, you're not a Buddhist,
I like it, Joe.
you're not a Hindu.
Yeah,
But I don't make any other assumptions outside of that. It tells me you're religious, so you're not non-religious, and your religion is somewhere in the umbrella of Christianity.
it's a religion of one. I borrow from everywhere where touches my heart, and I don't have to go by man's interpretation. I can tell by the energy that this is real. And some guys I may read a book and it draws clear, and other one may not make sense. But I know when a message from God, a good vibration, when it touches me, it doesn't have to come from the Bible or some religious source or somewhere like that. And I literally, to make shit more, I believe that in that frequency vibration set, I believe Jesus is what you would, his vibration is love and mercy and all of that shit. That's where he vibrates. When you vibrate over there, you get close to him and you feel him. I believe weird shit too.
So you believe in Jesus?
Like, too, I'm a huge fan. Yeah. I think he saved my
I
life.
would call you a Christian.
Well, just to
Yeah,
be clear, someone who like reads Jesus and is like, I think that as a philosophy is cool, is not the same as someone who reads about Jesus and is like, yes, that person resurrected from the dead and is actually, you know, a real living God and all that. Like those are
those
a little
things
bit
would be
different.
like secondary, right?
But this is all semantic. You believe in
Yes,
this
I'll
deity
discuss
called
that with
Jesus
you, but
Christ. That's a Christian belief.
no, Muslims talk about Jesus
No,
more than the Christians do.
you could believe Jesus Christ was a real man who left teachings that then turned into a supernatural religion, and that would not be the same thing as Christians
That
believe.
would be
I
different
would
as
call
well.
all of that Christianity. If
You
it
I
know,
think
centers
most
on the
Christians wouldn't.
figure of Jesus Christ as opposed to Buddha or some other deity, I would call that Christian.
Jesus on the Muslims list. He's on as one of the prophets. They talk about him all the time. They are
Yeah,
big fans of
but
Jesus.
that's one of the Abrahamic religions too. But Muslims have they have Allah as their deity. That's why if someone
Yeah,
says I believe in Allah, I would say okay, they're Muslim. If they're talking about Jesus, I would say okay, they're probably Christian,
I
unless they
mean,
specifically tell me they're
right?
Muslim.
Technically, it's really just a different word, right? It's like it's not like a proper name. It's really just like their word for the same thing.
I think that's all it is. If I could give a quick analogy, in a dark room, you enter from one side, I enter from the other, and there's a statue of the elephant, but it's pitch black. You enter from the side where the nose is, and you yell to me and say, Joe, it's sharp with a tusk are and so and so. And I tell you, no, it's flat and round because I'm feeling on his ass. It is God. We're just giving our interpretations of a thing. We're monkeys and apes. This is what I expect us to do. I can't put faith in
But you were talking
nobody.
specifically about Jesus, not just God.
Yeah, I got reasons for that, though. I think that guy,
I would say that
personally, when I
if you heard
told
me
you
talk
that,
about Satan, you'd assume I was a Satanist. So when I hear people talk about
yeah,
Jesus, I assume they're Christian. They're somewhere
yeah,
in the Christian sector of the religious sphere.
Yes, I granted you that, and just through propaganda alone, living in America, you're gonna fall 60% under that shit. I'll give you all of that stuff, but I got better reasons. I think I told you I had fell out for a day and over a day and was unconscious, talking to spirits and stuff
No, I
before I
didn't know
read the
this.
Bible, but and I was getting burned up in some fucked up places, and I called Jesus' name, and I was whipped to a different place and blah blah.
How
So
what? How old were you?
I don't know, early 20s, I guess. Yeah, I was doing a concert. I was
Were
opening
you
for the
sober?
DLC. Oh, absolutely not. No,
TLC.
it's DLC. It's the Diggy Dog, y'all. EPMD, Ice T, and a bunch of. I was opening for them at a concert in like 2 days. I was rehearsing. When I fell out, it was 100 some
You were
degrees,
in a
and
band?
in a rap group. Yeah, I used to open for all these cats when they came to Chicago.
I
Well,
didn't know
those
that.
cats back in the day. But I fell out. I called upon Jesus, and he came and there was buddies talked to me, showed me some things, and I read the Bible and some of the stuff they showed me, the imagery and stuff was in there, and so
He didn't come to me. I tried to get him to come. I
this is
tried for
probably
weeks. He didn't come.
it was the horns, Jeff. It was the horns.
It might have been, but that, to me, if you're Jesus, you would come. If a Satanist is calling for you, you'd go into that person even more.
Listen, or
That's
he
who you
sent,
try to reach.
or he sent his kid. He sent his buddy.
Yeah, that's always my atheist answer. When someone's like, "What would it take to convince you?" My answer always to that is, "I don't need to know what it would take to convince me. A God would know."
I would agree with that, but you would assume there that that was his objective, is to convince you. If he was to do that, he'd come out the sky and do that. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't assume that's the objective. I would assume
But
it's
they say,
something
like
else.
what you said, that you can call on Jesus. You can let him into your heart. You can call on him, and
Hmm.
he'll come to you, or you'll get some experience. None of that happened with me. I tried to
Uh,
talk to him. I had conversations with him. I kept asking
yeah,
him to come and
yeah.
like show me his presence, or nothing. Nothing. I got nothing.
It's usually the same way people misidentify God. Perhaps you identifying Jesus. I told you who he
Why is he
was.
that hard to identify? Because it sounds like when you called him, he came in a very definite way.
Well, I was getting burned literally in hell by fire and demons and shit. And when
Wait,
I
what?
called,
I asked if you
yeah,
were sober.
I said absolutely not.
Oh, I thought you said you
Uh,
were.
Well,
Okay.
wait. Actually, okay. It started when I was high a couple days before. I had an experience, and anytime I closed my eyes, I was taken to like a valley, and it was so real it made reality look like a dream. When you wake up and you see a dream, and you're in reality, you say, "How I fall for that." It was make this
Was
place
this
look like
sober?
that.
Was this part sober?
No, this is when I was blown out of my mind.
Okay.
But I didn't go to sleep, right? Because I was afraid. Every time I closed my eyes, I would get taken to that same place on the side of a valley with rushing waters and stuff. And then I don't know, a couple days later, I couldn't stay up any longer, and I was rehearsing in that 100-degree heat. Something else happened. And then that's when I wasn't high then. It was a couple days later. And then that's when the thing occurred. And I woke up like 27 hours later. And they
Wow.
talked to me and had an experience and told me some things and showed me some
So
things.
maybe I need to take the right drug first and then call him.
It's a start. It's a start. But listen, you say Jesus didn't come. I told you who Jesus was. If you were listening, Jesus is love, forgiving, mercy.
But
Have
then
you
why did you just call
experienced?
it love? You don't need Jesus if it's just love. We don't
Hey,
need to
not anymore,
figure
man. Didn't
Jesus.
you read the memo? And now it's all like rules and bring the sword and kick people in the teeth and fuck you, listen
What
to
the
my shit.
hell?
No, man, we're getting rid of all that shit, all that hippie shit. Haven't you heard? No more friendly, loving Jesus.
Oh, it's
that's
Christ with
passe
the
now.
sword.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Christ with the gun belt on.
Republican Jesus is here, and he's got fucking 2 AKs. He's got a gun belt. He's got
Or is
bullets
that
strapped to
Trump
his chest.
Jesus?
He's riding a
Trump
velociraptor.
Jesus. Yeah, somebody got to make that meme.
No, that's been around for a long time. Man.
Here's what I'm waiting for. This is gonna be beautiful when it happens, and it's gonna happen. Give it a week. in the Bible, it talks about the beast who had all his power. Then he was wounded near dead. Everybody thought he was gone. Then miraculously he came back and did miracles. At some point, people are going to be calling Trump the Antichrist. I guarantee you, just because he got shot.
They already, the freak already does. The freak said
So
he is
it's
the
already
Antichrist.
so okay. I've been looking for like
Show me
mischievously,
a
bro.
president that hasn't been called the
I
Antichrist.
know Obama for sure, right? Bush, I
Obama,
probably call
Bush,
Bush.
Clinton,
Yeah.
HW,
Was
Reagan.
Biden
Like,
the Antichrist? Did anyone take him
Ronald Wilson
seriously enough to be an
Reagan.
Antichrist?
I don't know if
'Cause he
anyone
had
actually did call Biden
666.
Antichrist.
Who? Biden?
He didn't have the potency to be taken seriously.
No,
I
did nobody call Biden Antichrist?
They just consider Biden to be sleeping at the wheel.
That's going to be his legacy. The one president that nobody took
He's gonna be a
seriously as the
good guy
Antichrist.
suddenly in history because he's the one who wasn't called the Antichrist. Some people remember him as a wise man or something. He was so wise. He led them so well.
But anyways, guys, I it's 9 p.m. and shit's gonna shut down. I need to get to the store before they close.
I know that feeling, man.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to wind up here too. It's almost 5 hours.
It's been fun, guys. Effigy again. Nothing ever personal when it comes to DK.
No, man, I love it. I love it.
I just poke at you on the animations. You do bring great arguments, and I love you bringing them. So keep doing that. But I'm probably still going to keep picking on you for your animations.
Keep
Although
spending
I
money
would
for
love
those
to
of us
see
who
you
don't have
win.
any.
I would love to see you win to see if you actually have like a celebratory one.
Yeah, maybe I'm holding one in my pocket that I just haven't shown anybody yet.
I'm not gonna lie, I lost it the other day when somebody made the comment about getting the crystal to you, and you fucking had your avatar like flying away.
I specifically made that because they kept saying that, and then he did it right when I had it, and I was like, "Yeah, here, I'll play it right now."
Yeah,
Chris said it, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Wow. Hang on. Can you do that one again?
Oh, wow.
You just never know.
Dang, that might be one of my favorites.
Some Doctor Who shit.
Is that what it was?
That's what it remind me of.
Like you just never know what's gonna trigger, man. So I do everything I can to.
I need to make more of these little reactions though that I can just do randomly.
You got some more of those I can see, bro?
I got a ton of them.
You gotta wait, Jeff. Could you blow them up? Yeah, blow them up, Jeff.
I was dying.
Check that out.
Ooh.
Oh wow, let's see.
So that gun one.
Dope.
That
These are for verbal combat because I get killed so often.
Oh wow,
I like that one.
Or when someone's talking and they just annoy the shit out of me and I just do it.
Oh, all these are really good, bro.
Right?
Yeah.
This is why I pick on him. I want those animations to play.
I'll just fire my lasers out.
That's insane. I'm jealous as fuck.
Oh wow! I love the way it comes out of the circle.
It's crazy.
No, this is next level. This is future.
Right?
Yeah, I like the way he started moving just before he do an effect or something. He like flashed a couple times, then the cigar, the lights.
So I just got animated effigy. I just got your name.
Unfortunately, Effigy
There
has
you go.
made himself a target for the wrong reasons.
See, I told you I'm half
Right.
retarded.
I guess it is personal, but it's personal in the sense because it's all about the avatar. It has nothing to do with any of his beliefs or stances or anything. It's all about
At least finally there's another reason.
Wait, the left is just unpopular over there. Does that mean that there's a lot of righties and Trumpers over there?
Yeah, it's mostly right-wing Christians. The Christian right.
So that would mean Andrew's right-wing Christian right.
And look, and I don't.
Well, Andrew's ortho, but I'd say
don't
he's
chalk it up.
I don't know what ortho.
well, that's
I
the form of
say that all the
Christianity
time.
too.
People being like mad or hating on me or stuff. What they want is they want to see a debate. And like I said, there's just very few left-wing people over there. So I'm usually one of the few that just get tossed into the debates more often.
No,
So
I
it's not
got
like
that part.
I mean, there are some people who would target me because of that, but it's more obvious that when people are getting targeted because you can just literally pay money and kill people, and that doesn't happen to me like ever really.
Like Muffin.
Yeah, it didn't even happen to me, and I'm a Satanist. I'm a gay Satanist, and they didn't even try to kill me.
Well, but I mean, effigy. That's one of the things you don't attack chat, and Muffin is one who gets on there and he instantly.
Oh, he provokes them.
Chat the whole time, and
He's
he gets kicked off the panel. He gets
he's a
himself back on,
PhD in
off
provoking
again.
chat.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I pretty
immediately
much
rages against
when
the
I'm
chat.
actually on the show, I pretty much ignore the chat.
Yeah, and you can get by with that, no problem. If you sit behind, you probably make it to the end of the show that way.
I got to go over there, man, because I can't watch from chat for long periods of time. So I
Yeah,
don't
Joe,
really...
you should go and see what they do with you over there,
Joe's
or
been
what
on
you do
it.
with them.
Yeah, I was on it once. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on it, and I ended up booting him off.
Oh, oh, you don't say.
Not even,
Jeff, like,
it was
welcome
funny.
to
No,
the club.
He had a 1v1. He was in a 1v1, and like more than half the 1v1 was nothing but him laughing. The entire debate was mostly him just laughing. And I said, and like he won they gave him the vote on that, and I said, no, fuck your laugh, you're out.
Wait, you forgot a part. I won another one. I won one, and it was overwhelming, like 80-some%. Then the second one I won, and then that's when you voted me.
I don't know if I was there for that one. The one I saw, you literally did almost nothing but laugh. And
I
That
remember
doesn't sound like Joe at all.
No, I know, right? But the audio was fucked up, and there was a delay between us talking. At some point, it got funny to me, and that's all I did the last minute and a half. Just die laughing. Every time I tried to talk, he would start talking. And it got funny at that point.
yeah, but they gave him the vote, and I'm like, no, you're both gone. Afterwards, you laugh, you're out.
All right. Well, I'm back, Jeff. I had a
And
phone
then I got
call
called a
with an old
racist in
friend, so
chat
that's
for
why
it.
I was.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
know the
Well,
rules. I hadn't watched the show before. I didn't know the rules or anything.
it's just another panel to him.
Oh, yeah, check out if you saw this week, this past week's in the towards the beginning, there was a debate between Stepfire and Effigy. I'm sorry, Stepfire
Wally.
and Infidel. No, it was Stepfire and Infidel.
Oh, before mine, yeah.
And Infidel's a Scottish dude, and like the guy did not debate the prompt in any way. He actually argued Stepfire's point, and then the guy deviated off, and it just went. It was so bad that Stepfire couldn't do anything but laugh at the other guy.
So, what are we talking about right now? I just want to catch up.
We're talking about
Verbal combat.
Still, I thought it was something.
We circle back to it.
Okay, I saw like all these comments by Zephyr about unconditional love. Satan needs love.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Jesus for a little while.
Yeah, we were talking about Christianity.
Yeah, we went to love, and now we've all the way back around to hate.
Love is boring. Hate is intensive.
But
Love's not boring when Zephyr's involved, though.
But we got to that because I was telling Effigy, that make sure he knows nothing. I target him on his personal. It's all his avatar, which is also because I love the avatar, as does everybody else. But with that, guys, I do need to get to the store. So, thanks for having me on, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Good talking to you, Joe. Much respect.
Yeah.
Take care, Jeremy.
Yeah. Later, FG. Joe, no tension between us.
It was great. You were the greatest thing.
Full disagreement.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, Joe don't have. Does Joe look like a guy that has tension?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, that Joe.
Yeah, I saw my brother Joe. Just record Joe.
Keep forgetting the double Joes.
Two Jeremys, 2 Joes. That's how it always.
Me too.
But, all right, later, guys.
2 Joes and a Mo.
Later, buddy.
All right, I'm gonna wind it down. You got anything, Joe?
Yes, it's been great, but it always is. I have fun, even when I get kicked. I have fun.
It always is. Let's see if there's another panel going on. Barnabas is on. Cheesehead's on.
All right, is Barnabas horizontal? Because I hate that vertical shit, but I'm gonna go check him out. All right.
All right. Always fun talking. You guys take care.
You too. Thanks for the emojis or the avatars,
Anytime.
whatever you call them. Hey, Bex. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of J's.
A whole bunch of J's. We could use a Z up here too.
A D. I won't.
No,
I'm not.
a Z.
Leave
a
it
Z.
alone. Bex, I'm actually wrapping up. If you want to go watch something, we can do that. I've been going for 5 hours. Oh, interesting. So we were all J's. We had 5 J's on the panel. Oh, okay. All right. I guess we'll. You have anything you want to wrap up with?
No, not really. Since I only just
Closing
got back.
thoughts. You have anything you want to say to not love?
Not love. No, I don't want to say anything to not love. Oh, that sounds meaner than intended, but no.
Well, I'll say this to not love since he prompted me. Yes, my most precious childhood possession probably was a stuffed bear because I collected stuffed animals. I loved my stuffed animals. I had probably 30, 40, maybe 50 of them, and I had a big net over my bed with all of them in there. And they all had names, and they all had a superpower each, and I would play out like complex plots and stuff with them. I love my animals, and my favorite one was a stuffed bear.
Oh, I will say this because Zephyr said she's on the path of unconditional love. I would say that I am on the opposite path. I'm on the path of specifically conditional love.
Conditioning your love?
No, conditional love. So not unconditional love.
Oh.
Maybe love must be conditional.
I would never stab a bear, not loss. Not a stuffed bear. Maybe if I had to stab a real bear, I might. If cocaine bear was coming at me or something.
If I'm dining with RFK Jr., I might have to stab a bear. That might be part of the preparation.
But I couldn't bring myself to stab a teddy bear. Unless it was like part of a game and like as part of the challenge you had to stab it. I could do that. I'll do anything to win a game, you know that.
Jeff,
Anything
have you
within
been
the
to
rules.
Build-A-Bear?
Nope, nobody's worried about a bear. It looks like you, the only one with bears on your mind. To distract you probably from the actual chaos happening in your country right now. Think of bears, Care Bears,
Karen Bears.
Karen Bears. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to wind down, and Bex and I are going to go watch something in the Discord. I'll be out tomorrow, same time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. At least, okay, this is progress. At least you're admitting it's pandemonium. I will accept that from you, not loss. You had a stuffed basset hound? I had a poodle that was a radio. You put batteries inside of it and it would play. You could tune it to a radio station. It would come out of the poodle. Well, too late. I'm already taking it as a concession, and you're not walking it back. All right. That's it for us. That's it for me.
All right, see you later, folks.
I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. I have nothing else to say. I think it was a good day, good stream. See you at the next one. Take care.